All right, we're live. I always forget to check if my microphone is on, but it is. So is my camera. Hello, everybody. It is D-Day. Today is officially Doomsday. Today we're porting Doom, is what I mean. Well, we'll see what happens. It is officially time to port Doom to Redacted OS. This is, as promised, what I was gonna do when I reached 10K. I've spent the week fixing a few of the bugs that I had been having. One of them is not fixed, but it's a networking bug, and so we are just gonna disable networking. That's because there's someone else working on networking right now that I would rather either he fixes it or I get to it afterwards. I don't want to have merge conflicts and stuff like that. Speaking of which, I apparently made some changes to the system. Let me see. First off, that everything is set up correctly before I begin doing stuff. I can kind of see my eye is bothering me a little bit. YouTube is messy. It randomly decides to show me like past moments of the stream. And so I never know if I'm online or not because it randomly switches to a time when I wasn't. And so it looks like I'm no longer online, but I am. So I'm just gonna stop looking at YouTube. And if my eye keeps going the way that it's going, I'm gonna stop looking at everything, apparently. I forgot what I was saying. Yes, so I made some changes on this computer that I now need to sync. And no issues. Okay, perfect. So actually networking, we're just gonna disable you all together. No problem there. There we go. That should get rid of any issues that we might be having with the system. Also get rid of audio. Don't need that. Should be able to run the system. It runs well. It doesn't seem to crash, I think. If you leave it here, the crash that used to happen every once in a while would happen, but now that networking is disabled, I think it's not gonna happen anymore. It's time for Doom. I'm excited about this. I wonder what it's gonna be like. I decided not to do any work ahead of time. We have the entire weekend for this. Well, my usual streaming times. I'm not gonna do a 72-hour live stream, sadly. Or thankfully. Let's actually start with the Doom stuff. Okay. Gonna disable chat here too for a bit. No, hold on, you should be able to see just fine. All right, let me know. Okay, so I'm gonna keep this layout for a bit. Once I'm actually reading or writing code, I might switch to the other layout, but for the time being, I am going to use this one. Let me know if I should take out the chat or not. And okay, so Doom. Like I said, I haven't really done any research. I wanted to do it on stream. Not just because I'm lazy. No, but I figured I would do the whole process on stream. So that includes the research, although a few streams ago, or quite a long time ago, we found this project. Somebody linked me this project, which is Doom Generic. It is a fork of Doom, which makes it easier to port it because they've simplified the code by a lot. You essentially just have to replace these windows with the windows, sorry, not these windows, what? These functions, or not replace these functions, but you have to implement these functions with the code for your own. So like creating the window, the frame buffer, all of this stuff, I wouldn't really need to do. What was I saying? Yes, so this project makes it so that all you have to do is implement these functions and even the set window title, which I don't have because I don't have a window title thing. Then you can just run Doom by implementing these, and then the rest is already done for you. So that's cool, but this is based off of this project, which is an adaptation of the original Doom to be portable to a frame buffer device with minimal dependencies. So while that one is like a generalization of this one, which itself is kind of a generalization of Doom. Now hold on, there's a little bit more going on. There's more recursion in this. So this one, or the one that I just showed, is actually a fork of this project, which is a port of the original Doom to the Frosted operating system. I've never heard of the Frosted operating system, but according to the description, it doesn't have a frame buffer or a sound driver, so all it does is compile and link, which is quite interesting. It does essentially nothing. And then this one, finally, is a fork of the original Doom source code, which is this here. Easy thing to do is use this project, in which all we have to do is implement these functions and be done with it. But obviously that's not what I'm trying to do. What I do want to do is, hold on, I should have gone backwards, not forwards. What I do want to do is use the original Doom source code and adapt that. And if anything, I want to use the other projects for reference. But I want to port Doom, not generic Doom. We have Linux Doom. This is the one that we're going to try to port then. We're not going to try to port any of the other ones, but I am going to use their code as reference to see where I need to look, what I need to do, what I need to implement, all of that stuff. We're ready to start. We're just going to, well, first off, hold on. I can't read this color, damn. No, there isn't a Doom port here. Genuinely, this color is so hard to read. Why would you use that color? It's hard to read even without the sunglasses. Then again, I have my brightness all the way down. So this is the Linux port of, well, not the Linux port of Doom, the Linux version of Doom, the original Doom. Some project ideas, port it to your favorite operating system, add some rendering features. God damn it, these allergies, God. Add some game features. Okay, we're not going to be doing this. Create a packet server-based internet game. Create a client server-based internet game. I love that they call it internet game. Do a 3D accelerated... Oh, honey, we're not going to be able to do that today. Not for a long time. I don't have a really good guess how many people are going to be playing with this. Yeah, I don't think he could have guessed. If significant projects are undertaken, it would be cool to see a level of community cooperation. I know that most early projects are going to be rough hacks done in isolation, but I would be very pleased to see a coordinated net release of an improved backwards compatible version of Doom on multiple platforms next year. And that was 97. I don't even know where to start, to be completely honest with you. I'm gonna start on this game, which I'm assuming is the main platform, the main function. And let's check. Stuff like init new. Where are these functions used? Oh, dmain. Okay, this is the main function. It's called dmain. Got it. And it's literally just Doom main. And then all of this stuff over here. Okay, so this is our main function. We have parameters here. Not really. I guess they're an option. Well, technically, hold on. Is this called from anywhere directly? Because I see. Oh, there's an iMain as well. Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. So dmain is the platform agnostic version of main, whereas iMain is the Linux version of main. So this is our main function, and it does use the same argument format that we use, but oh god, my hair keeps getting in my face now that I've put my sunglasses down. I forgot what I was saying. I completely forgot what I was saying. Yes, okay, so this is the same main function that I'm using, so that's cool, but all right, it just calls this function internally. There's plenty of comments, so that should be easy to see what's going on and what we're supposed to do. I hope we have all the features that we need in order to run this, because I'm genuinely not sure. I know generic Doom does have that list, and according to this, if we follow this thing, all we need is an initialization function, which we already have. We need a draw frame function, which is already in this variable right here. So we have to copy it to the platform's screen. We do have a function to do that. Sleep in milliseconds, we have a function for that. Get the ticks that passed since the launch in milliseconds. We kind of have a function to do that. We have a function to do that since the system startup. Not since Doom startup, but simple math is going to fix that. Get key. So we have keyboard events. We also have mouse, even though I see that mouse is not implemented in generic Doom. And Doom can technically be played entirely with a keyboard. I think, based on what we saw in generic Doom, we have everything we need. But I still hope there isn't something hidden. And if there is, that I can just bypass it. You can also try to recreate Doom, but more cut down and made for your OS. That probably won't be necessary. Probably won't be necessary to cut it down. All right, there's an ad on Twitch starting soon, so I'll be back in about 2 minutes. Okay, ads are over. I'm gonna switch to no camera for a little bit, till my eyes are a little bit better. And okay, I'm seeing that this project is 100 commits ahead of the other project, which itself is... Hold on, let me open them in order. Wait, no, don't create a group. What group is that? What? Get the fuck out of here. Let's see. 11 commits ahead of the original Doom. 1 commit behind. Which is oh, wait, hold on. There's been a commit in the last year to Doom, so that's interesting. But yeah, apparently there has been. Does it work? No, we just started. Oh, the commit is just GPL information, so that makes sense because the other commits are 14 years old. And the original source code release is from 97, so it is 27 years old. Wait, from December, so 26 years old. 27 years old, yes, that was correct the first time. Okay, so yeah, this one is 11 commits ahead, so we can see what they did in order to port it to their system. Then these people here, or Maxim, did I say their name? Maxim, yes. Ported it to make it a little bit more generic to run on any frame buffer device with 12 commits. And then, where are you? OZKL made 100 commits in order to make it more generic. The last one of which is 3 weeks ago. So this commit wasn't even here. That we checked this, most likely. I'm not entirely sure, but most likely. So we can look at this in order to see what was changed and see what we might need to change. Obviously, the first thing we're going to need is we're going to need a makefile. Then we are going to need to add platform-specific code. Wait, what's split and unified? Never seen this before. Okay, so yeah, the first thing obviously we're going to need is a makefile, and the second thing we're going to need is we're going to need specific stuff for our code, which is what we're going to be using this for. Wait, what was that about DOS? DOS. Interesting. I'm putting my sunglasses back on. Okay, so the first thing we're going to need is a makefile. In order to get a makefile, I have the redacted OS template that I created the other day, throughout last week. Don't remember exactly when. This has a linker and a makefile, which we will be needing in order to create, well, to make Doom run. So we're going to import those. Not sure what we're going to have to put in the linker just yet. I think actually the linker can stay the same. Yeah, the linker is generic enough that we don't have to change it. But we do need, obviously, to specify that the main function is actually already called main. So we don't need to make any changes to the linker, I think. Which is great, because linker, I hardly know her. I'm sorry about that. Okay, we are going to need to make some changes to the makefile, obviously. So this makefile is specific to running redacted OS projects on it. So it is, I'm going to have to make some changes to it. First off, we're going to specify the path to the redacted OS so that we can make run from within the Doom folder and we will run the system. The second change we're going to need to do is we're going to need to link against the shared library for the OS. That's going to stay the same. Linker stays the same. Everything stays the same except for this. This and this. Which is to say that all our, instead of compiling just one file hard-coded to be called main.c, we're going to be compiling any .c or .h file, which I believe make up all the files that we need to compile, because this is a C-only project. Looking at it with one eye, very quickly, I would say yes. And actually, they're all within the Linux Doom folder. So kind of forgetting the syntax for this, but can we grep Linux Doom 1.10 / anything with .c? No, that's not a thing. We can find Linux Doom 1.110.c. That one works, okay. I was wondering if I could use grep, not sure what for, but yeah. C file, so we're going to create this new variable, and let me look at the syntax for this real quick, since I have, well, we should rename Linux Doom. Hold on. One thing I completely forgot is we're not just cloning the repository, we're forking the repository. I completely forgot to do that. Which one is it? This one. What I want to do is fork it. Also, before I, oh, yeah. All right, let's create the fork. And then I want to look at this real quick. He was like, I don't know how many people are going to be doing this, but fork. 2,000, almost 3,000 forks. And if we look at the derived works, oh, this one doesn't have that many. I thought it would have more. And this is, okay, this is my fork of Doom. It is official. This one, for example, has 3 forks. Wow. Okay, so there's only about 3,000 forks of Doom right now, which is less than I expected. Obviously, probably a bunch of people just download the source code and then without forking it, which is kind of what I started doing, but that's not really what I want to do. That's not the plan here. The plan is to, can I connect a remote to it? Do we have a Git here? Wait, but this is a clone of the original Doom. I don't know if I can switch it to a fork, to be honest, but you know what? You know what I can do? Just start over. Probably easier than me figuring out, hold on, this is what I'm trying to click. No, and probably easier than me figuring out how to copy and paste in Linux. Cloning into Doom, CD back into Doom. The folder is actually still here. So once again, we go into the template and we copy the makefile, the linker, into Doom one more time. Then we go into the makefile, and here we're going to do the C source. I don't know if this is what I called it before, but shall find. All right, we're going to change the name of this to redacted Doom. Get remote set URL. Yeah, but I don't know if that's going to work because that's technically a different repository that we're connected to. I'm not sure though. But again, before, rather than figuring it out, I just started over. I literally have done nothing, so it doesn't really matter. All I had to do was just copy this over. Redacted Doom / something.c. And here we're going to use the C source. And here we're going to use the, let me see how I'm doing it here again. This used to be a lot simpler. But pretty much we can just copy this. Since we don't have all that recursion and all that stuff going on, we can just do, no camera. Actually, I can turn the camera on for a bit. Hold on. Not that. Turn the camera on, but not only the camera. Probably want to keep the rest of the stuff on. Had the same history. I mean, I figured as much. I figured maybe I could just do get remote set. But again, rather than figuring it out, just start over. Who cares? So this is O files. And it's going to be C source this.c equal to this.o, right? And here we're gonna do O files. Oh yeah, you can see the chat. Hi Silent Ninja, hold on, I'm not wearing my headphones. I'm sorry about that, I missed it. Hold on, let me. I won't miss the next one, sorry about that. O files, that's good. O files, there we go, and O files. Why is TTS so quiet for me? Weird, it's actually maxed. Hold on, let me check real quick, because... Alright, I'll be right back. I'll disappear for a second. Not sure why it was quiet for you. It is quiet? Let me see if I can do something about it. That would be here. Actually, let me hear it. Hold on. I can replay it. Greetings. I can hear it quite well. Oh, wait, hold on. Alright, tell me how it is now. Hope it's not too loud.
Greetings. How's it going? Hello YouTube.
And hope it wasn't duplicated, especially. Well, Silent Ninja, I missed your message when you sent it, so now I replayed it twice. Hope that compensates it. It did? It did what? I don't know if you're saying that it did compensate for me not listening for it the first time, or if it was loud, or if it was duplicated. I can barely hear anything because my little brother is screaming random shit. Okay, so that one's not on my end. There's not an OBS button for me to fix that. It did compensate. Okay. Happy to hear that it compensated and also it wasn't duplicated. Perfect, it worked. All right, yeah, I had my audio low. So with this makefile, we should be able to compile all the C files that we find in this folder into O files with the same name, and then those O files get linked with the library, into an executable called doom.elf. Shut GX Studios little brother up. I haven't coded that button yet. All right, so we can try to make and cannot specify with this with multiple files. Okay. How are we doing it here? Wait, it's a linker problem, right? Wait, hold on. Yeah, hold on. The format here changes entirely. Because what we need to do is in all, we need to put exec name. And then we need to create a new rule called exec name. And I hope I'm getting the syntax for this right. We're going to link. Whereas this part, I believe, should be something like this. That's probably not right. At the very least, something like this. How long is my TTS cooldown? You haven't sent any, have you? Not today, anyway. Wait, no. This should be an equal sign. There should be a semicolon here. And then this. Let me check if my syntax is right on that one. No, it's backwards. It's actually the C file here and the O file here. And I'm going back to no camera for a bit. Just making sure that, yes, overlays are on. So I should still get text to speech. And, oh, this overlay is outdated. Hold on. Punishment for not watching the stream. Are you actually like timed out or something? Let me know now that I'm checking settings and stuff. Okay, so we're no longer making Pong. We might as well update this. If I find the button to do it. Except my number of subscribers reset back to 10K. But I don't know what's going on there. I don't care either. Recipe commences before first target. Okay, I hate doing makefile stuff because I barely work with makefiles. Okay, so what I'm doing here, for example, is I'm doing this, which then, oh, OBJ. That's what's missing, probably. What's OBJ? It's the .o files. And the .o files are made according to this rule. So I'm assuming here I need to have the OBJ. I'm gonna call it the same, actually, not O files. On line 29 too. I completely missed this part. Recipe commences before first target. I genuinely don't understand what that means. No, I fucking hate Linux. What does this message mean? Because your eval line is indented by a tab. What? Seriously? That's the issue? I'm glad I googled it because I have no idea what that means. Although this is about Docker. You know it's bad when the second result is in Chinese. Because Google and DuckDuckGo kinda only pull that one out when they have nothing better to show you. Unless you're Chinese, I guess. I wouldn't know, I've never been. Okay, so what does this mean? I mean, this is a tab too, so I don't think that's what the problem is. Okay, let me just, hold on, copy this. Okay, so we don't have this prepare thing. So all is just location target. So we just want target, which is exec name. Yes, that part's good. Then that one depends on this one, OBJ. And that one just depends on this one. So I don't understand what the problem is. You've never been Chinese either, so you get it. Why do you need to add .elf? What do you mean? I mean, looking at this, it looks correct. The one thing I haven't checked is... Sure, I understand what these mean, definitely. Recipe commences before first target. I genuinely have no idea what that means. And all the people that are getting the same error are getting something very specific. I figured it would be a very basic makefile error that would come from the fact that I simply don't use makefiles all that much or write makefiles all that much. So I kind of lack the experience for it, but that's not it, actually. Move the O to the top. That's not how it is in my other projects, but might as well give it a try. Unless, of course, we also need to move this before the all. And hold on, just to be clear, make all. That's the same thing, okay. But it points to line 24 specifically. Okay, so can you echo this to make sure that we're doing it right? No, you can't. Right. Just run it manually, I guess. Why is it so hard to copy? Pony should be after the recipe. I don't think that has anything to do with that. For that matter, we can get rid of it. And yeah, the same thing is gonna happen. Like, it has nothing to do with that. Wait, and another thing about the syntax of this is... Yeah, no, okay. My syntax here is entirely wrong. This is done like this. Because it depends on the C file. Okay. And yet, I'm pretty sure... first off, we're not actually compiling them. That's failing right now. Wait, oh my god. No. I didn't change this part. The syntax for this is another one I always forget. This right here. That, because every file needs to be compiled. Genuinely, how am I supposed to remember this syntax? Like, what even is that? This is variable and then add, but what the fuck is... Hold on, don't mess it up. What the fuck is this? What's going on here? What's with the static fuck? We're compiling with C99. That probably isn't right. Oh, but then no. Okay, this is where we start referencing these projects. No. Where are they? Their makefiles have a C flag. Interesting. This project is actually ARM too. Oh, if it is ARM, okay, so it's actually conditional. I don't see them specifying a version of... Linux is the best example of devs raging, and Windows is the best example of users raging. macOS is both? Nah, macOS is neither. Come on. macOS is the most stable system, kinda the easiest to work with. Sometimes it can be frustrating, but for the most part, I would much rather develop for Mac than Linux. The problem comes when you want to develop for Mac and Linux. That's just a pain in the ass. Yeah, so I don't even know what version to target here. There's several fucks. Mac is closed source, but it's definitely not minimal. For the most part, even like cross-compiling for Mac is okay. The problem comes when you know, it's kind of a recent problem. Since Apple, like for example, prioritizes Metal and has kind of discontinued OpenGL, for example, does not have Vulkan, leads to issues on Mac. Not really. It's kind of a new problem then. Okay. Wait, register? Oh, this is not gonna be fun. Okay. Obviously, the problems that we're getting are for the code itself. So first off, what the fuck do you mean register? What's going on here? God forbid I'm allowed to copy something. What is this register stuff? Register is an old declaration that old compilers used to push variables to registers instead of the stack. Modern compilers ignore it. Clearly not. Oh no, actually, wait, it is ignoring it. The issue is that the type is defaulting to int. That feels like it should be a warning. More so than an error, but okay. In C89, variables with no type default to int. Yeah, but we're on C99. 89... That's the weird thing, is the comments. If you switch to... C++ style comments are not allowed in ISO 90. Hold on, let me adjust my monitor a little bit. Okay, my brightness is almost at the lowest it can possibly be. I cannot make it any less bright than it is right now. Okay, so either I'm gonna have this problem or the other problem. I'm not sure which one to deal with. I'm kind of surprised to not see that here anywhere actually. Because I was expecting to see what... Hold on, I'm not in the makefile anymore. Can't you ignore them? Ignore what? I mean, from the comment that they added here, they're using C99. So that must mean, for example, if I go to their code, this one, and I look up like, yeah, they've just added the, okay. I can't really ignore errors. It kind of makes your project not compile. That kind of sucks, but okay. Well, C99 is better for me because the system is compiled in C99, so. The problem is I'm gonna have to go through all these and manually make them use static fuck. Alright, you static fuck. There you go, you're fixed. Okay. Surprisingly, didn't get the same error in a lot of other places. Alright, stop spamming the chat, please. Yeah, so we're gonna need to import malloc, which is not defined in stdlib, actually. It is defined in syscalls, because this is redacted OS. So functions like malloc, that's a lot fewer places than it's used. And actually, if we do it like this, there's only 38 results of it. You think making an NES emulator would be a good project for undergrad? I think so, yeah. I'm not sure though, I've never worked with something like that. I think Clang actually kind of likes the project. These includes are gonna be a problem. BIOS, for example, why would you possibly need to import this? I don't even want to know. stdarg process string DOS stdlib conio. I don't know about this. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna import syscalls syscalls.h in every file that is mallocing. In the main file, of course. Wait, why is this one? So here it has an ifdef, which makes it a lot easier to not import a bunch of files that I don't have. The IPX setup, which I'm not sure what this is. Wait, this is in a different folder too. Alright, I don't know what you are, but I'm gonna ignore you for now. Actually, does the README say anything about that? Not really. inet, you're also doing the same thing, and ARPA, inet. Wait, this is networking stuff. I don't know if we can safely ignore this file or not. For now, we're gonna do that though. This here is system. Whatever the hell that is. We're gonna need to get rid of all of these. iVideo. Oh, we're importing X11 now. This is such a weird code base, to be honest. there's one place in which all of these are put under an ifdef, and only one place. This is Doom graphic stuff for X11 Unix. Okay, I'm gonna ignore this one as well. Except I can't really ignore stuff. I'm compiling all these files. This is a miscellaneous folder. Main loop menu stuff, default config file, PCX screenshots. Yeah, that's definitely miscellaneous. Well, if you need to malloc, you know what to do. Oh, this one has this. I feel like I'm gonna need to clean up this code quite a bit. You know what, let's ignore the rest. Alright, we're off to an amazing start, because actually the syscalls function is not available. Did I do that wrong? Hold on. Shared syscalls syscalls.h. Okay, so the file name is okay. RIP stream. Seriously? Alright, hold on. I'll be right back. Okay, I think I'm still live. My damn repeater is messed up again, so I just disabled it again. Not sure what its problem is now. I guess it's starting to fail. Doom has obviously all of these system imports for allocations, string management, syscalls and whatnot that follow apparently like 0 patterns. Here they're wrapped in a macro called normal Unix. If this is defined, then they get imported. I'm assuming if not, then there's some other way that they're being imported. And so that kind of makes it easy for me to just, you know, get rid of them. If you go to the main function, they are also wrapped in this normal Unix thing. I actually wasn't entirely sure that it was using the same macro, but it is. So again, just ignore them. But then other files don't really have that. So you have to kind of get rid of them manually. But, alright, first off. No, wait. Wrong. Let's focus just on the main file. And the main file is currently failing to compile because it cannot find the std library. This one. Though I am including, so it should find the correct files. No, wait, I forgot to change this. That's the problem. Okay, that's no longer going to be an error, but we're running into our first thing that we haven't really implemented yet, and it's mkdir. On top of that, everywhere where I have malloced is a different type, so we need to cast that. That one's going to be an easy fix. Right, so here we just cast this to a char. I'm not sure why I didn't make malloc just return a void. I guess I should, but it currently doesn't. So these here for normal Unix we can skip. Did I skip one of the ones that we want? No. See, here we're working with a file system, and that kind of worries me because we don't have a file system to work with. Like, I saw mkdir, we don't have that. But that depends on this find response file, whatever that is. What it does, no idea. No. Oh, hold on. Oh, it's a double char pointer. Hold on. Okay. Okay, so let me see about this mkdir doom data thing. Because I don't know about you. It's weird that we're in Linux, but it was using C as the path. Oops, A to I. Wait, what is A to I? A for argument? Yes. It takes a string. Well, I don't know what the A stands for, but it takes a string and it turns it into an integer, which we have implemented. Parse int u64. Very... parse, not arse. And it also takes in a length, but we can pass a 0 to that. And then of course we also need to include this as std string.h. It sucks to think how many times I'm going to be doing this. All this is just in the main function. There's another a to I, which we need to do the same thing for. I hope I called it the right function. A to I becomes parse int, takes a 0. Same for you. Takes a 0. Whoops. Same for you. Game mode commercial. We should probably be able to get rid of most of these, but I have no idea. Use define. Should probably have done that. Although the number of arguments kind of changes it, but yeah, I should probably have done that. Now, access. I have no idea what access is. Which one of you bitches is importing string.h? Arch, because I don't want you to do that. I absolutely do not want you to do that. Although, what happens if you do? They have their own definition of true and false and booleans, which I also have. And somehow I'm still importing this, string.h. Even though I didn't think I was. Anyway, let's focus on these. Okay, so access. What on earth is going on here? C'est ridicule. Let's handle languages in the config files, yeah? Language equals French, and then printf French version. By checking if no access, doom to f... What? No idea what any of this means. But I think we can kind of assume this is the shareware version of it. And we can skip all of these calls to access. I said all of them. So that leaves us with exit. In redacted is called halt, I believe. Access probably is file permissions. I don't think it has anything to do with the Microsoft. Either way, we don't care. We know which version we're on. Okay, so exit is going to be halt. And we're still somehow importing... I'm not sure if these are coming from the main function or not. So all these includes to stdio.h, all the includes to string.h. We want to get rid of all of those. Oh yeah, I didn't even consider there's other header files being imported, of course. That's where it comes from. But this definition right here is the first one I want to look at. Interestingly enough, wait, it has support for compilation with C++. Okay, cool. It has this, which, but no thank you, we don't want you. Max char is correct, this is correct, max int, long, char short. Yeah, I think these are good. Wait, but they were type defing boolean. So we can just type def bool. So string.h, the calls to string.h, we're just going to replace with std string.h. This is a simple replacement. Except some functions like string copy are going to be gone. strlen is defined differently. Let's just keep the good vibes going though. stdio is instead going to be a call to syscalls-syscalls.h. We don't have an std or memset is a string.h function for whatever fucking reason. Whereas for me, memset is in a different file called memory functions, I believe. I was supposed to rename it. I completely forgot I was going to do that. Should be here. Oh, just memory.h. Okay, I did rename it. Okay, good. So let's see. Calls to memset. Oh my god. I don't even know what I'm saying anymore. That... Wait, Doom 2? Server setup. Okay. We don't care about you. Actually, we're gonna limit our search results specifically to redacted Doom. If we spell it correctly, we're better off that way. Okay, so anywhere that we are importing memset, we need to include memory std memory.h. And this needs to be done for every single one of these files. Sucks to be me having to do this. Wait, why were you not probably the other ones imported? Either way, I cannot rely on that. stdlib can go. Any system include like that probably needs to go. Wait, okay, miscellaneous. Genuinely, why do you have a miscellaneous function? Feel like that should probably not be a thing. Okay, hoping our math library is enough for you, Doom. We'll import math.h. And if not, we can just improve it. Which one are we at in setup? Spec. stdlib gets replaced with this memory call, and then we'll see what else later on. Bye, stdlib. Nice to see you. stdlib is out. Okay, sprintf, fprintf are not a thing. Then we have the whole thing with files. I don't know how we're gonna do this because we don't really have files. I mean, there's a very, very, very basic implementation of a file system. So I'm hoping that I don't need the file system. Considering this has been ported to some crazy systems that don't have a file system, I'm assuming I can just get rid of it. sprintf. You're gonna be a little bit of an issue. To clean up this a little bit. Here. Common.h. We're gonna pragma one sit. We're going to include string.h. We're going to include syscalls.h. Actually, std.h should be enough. And with that, anywhere where we're including syscalls.h, we're going to replace it with common.h. So we can just import this type of stuff once and not care about it all that much. Every last one of these is out. Also, you are now also going to include Unix hack to be removed. Interesting. Well, if def, that's actually not def, so none of this was doing anything. Pretty sure I actually put that include in the wrong place. I didn't even notice. All right. This can go. Now replace with that. This is an X11 specific. So I have a feeling that this file has to go entirely. But for the time being, we're just going to get rid of any system imports like that. Got a little bit too greedy there. There we go. Here and here. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Another thing is anywhere that we're doing this type of include, it's only 26 results. So it's not going to be super difficult to just... Oh, well. Do that here. I don't know what C type is, but I hope I have it. You can go... Wait, this is main? Oh, this is our main. What's the difference from the other main function? I think it had a different prefix because this is a new one to me, but yeah, there's multiple main files apparently. I'm just doing my job here, man. I don't care. I was just told to get rid of all these imports. I'm getting rid of all these imports. Okay, now we actually have to deal with these issues. sprintf that takes 3 arguments and is used in 66 places. You know what we're going to do about you? We are going to define you.
One
Buffer.
live left raided your channel with 8 viewers.
Welcome to you and 8 raiders. Welcome everybody. We're porting Doom today to an operating system that I've been working on for a few months, so it's a lot of compiler errors. It's not that it doesn't work, it's just gonna take a while for it to work. And so that's the project for this weekend, really. It's not gonna be a thing for just today. How was your stream? 1 life left. You still got 1 life, or did something tragic happen? Wait, hold on. My stream manager is not up to date. I'm gonna keep working in the meantime. By the way, let me know if the stream goes down again, because I'm not entirely sure that it is even working right now. I think it is. But yeah. Okay, so sprintf, we don't do that type of stuff here. That's not the right syntax for that. Let me copy from here. The syntax for that is... it was almost the right syntax. Now it's the right syntax. Right. Error, or any of the STDs are not actually defined. They don't exist at all. So even if I ignore them in the sprintf function or the fprintf function, I kind of still have to define them. Hi, sorry I'm late. What is the current status of the project? I didn't say Siri, I said sorry. So we're porting Doom, and obviously it was compiled for Linux. Well, not compiled, but it was made for Linux. So it has a bunch of functions and a bunch of syscalls and a bunch of imports that we don't have. So we need to replace all of those. So a lot of compiler errors. It seems like we finally moved past the main function at the very least, the main file. So that one seems to be doing okay, I think. Yeah, I don't think so actually. Because we start with the very first one, AM map. And that one is failing. Right, there's an ad, so I'm going to take a little break. Forgot to mention that. Okay, we're back from the ad. And, okay. Now we need to consider std in, out, and air. I just need to know their... so I can just define them as literally nothing. Why did I open a Microsoft page for that? I have no idea. It's a char buffer. Okay. So in order to not get rid of them, I kind of just want to... I don't know, can I just define them? That's the thing that I'm not sure about. How many fucks are there in this project? Damn. Everywhere I look, every time I see an error, there's the word fuck somewhere. Can't it be anything because you're not using it anyway? I mean, that's kind of what I want. I just don't know how to do that. There's only 22 results for fuck. Not to be fucked with, not to be fucked with, don't fuck with me, not to be fucked with, again. Not to be, don't fuck with me, don't fuck with me. Killer fucking arsenal. Oh, it's a cheat. Oh, we're definitely gonna want that. There's the fuck variable, of course. Can I just define it as empty, I wonder? Yeah, that's enough actually. And file is the other one. Type def unspecified file. So I'm gonna wanna do this as well. We do have a file definition, but it's a completely different definition from what this probably expects. Also just read the word asshole somewhere there in the search. It's 90s software. What did you expect? Oh, files fs.h. That's the one. See, I have this definition of a file, which is definitely not the same definition of a file that it expects. Let me make it a pointer. Wait, that's wrong. PTR. Somehow seems to have worked. There's a lot of file system stuff going on that really worries me as to how much we're gonna be relying on the file system for this. Like Doom is supposed to work on systems without a file system. So I'm really surprised to see that even in the d.main, there is a file system. Like here, for example. What is this find response file function? It's in Doom main, which is the main function. A response to what, my brother? Like, what happens if I just don't call this function? I mean, is that gonna be a problem for you? Let me see what it actually does. No such response file, found response file. What is a response file? Yeah, I feel like we can just get rid of this. Probably not important. Debug file is using fopen. So no, we don't have support for that. Now, anywhere that we used strlen, my definition of it has, which is kind of stupid, an extra argument to it, which I kind of want to get rid of, but right now it does. So not much we can do about it. Besides just pass a 0 to it. Get rid of these definitions that we're not even using. Oh, what is the spacing? I'm so confused sometimes by this code. Doesn't seem to have any kind of like standards to it, so to speak. That's all the calls to that replaced. This one and the last one here. Okay, another change we're gonna make is in our common, we're also gonna define std out and stdin as just empty. That leaves us with get char and set buff. So this set buff function, it's only being used once to reset the buffer that we're not using. So we can just get rid of that. And this get char function probably going to be used in a bunch of other places. Only one, okay. Bye Penguin, thanks for joining. This version of Doom has been modified. If you would like to get a copy of the original game, call 1-800-ID Games. Or id Games, I guess is the name of the company pronounced. id, I think. To see the README file. You will now receive technical support for modified games. Press enter to continue. I have the slight feeling, don't quote me on this, but I have the slight feeling that you're probably not going to receive a whole lot of technical support either way. But good to know. Actually, I want to see, how do they know that it's modified? Checking a parameter that actually we're not going to pass. Okay, and that leaves us with the most complicated part, string copy, strcpy, which is in the add file function. And again, if we are actually calling this function at any point, we have bigger issues. String copy, but string copy is probably going to be used in a bunch of other places. Whereas add file, let me see where it's used. In identify version, we've already hard-coded the version. We don't need to do all this stuff. And we don't need to do this stuff either. Wait, no, because it was doing what? What is this? Oh wait, I just deleted it. Check availability of IWAD files by name to determine whether register commercial features should be executed, notably loading PWADs. So I want to say no, because again, we're not really expecting a... So we should be okay with getting rid of that. Then which function is this? This is the doom main function, which again is relying on, let me see something in the generic doom version. And then which file are we on? D main. And the function that we're in is doom main. So they've changed their code quite a bit, actually. What I'm really surprised by is this project, according to what it says, should not use files. Like if you look at this, you just have to implement these functions. So you don't have to implement the ones for file system. It does say that you need a WAD file. You kind of lied to us, Doom generic. You said that we could port to any, but how exactly are we porting to a system that doesn't even have sleep, but somehow has a file system already included? What I'm doing with string copy, I guess I can't really get rid of what I just got rid of. Doom 1, I'm gonna keep this. I'm gonna keep this as it was. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to common. And I'm going to simply define strcpy as memcpy. Oh, sorry. This takes two arguments, str1 and str2. Which at the end of the day are just memory locations. So this should be okay. And then there's fclose, which is a function that does nothing. Did I not define bool? Whoops. Scrolling in the chat here. Hold on. By the way, I'm gonna go back to the facecam real quick. Going to copy and going to paste so we can get the chat here as well. Because I don't think I'm gonna have my camera on. My eyes have decided to betray me today. Bool is type deft here, so I don't understand how you don't have it. Wait, where was the complaint? Ah, I forgot about this. Hold on. What the hell is your problem? Okay, we're good. We are apparently able to compile all the way to F finale. If this is going in this order, then we're here. So all these are working, and these are to be determined. In this file, the f finale.c, we're defining a toUpper, which maybe it's time for us to define toUpper. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? This definition of fclose, I'm going to put in the syscalls. Next to fopen, fread, fwrite should be fclose, although it's currently not implemented. And also it takes a file lowercase. And then besides that, in string.h in the std, we have to lower. We're going to have to implement to upper. Now it's minus the difference between these two, right? Does Doom work now? Oh, give it a time. It's probably going to be doing this all weekend, I feel like. Okay, we're now down to the G's. G game.c. This won't work unless it compiles, damn it. Oh, and I broke this function again, damn it. Okay, so no, what I did with the fclose function, we're gonna undo that. Cute little stupid hack, but no thank you. Then string compare. All right, let's start with this one. So a to I is now defined as, there's only two places. Okay, never mind. It's now parse int u64 with second argument size 0. Parse int u64 second argument 0. And parse int u64 second argument And that should leave us with the strcat and strcmp. Okay. So string compare has a case sensitivity argument that the standard library one does not. Interestingly enough, that was a case comparison. So I stands for insensitive, I assume. Now strcat, I'm assuming is concatenate. And about that, oh, I don't know if we have that. I don't know if we have that. Not really. Okay, yes. It uses the type string as opposed to just a character. Wait, hold on, let me check that this function does what I think it does. Appends the string pointed to by source to the end of the string pointed to by dest. It will append a copy of the source string in the destination string, put a plus a terminating null character. I'm surprised it can do that, to be completely honest with you. But it is used in record demo and in its sound. So we are going to need it for sound. Wait, start sound process. No, not really. Not really, no. Do or do not use an external sound server. Do not. Okay, so that one's easy to get rid of. Whereas the record demo, whoops, also easy to get rid of. I keep executing this through, what is it called? Bear instead of make. Okay, there's an ad coming up on Twitch, so I'm gonna run that. I'll be back in 2 minutes. So we left off with these errors. Now we've made all our way to i.net. So we're currently here in the compilation error. We're getting close. Wait, there's a makefile in here I never even saw. I did not know this was here. Alright, about i.net though, I would much rather if there was a definition here that we can just skip. There isn't. Because I kind of don't want to deal with networking. Let me see if I can do a little hack to not have to complicate my makefile too much. Yeah, I can kind of do this. Actually, no, hold on. No, I'm complicating it too much. Hold on. Easiest thing I can do. Define it so none of this gets called. Wait, are these called anywhere? By dnet. And I kind of just want to get rid of all the networking code. That's the thing. And get rid of you and you. I can always bring them back. Wait, maybe I need to get rid of the imports. And no, you don't. So, okay, it's not that simple. But then I kind of want to make them not compile it. Alright, I guess we'll get to that. Okay, we're now in iSound. I still haven't figured out what the prefixes mean. So exit is a simple one. Exit is just called halt now. I already said that this is not defined, right? Yeah. It just hasn't updated. Hold on. If I call the bear function again, we'll get rid of that function. And that one, if we're in the process of sending a packet, because we should never be able to run this code. I'm just keeping it so I don't have to delete a bunch of stuff. Okay, we're back to working on iSound now. See, sound is working with popen. I don't even know what popen is. Pipe. Oh, we're working with pipes, are we? Again, it seems to think that this is defined when I've already said that it isn't. Like, how many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Except sound, we're probably gonna need to replace this entire thing. Big action is generally nothing. I've ever heard of before. This is for game tech. Huh? Well, that's gonna be a problem for us because just gonna return a -1 here. Device specific input output operations. So I'm working on porting Doom right now. Not a specific driver. I'm going to need to actually define that function. Again, everything that has to do with sound, we're currently not working with. Yeah, this entire function is just getting commented out. Same goes for write. This is probably the only function we need to override, really. Submit sound not implemented. Comment that out. And then the other one is sig, which, what do we need this for? Experimental stuff. You know what we do with experimental stuff? We got rid of experimental stuff. And then we have f-flush, which is also used here in start sound implemented function. So we've already said that there isn't a sound server, so we're gonna get rid of that. And for shutdown sound, well, we don't really do that, to be honest, so we can just return. Deinitialization is not a thing that the system currently has. Sorry to say. Okay, we move on to the next one, finally. Is microseconds, which in milliseconds is 0.001. Oh, so this is actually a specific function for wait for vertical what? Retrace. Well, I don't think we're gonna need that. So it's easy for us to get rid of it. Then time val and time zone. What are these? What are these even used for? Why do you need the time zone? Oh, they're needed specifically for getting the time of day? Yeah, so we can just return get time, right? VF printf, that's a new one. Ooh. VF print, oh, okay. It's so VF printf takes in the argument pointer here, which is a VA list. In my system, kinda does the same thing itself. Well, not in the kernel, definitely. Syscalls printf. So it does this essentially. So we should be able to do the same thing in Doom. The arg ptr. We don't end until it says, so we don't care about that. And we halt with a -1. Okay, we've now moved to iVideo. What just happened? Oh. iVideo, if I'm not mistaken, is a X11 specific, which is kind of where we're gonna have to implement all the translations, all the stuff happening here. We're gonna need to get rid of it. So there's key translations, which makes sense, but all of this is going to have to get replaced with our own function. So printf get event not implemented. Start frame is literally not doing anything. Translate key, you're also getting commented out because you are useful, but I don't need you right now. Shutdown is not a thing we do, like I said. Yeah, we don't really do that either. Start tick, also not implemented. Finish update not implemented. New palette. Oh, what's going on here? Wait, byte? Seriously? Byte? That's a new one I haven't seen before. There's byte. Whoop. I still feel so new to Linux, to be honest. I don't know what I'm doing most of the time. And probably I should have done the exact same thing I just did in networking as well. So that if I do want it in the future, I can have it. Okay, here we have a definition of strm compare. Huh? Wait, I'm in the wrong file. Here. For which we can just pass this. Max int is undeclared, which I'm a little surprised by because I thought I saw them declared. Here they are. So mbox.c, apparently you are not importing the right file. That may be my fault. That's probably my fault, I would assume. mbox.c, here we are. Wait, why am I not seeing any markers for git here? I'm a little shocked by that. Where did I say it was? In... Okay, so that should fix that. Then we have M menu. M menu. M menu has a file close. Wait, not a file close, just a close. And an open. And a read. Read strings from the seed file. Okay, so I don't know what this is even. And the reason that I'm not fixing the super slow rendering is that that's mostly an issue with the emulation of ARM on a x86 system. There's not much I can do to fix that, to be honest. That's the problem. Wait, strcpy. Isn't that a thing? Yeah, because strcpy and strncpy are different, apparently. Does not pad the destination array with zeros. Can't lie to you, neither am I. So, M menu. How is it still undeclared when I literally just defined it? Wait, what does this function do again? What were its arguments? Count. Oh, okay. So we can actually just replace this with a memcpy. Okay. This one feels like a painful one to fix. We'll get to it after the commercial break. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break and come back. And look at this. Or whatever the hell this file is and whatever its functions do. Okay, and we are back to fixing more compiler errors of somebody else's code. Written in 1997. These are some interesting functions here. Wait, if enough space is in DST, then 0 pad the rest of DST. If not, fill until the end, and if used as 0 terminated string, the user has to do the check. Why did that feel like a different language? I have to admit I did not understand the point, mostly, of that function. Hi, iStorm, by the way. Fill until the end. Okay, I get that. Yeah, to be fair, my usage of mem copy instead of of string copy is a little bit problematic here. I'll have to revisit it most likely. I was just wondering when I was gonna get errors because of the file system. So this about defaults. That's the reason I was later discouraged to use it. That makes sense. Though I've already created plenty of functions like these. Oh, actually just these. And main menu. Oh no, I did put a semicolon here. MCPY can work, but it can also result in error. I'm assuming we're gonna have a lot of errors if we even try to run this once. Okay, so these defaults functions, we don't do that. Either one of them, really. Yeah, we don't do screenshots. Initializer element is not constant. On line 291 of this damn miscellaneous function, right? What even is this? I see, default values, okay. They're being cast to an integer. Why? Why are we doing that? First off, these chat macros. Yeah, so first off, this is not int. This is now uint ptrt. Then you're not a compile time constant, but I'm not sure why not. What can I even do about that? Besides just disable the chat macros entirely, which... Except we don't even have chat, so... Somehow commented out this entire damn thing and there's still more code. Oh, read file, okay. I was wondering why there weren't a bunch of errors because of the way that I was reading the file. Guess what? Not implemented, and we need to return a -1 here. Not really, I just called I error. But also on line 122, write file, of course. This one we won't be able to do, buddy. Okay, we've moved past. We're now in our data. There's not a whole lot to finish fixing the compile errors. There's a bunch more stuff to do, but okay, so these... Now hold on. Clang is showing me the entirely different error here. The error is in flat present, which is on line 759, so way past this. And the issue is simply that we're not casting. Another one here, same thing. Well, should be byte really, not char. It's the same thing, but... And then sprite present. Same thing here. Wait, did I just make clean? What? Oh wait, no, hold on. That call, this one, just gets replaced with a normal string compare. Oh wait, what's this? Ignoring case, yes. str n case compare. I hadn't seen that. It only compares the first n bytes. I understand. Except we don't really have that. What I guess we do have from literal length textures with a maximum length of 8. See the data in a strcmp with case sensitivity. Wait, first off, this is a string s. And then both here and here, we want a free s.data s.memlength. Is this just C and assembly, or is there C++ also involved? In the system itself, there's all three. So C, assembly, and C++. But this is Doom, so it's C only. STR and CPY. Okay, so I do have it. I just need to include... The longer we go, the more it compiles. Amazing. There's still some calls to this. No, wait, hold on. I did that wrong. Does it have a GUI? Yes, it does. It wouldn't make much sense to port Doom without it, I guess. Okay. No, we haven't moved past this file, but we have moved to the next error. Our data patch lookup is an int pointer. Wait, implicit declaration of alloc. The previous file had it, I believe. Right, misc? How long do I think it will take? I have no idea, genuinely. I have zero clue. So far, we're just trying to get it to compile, not even run. And I'm already commenting out a lot of code. This function, I saw it somewhere, and I'm pretty sure I didn't delete it, probably. Oh, yes, I did. Wait, so this function is a... Allocate memory that is automatically freed. I didn't even know that was a thing. So we don't have such a privilege here. So we can just do it as malloc. We'll have a little bit of a memory leak. By a little bit, I mean a lot of a memory leak. Okay, we're now in the W's. Before we get our first W, we're in WWAD. For data files. That's gonna be a little bit of an issue. Mark it as not implemented. Not sure why we're gonna reload when we don't even write to files. Here we're going to... It's a void double pointer. And that's it, I think. Oh, lump info is the other one I needed. It's a lump info t, which is being allocated as 1. Read lump is not cache lump num. Seems like it will compile just fine. And W profile. Oh, for file length. We're going to also say it's not implemented, and we're going to return 0 for the file length. I think we've moved past. Not really, not really. Hold on. Who are these F close? If we make, we'll get rid of some of those, I think. No? Wait, this wasn't even compiled. I'm a little surprised to see references to F close here. Again, didn't I comment them out? In V video, for example? Oh my god. Hold on. No, still multiple definitions of it. But that's probably because we need to clean and make, run. We still have multiple definitions of some functions, like iWait VBL, which is declared here. So I get a feeling that actually this function shouldn't have been declared here. It seems like for whatever reason, the function is declared in this header, but then implemented in this one. This one has an actual implementation. And the same thing for begin, read, end, read, wait VBL. And I start tick. Oh, it's a networking function. Okay, I deleted the networking code, but I'm gonna bring it back. And what I'm gonna do is pretty much just this. No, except there used to be a start tick and also abs. I'm pretty sure I do have abs. No, that function is not here. According to this, it's defined here. Let me see where this function is implemented in the original. There's so much stuff open. Nope, that's the wrong place. Also this, also this. I need to clean these up a little bit. Okay, we're getting closer and closer and closer. The doom loop to compiling, not to running it. Is in main. Why do you not find it? Oh no, wait, in function. Undefined reference to iStartFrame. That's the one we're missing. Wait, I just saw, okay, the comment about the allocation function. I guess I need to research it a little bit. Yeah, iStartFrame, I deleted you. So you don't start frame anymore. Let's do this before the ad, come on. It's in iVideo again. Yeah, so the one function, the one file that I completely erased. Fixed div, undefined reference to abs. Wait, where is it complaining? In mfixed. Yeah, that's this one. Are you not including? Yeah, you're not. Holy, it compiles. It won't run, but yeah, it's not doing anything actually. It didn't even crash. It didn't even give us the privilege to make it crash, but it compiles now. All right, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break. Yeah, can barely even open my eye. Sorry, need a break. So we're back, and this not the system. The system always compiled. The Doom now compiles, but wait. Come to think of it, it doesn't even launch. So I feel like there would be some extra logs there if it did launch. It's a 615 kilobyte executable, so it actually has information inside of it, which means that that part is good. What's the name of that program? ghex. We can use this to look into it. And if we scroll, yeah, we should see the strings. These strings. No, these are actually the names of the functions and whatnot. And then in the system, it gets to file path, this part here, which tries to open the file, but apparently fails to even open it. Maybe it theoretically take a while. I feel like that's not the problem. What am I even looking for here? I'm a little surprised that it just stays there doing nothing. So great, now we run into an error of the system. Well, it's not the type of thing I wanted to deal with, and I thought they were already fixed. If we go into Game of Life, I don't actually want to run it. Yeah, so the executable is bigger. The other ones are 40 kilobytes. This one is 600. Not a massive difference. But I guess it could be leading to a problem. I was hoping that it would at the very least run and crash so that I could end the stream, because I'm not feeling amazing right now. But I do want to debug this. So hey Jester, how you doing? Okay, so let's put some prints. See if it... Yeah, it doesn't get to this point. Okay. That's actually kind of a good thing. But before I continue debugging that, I'm just gonna real quick go here and so that we immediately launch. It's been drinking water for an entire minute. Furiously drinking water for an entire... Are you good? Yeah? Okay. Alright, so if I change this, why the fuck are you still showing me the wrong function? Wait, this doesn't recompile the system. Oh, wait, hold on. This doesn't recompile the system. That's right. So that means that the problem could still be... that's a problem. Or is it just that you don't clear? Alright, hold on. I'm gonna have to rearrange some stuff here. This, and then this. You're coming with me, except for the sys. Wait, no, this is not needed. Going to include that, and going to include graphics. So we have all those functions. Inside the windowing system, there is a window clear function, a GPU clear function. Why is it not working? All right, you know what? That's the least of my problems right now. That's a problem for off stream when both my eyes are working. Nope. Okay. So the error comes from attempting opening file. Tell us which file you're trying to open. That may be wrong, but I doubt it. I think it may just be the size of the file. RedOS user doom.elf. RedOS user doom.elf. That file Okay, comparing doom.elf to doom.elf sounds to me like you found doom.elf. So now we have to find out what the problem is. Instead of changing all these statements, I'm just gonna put prints here. Not volume ID. File name match. Full match. And we can see where it fails. So not here, actually. Wait, so this is not failing. Then what's failing is probably reading the file itself. Oh, wait, hold on. That may be the problem, is the amount of data that would make sense. Because the file is quite big. And it seems to not be prepared for that. Except now we don't see this print. Wait, where did I run from? OS. Yeah, that's the correct place. File found 110. So this is not returning anything. I mean, this is not printing anything. Is it struggling to just read it? Okay, so the problem is this function, the read cluster function. You're the problem. Kind of figured as much. Except it just stops at some point. Done reading clusters. Unless it returns here, but I doubt it. Yeah, it hangs at random places. So, probably because the buffer is not big enough is what I'm assuming is happening here. Read cluster allocates here. Okay, I wasn't seeing that. The size in question, 615424, is, I believe, 615 kilobytes. Are we maybe not allocated the correct amount? That's 2 pages worth of content that we're allocating there. Sorry, not 2 pages. In my allocator, it's 2 registers, in which each bit is a page. So it's what, 120, 150? I already forgot the number. So yeah, it's just that we're allocating a really big file and it doesn't like that. Okay. The pointer to buffer and the pointer to... there's hardly a reason to cast, but... plus the size. And now what we can print here... Well, hold on. Let me do that first. 423C and 42456,400. Okay, that's just the address plus the size. Is it guaranteed that that's what was allocated for me? I mean, yeah, kind of. What happened with the background? I took a few shortcuts and broke it a little bit. But that's the least of my concerns right now because finally got Doom to compile, but not to run and crash. I would be surprised if I got it to run altogether, but run and crash is what I'm expecting it to do. Because the file is too big. Let me try aligning on a page boundary. No, that still won't work. Well, there's only one thing I can do, which I kind of hate that I have to do, but yeah, that's correct. Okay. I'm gonna print the address and we're gonna print, and we should be able to see all the addresses being mapped, but we want this only if page allocator verbose, because if not, we're gonna get it in the frame buffer too, which is, well, quite a lot of prints coming out. So here we are going to page alloc, damn it, enable verbose, undefined symbol. Really? Okay, there's an ad starting on Twitch. I kind of just want to finish this, so I'm not really going to take a break. Sorry about that, but there's nothing super interesting happening anyway. 424 D6 400. Oh, hold on. 424 D6 000. So the allocation is happening correctly. Alright, can this ad start already? Alright, I guess I am going to be taking a break during the ad. Okay, we're back. Hopefully, this just tells us where the problem is. And I can just move. This is different than this. And so I wonder. Oh, no, never mind. They are different because they're different things. Alright, we're reaching the point where it crashes, and there it is. At 4242, it has allocated until 4245, so it should be fine. And 4242 has been allocated at 0, 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000, 5000, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A, B, C, D, E. So yeah, all of that is apparently allocated. But then it reaches this point, and we don't even know what it's doing right now. Alright, so time to bring out the debugger. Bring out the debugger properly this time. Why don't I customize my terminal profile? Because I don't care about that. Oh, it read longer this time. But then it still crashed. When registering device memory, what? Wait, register device memory should not be getting called by disk read, should it? Wait, maybe it does. Hold on. No, wait, hold on, it shouldn't be. The buffer that we're writing into is this one. And then, yeah, this command is allocating, I guess. But is that really that much of a problem? Am I just running out of memory? ELREL1 should tell us who called this. But that, I feel like it's not going to be super helpful. Brother in Christ. Syscall. Triggered a syscall, apparently. Line 215 of it. Alright, there's something really fishy happening here. But as a matter of fact, it is getting late. So I'm going to try to fix it by tomorrow, before the stream tomorrow, but... So I'm gonna leave it here now. We got Doom to compile, which is kind of more than I expected to be able to do today. I hope everything is set up correctly, because I see messages in the chat on YouTube and Twitch, but I don't see them on OBS. But I'm not gonna have my camera on for today. Hope you can hear me. Yes, I think you should be able to. So today, hopefully we will be squashing some bugs and not... Sorry, not squashing some bugs. We don't need to, because there are no bugs. Today we're instead gonna be killing some demons, some monsters, some evil thingies. I think it's... I don't know. I've only played one of the Doom games. The 2016 one, I believe. And it's not like I was really paying a whole lot of attention to the lore, I was just shooting things. Demons, yes. Also the undead, I missed that part. No camera means no jester. Sorry about that. And this is gonna sound mean, but I'm going out later and also tomorrow after the stream. So I kind of want to save my eyesight until then. Not that the stream is not important, but... so that means no contact lenses, no lights, and that means a very dark stream if I turned on the camera. So I'd rather not have it on. It means no jester, but also he's not here. He's trying to act all independent these days anyway. Optimizing the OS. There's not a whole lot of optimizations left to do, to be honest. Besides, you know, running it on multi-threading and on an actual ARM CPU instead of emulating everything. Not a whole lot we can do besides that. But yesterday I was having some issues with getting Doom to run and crash because highly doubt it would have run on the first try. We replaced pretty much all the important code with placeholder functions, so I would be very surprised if it ran. But yes, it wasn't even loading the process, whereas now I believe it is. It should be working fine now. My local changes would be overwritten. How could they possibly be overwritten? Oh, actually, they would be overwritten. How did I leave this, by the way? Oh god, I hate this working tree stuff. Just close it when I'm done with it. Why am I asking for the software that I'm using made by Microsoft to be competent? That's my own fault for asking for too much. It works. That's more than I usually can ask for Microsoft software, so. Not sure why that was that slow, but okay. Oh, it's like extra slow today. I don't know what's happening. If we load Doom, it does take a few seconds, but eventually it loads and it crashes, which I think makes sense because, well, like I said, highly doubt that would have worked on the first try. Okay, so chat is working. Everything is working. All right. I'm not working, so let's get to work. Okay. Here's the Doom source code. It compiles, it loads. Now we just need to make it work. Easy. 20-minute adventure. In and out real quick. Okay, we need to find the main function first. The main function I believe calls Doom main. So iMain is our main function. Okay. And here, real quick, we're going to include our common.h header. We are going to printf Doom loaded. And see if that's never going to work because we're not compiling Doom. We're in the wrong terminal window. User process Doom immediately crashes. Immediate crash. So that means we don't even get our printf. That's kind of concerning. That's kind of very concerning. It's a translation fault. On this line of code, for this address, which should be mapped but isn't, 426.96708. So we're trying to access this address here. That's a weird address to be accessing because the code is located here at 4260. Then the stack is at 4266 and that goes up. No, wait. 42675. And so is the heap. They just grow in opposite directions. I believe we have 4 kilobytes for each, if I'm not mistaken. So at 42676 is where it should end. Whereas here we're trying to go 42696. So that's kind of a weird address. We're trying to go outside of the code, outside of the stack, outside of the heap, just a random ass place. And to know what's going on, we can make dump. The redacted OS template has support for, and that gives us our code in assembly. So it disassembles the program for us. And we can see that the address is a 1C. No, that's not right. That's not right. Hold on. 20 1C. Yeah, that should be 1C. There's 700 entries for this. Oh, wait, hold on. Our process loads at 0. That could be a problem, actually. So let's load it at 1000. See if that makes a difference. Wonder if the way that I'm doing math in the elf file is a little weird, maybe. Whereas the entry point is at 820. Okay, hold on. Our entry point is the function main. F820. Okay, so we're looking for F8. The address that's crashing is F83C. So the address that's crashing, either W1 or X0. Most likely it's gonna be X0. This is the first time I'm working with a code that I haven't written from scratch in the system, so we're expecting a few complications, I guess. It's kind of normal. We've already encountered one yesterday, now we're encountering a new one, so that's not amazing. You've completed your redacted OS app? You did? What did you make? Actually, what is this code doing? We're trying to access this address here, which is vol lookup plus 1f990. This is a very high address. Falling blocks from the top and the player on the bottom. Nice. Just to be clear, my printf should be loading this string right here. Instead, it is doing whatever the hell this is. It has the wrong value. Care to say what this vol lookup is? Is that like here in the code? Yes, it is a... I'm not so sure what data it is trying to access here, but it is entirely wrong. If you try to access that data, you will end up at, yeah, about this address here, which is way outside of where it should be. Wait, this is the wrong instruction I'm looking at too. F83C. Yeah, anyway, this value, very wrong. No idea what's going on in it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was a... Okay, I'm starting to understand. Oh no, if it is what I think, that's kind of really bad. It is what I think. Oh lord. Essentially, my elf file loader is not particularly... And so... it might not be loading all the information that it needs to be loading. So, for instance, we can look at it with the hex file viewer and confirm what I think is going on. We open this with ghex. This is the header of the elf file. We scroll all the way to 1000, and this is where the code starts. But then... well, it's not entirely what I thought. Not sure what's going on. Okay. I still think the way that I'm loading the elf file is probably a little bit too simple for an elf file like this one. That's probably what's causing issues. How can you print something in your app with syscalls? Kind of like what I just did. You need to include the syscalls / syscalls.h. And why is this not working anymore? And then printf, like I did in the main file that's currently not opening for whatever reason. The window's not responding. Yeah, I can tell. Now let's keep it waiting. If not, we'll... Okay. 42690000 is where the hex file begins. Sorry, not the hex file, the elf file that we're loading begins. And then we're trying to access something that makes it all the way to 427176E8. Yeah, just printf. You can also use printl to print a literal, but since you're looking to print scores, then printf. This address is exactly the 1F990 offset. What is an X0? Okay, so it's trying to access a global variable. And it cannot find that global variable because it is not where it expects it to be, I guess. Now, the weird thing about that global variable is we're just putting it here somewhere. And I think the compiler would know that. And we'd be like, okay, the data is going to be located in here. The RO data is going to be located in here. The BSS is going to be located in here. Are there any more sections that I might be missing? That's the first thing to ask. There's vectors, but I don't think we have vectors. There's boot, but I don't think we have that. We have text, data, BSS. Where's RO data in the kernel, actually? I don't see that. Why is there no RO data in the kernel? Okay, so essentially anytime we use a global variable like myargc, for example, it happens to be located at a location where we don't have it. It is marked as extern. Why is it marked as extern? Oh, it's just located in here. Holy shit, because it doesn't exist. Hold on, is this the only declaration there is of it? So trying to access those variables, they're somehow not placed where we expect them, maybe? A hex editor is not exactly the best way to look at this stuff, to be honest. Maybe it's a good time to bring out a tool that I've been meaning to use for a while. Oh, fuck off. That website is a joke, right? Oh, we need JDK. Willingly downloading software made by the NSA. Incredible work. Why did this open when I clicked on JDK? Yeah, I need it. Okay, that I guess that's some other time. Not right now, I guess. It actually prints something on the screen? On the screen? What do you mean on the screen? On the terminal? It should print on the terminal, not on the screen. I love how the first result is literally completely separate from one I'm trying to look at. Oh, FB draw string. Yes, that one draws to the string. To the screen, not to the string. All right, so I'm not sure. We're gonna open the OSDev wiki for this one to look at what an ELF file is supposed to be shaped like, and why it seems like the data is being moved to a different location. By all means, I think the linker should be doing everything correctly, but apparently it's not. Okay, we should have JDK now. What is this? Rhythm box. Why is this pinned here? All right, run as program. And now it runs. This program has the best user interface you'll ever see, by the way. No, never mind, it doesn't load. All right, we got our first ad coming up. Wait, actually, what I meant to rename was you. And then I meant to move you to home. Okay, now it's loading. Like I said, the best user interface you'll ever see. Okay, ad coming up. So, 2-minute break, and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back with a non-dark interface, which is hurting my eyes so much. But we are going to disassemble and decompile so we can have a little bit extra information on what's going on with it. Beautiful user interface. It opened in the wrong file. Tiny, tiny. What the hell is this? Please tell me I can increase it. Yes, I can. Thank God. I swear Ghidra has a dark mode. I'm pretty sure on my Mac I have it with dark mode. Found the symbol main. Okay. So this is our beautiful disassembler, this decompiler, which I'm going to be using to look at what the hell is going on. I commented out the part that was crashing, this one. So now we're not really in the correct. Just make. All right, real quick. I swear Ghidra has a dark mode and I need it. Edit theme switch. Thank you. Oh, but that's in the other window. This one. Edit theme switch to dark. Okay. Okay, now that I am no longer screaming in pain, to answer your question, MX, yeah, pretty much what you want to do is you want to draw a rectangle. Normally, what you would do in an optimized system running on native architecture is you want your program to clear the screen every frame, and then redraw on top of that. But to optimize, if you just want to redraw the score, then you have to just draw a rectangle and draw the score on top of that every frame. Okay. We lost the main function now. Can I re-import? Destination already exists. Okay, how do I re-import? I don't know how to do this actually. I'm super new to it. And it's been months since I actually used it. So not seeing any obvious options for it, so we're Googling. Re-import the program into the project from the new XA, then use the version tracker to copy your existing. Oh, that's kind of complicated. Why would you make it so complicated? Right, because this is made by the government. Don't think that did anything. So I'm just gonna delete. I'm going to import a file, doom.elf. We're gonna go in, we're gonna analyze it. And here's our main function again. So, text size is still on tiny mode. That's a little bit too big, but oh well. Here it's also tiny. What is it doing? Okay, it was being weird there. It works. I'm not touching the main logic. Yeah, good idea. So this is the decompiled version of the program. And actually it has the... What? Well, what is this? I don't think that's correct. Yeah, that's not correct. Oh, it just thinks that Doom main is being called with a variable, so it automatically assumes that the variable is from printf. But no, it's not. It's just two instructions that are BL. It's just two instructions, one right after the other. Okay, Ghidra's making some assumptions here that are wrong, but we don't care about that. Okay, this is the instruction that's crashing. And even Ghidra seems to not really like that. Can I see the address of that variable? You disagreeing with the NSA, obviously. Obviously, yes. That is exactly what I'm doing. So you can see here that it actually gives us a bunch of extra useful information for what's going on in the program. And now they know it, they always knew it. Even when I was using this program and kind of disagreeing with it on my own, without any one witnessing it, they already knew. The black rectangle works, yeah. Yeah, you're kind of just doing a screen clear, but just for the part that you're actually changing. I'm good, Damon. We're porting Doom today. Except it's not working. And it's been kind of weird. So I'm looking into what's going on in terms of where these variables are located. Can I... Should be able to jump to it if I do control click. No, not a thing. Not a fan of that. Undefined before. What? I'm not sure how I can see where this variable is located. Add reference from, show references to address, show call tree from main. Oh, I could just double click it. Okay. That's it. And it's located here. Seems like argc here and argv here. So at 7710. No, I feel like there's something missing in this address here. I'm porting Doom to my own operating system. Though since it's not working, I'm seeing what's happening with these variables here. Oh wait. No, that's not working either. Double clicking it takes me to it. But then I want to see this full address. Because it looks like it's being cut off here. And then that should give me a clue as to what address it expects that variable to be located at, which I don't think it is located at. The address that it's looking at is unmapped, and that's why it's crashing. I just need to understand why that address, how I can get a reference to know where that address is so I can map it properly. But I need to understand that. And honestly, I could have just looked at the ELF file structure itself so I could get a little bit more familiar with it. Seriously though, how do I get the address? I can copy the address. Did I do that? I don't think I did that. 97710. Oh, maybe I did do that. 7710. That's beyond the file. And 97710, I do believe matches the address that we had before. Yes, a whole ass operating system. So the process is located here at 426908, and then it ends at 6F. Doom reverse engineering, yes. I sound like K-pop. What does that mean? 2717. Okay, hold on. This address, and then 4269. So close. Where's 4269? That's actually 42069. See you, Damon. Thanks for the follow. Can DuckDuckGo do hex math? No, it can't. Can Google do hex math? 86EC8. Okay, so I'm starting to understand what's happening. No, really? Not fully? According to this, the program takes up 73638. There's some stuff here missing. If I go to there, 73, which because there's an offset should be 72, roughly. Okay, so clearly I'm not loading all the sections of the ELF file, and that is what's happening. All right, we're gonna be doing a little bit of OS debugging. Kinda wish I had more time to do this earlier, so today we could move on to Doom itself, but I was kinda noticing that this error happened, but yeah, apparently not. I haven't fully debugged it. Okay, ELF file. So an ELF file starts with a header. It starts with magic characters, should be space ELF. This is actually a non-printable character, that's why it shows us a space. It tells us this, the program header. The first program header. According to it, the program takes up 73638 in space, whereas here we can see the addresses go all the way to 887 instead of 76. The reason there's a Pop-Tart but not a Mom-Tart is the patriarchy. Should that have been text-to-speech by any chance? Because I feel like that's text-to-speech material right there, bro. My header, okay, my actual code starts at 1000. So there's probably some sections that are not being loaded. I'm loading the first program header, but I'm assuming there's more after that. And how do you know that? Probably this variable right here we should look at. I'm genuinely happy you read it out loud. See what's happening now. ELF file version. Did I run from Doom? Yeah, I ran from the wrong folder. There are 1 program headers. Okay. Well, I still feel like there's data missing. There's something missing that I'm not loading. And because I'm not loading that, then I'm missing a whole bunch of information. And most importantly, I'm not mapping a whole bunch of places. And that makes it so that all of this is not being mapped, for example, which is like debug information. But neither is this, which looks like data, or only partially, I would say. All of this is not being mapped, I would say. All of this is not being mapped up to around here, a little bit higher. And all this data is apparently not being mapped. Okay. How do I find that data is the question. Oh, there's section. But let me open the reference manual for the ELF file. And by reference manual, I mean osdev.wiki. And it took me to the wrong one. This one. Which takes forever to load. Okay, let's go to the old one. Loading ELF binaries. Verify that the file starts with ELF, so we are doing that. Read the ELF header. We are doing that. Read the executable programs headers. This specifies where in the file the program segments are located and where they need to be loaded into memory, okay? Parse the program headers to determine the number of program segments that must be loaded. Each program header has an associated type. Yes, load each of the loadable segments. Allocate virtual memory for each segment. Okay, so we're not really doing virtual memory right now, which means we're also not respecting the addresses that the program itself uses, but yeah. Well, we'll do that some other time. By all means, I'm doing this with the loadable segments. If by loadable segments, it means the program header, but then there's section headers, which I'm assuming also need to be loaded. So we can do something a little stupid, I would say, and just load the entire file, which I guess, for the time being, could be the simple, hacky way of bypassing all of this and hoping that it works. But I have a feeling that that's not working. Oh wait, there's another thing I can look at. There's this log. I want you to tell me the size of the file. 87238. Yeah, okay. That's about right. Not really. 216. There's a little bit extra being loaded, apparently. Or no, it's probably something I'm doing wrong, but it doesn't really matter. Well, wrong. I'm not considering right now. But the file itself is being loaded. And for that matter, if we were to go to this address, damn it, this address zeroed out plus this offset in Google will actually give me 42697238. And the crashing address is 42697708. Because I don't want to deal with ELF files right now. Wait. What I can simply and easily do is load the entire file. Oh, which I currently don't have a reference for. It's a hack. I'm simply just not going to commit it. Put it here, put it here, and pretty sure, yeah, the search could have already helped me with that. So now we'll be copying the entire file over, even if we're kind of ignoring the way that you're supposed to load the process and whatnot. But actually, I'm not doing any dynamic loading or anything like that, so it doesn't really matter. No, that still crashed in the wrong place. This address is still above where it should be. 757A58. Okay, I probably wrote one of those wrong, but That didn't work the way I expected it to. It didn't really load the entire program. Copying the entire program into content size. Yeah, that's correct. Wait, where did I execute from the last time? Here, right? Which is OS, so that should have been correct. And content size is 87238. That is correct. But why is the stack being put in the wrong place then? I want to ask, when did you start? How long have you worked on it? And what would you say your progress is so far? So it's really hard to tell in terms of percentage. So I'm not gonna put a percentage on it. I'm getting to the point where I can start making applications for it and people can start making applications for it, which actually helps develop the system further. Oh, damn. There's an ad. I completely forgot to mention it or to, wait for that. So I'm gonna wait to respond because that was a Twitch question. Okay. I feel like you're not really listening to me here. Wait, the address that's crashing is still outside of what it should be. 426-97708. Okay, ad break is over. Forgot to mention that there was going to be an ad break, and I started responding to your question during the ad break, and then luckily your message came through and I saw that there was an ad break. Sorry about that. But your question was, when did you start? How long have you worked on it so far? And what would you say your progress is in percentage? So I said I wasn't going to say a progress in percentage, but we're currently at a point where we can start making applications for the system, that the system is robust enough to run them, which it wasn't a couple weeks ago. And even now you can see that it's struggling a little bit, but actually making applications for it helps me learn its limitations and then fix them and improve them. So that's the point that we're at. In terms of percentage, again, it's really hard to tell because when is something really done? But I started in April, early April, and I've been working on it since then. Also not sure why I'm not just doing a mem copy here. Copy into the destination from of content size. Oh, I don't know what that is, but that shouldn't have been there. Should I add a grid to dodge enemy blocks overlap when they spawn? Yeah, you probably want to do that. Okay, so I think we're allocating the correct amount of memory, but somehow it is still wanting to read outside of the memory that we've allocated for it, and I don't understand why. It is trying to go beyond its memory. And that shouldn't really be a stack thing or a malloc thing, so a heap thing. Because those are separate, so... just why are you trying to access the address 42697708? It's not a wrong malloc because the address is for a global variable. The thing is that for whatever reason, this global variable is located at... I've never heard anyone refer to it as by streaming. But yes, I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube. So I'm also reading comments from both of them. I was experimenting with a format so I could have the chat on stream, but didn't love it, to be honest. Yeah, so why is this located outside of the correct boundaries? Like, what am I supposed to do about this? There's nothing at that address. It's not really that's the problem. The problem is my argv is located, according to Ghidra, at this address. Whoops. This address, 97710. If we look at the elf file itself, the elf file loads up to 871FE. So clearly, we're accessing the wrong data there. And I'm a little confused as to why, because if you look at my linker for the program, my arg is probably going to be my argc, my argv are probably within, I'm assuming BSS or no, it should be BSS, which stands for, hold on, I don't know what it stands for, to be honest. Block starting symbol. Statically allocated variables that are declared but not assigned a value. Where I have the array. What array are you talking about? You need to zero initialize the BSS. I am. The problem is it's trying to access a variable that is located outside of the boundaries of the damn file. That's the thing. My file only has this size, 87. And then it is trying to access, according to Ghidra, a variable that is located at 97. According to Ghidra and according to this address, 97708. That is the address for my argv. The thing is, I don't understand why my argv is being located at an address that I don't expect it to be located at, when my linker, hold on, it's BSS. How can you see the memory? So here I just see like this instruction tried to access this address, which is not mapped, so that caused this exception and crashed the program. Then this is my linker, and this is Ghidra. Actually, GDB is kind of difficult to use for this because I could use GDB on my system, but then my system is loading an ELF file, and GDB doesn't really see that or know that, and so it kind of struggles. Also, I wanted an excuse to use Ghidra, to be honest, because I've only used it once, and I want to get a little bit more proficient with reverse engineering and all that type of stuff. You just showed another program where you had a for loop and an array in it. That must be the OS, probably. Which I'm now just doing memcopy, but okay, I'm starting to understand what the problem is. I'm not sure if this is how it works, but text is being loaded, RO data is being loaded, data is being loaded, and then there's BSS, which is, oh, my argv. Okay, so that must have been either here or here. Oh, this. Okay, this is the Doom source code. So this is where the things are being declared. But again, they go into BSS, and I feel like maybe the way that the compiler compiles all of this into an ELF file is it doesn't actually put the empty memory that's gonna become the BSS here. Somewhere in the header, it just tells me like, hey, by the way, there's BSS. This is the size of it. This is the location of it. So that is probably what's happening. So somewhere in the header file, it's probably telling me that I need to allocate a little bit more memory for the BSS, which is currently not being loaded. Doom.elf, where do I get this from? No, I'll explain the out of bounds error in a minute, why it's happening. What I think is happening, what I think logically makes sense. But I'm a little bit into cybersecurity. Like, I want to get more into it. It's something that I've always been interested in, but not that I have done a lot of learning for. So any opportunity I have to use a tool like Ghidra, I'm going to take, especially with a program that you yourself are writing. I feel like it's really helpful. So again, the variable myargv is located at offset 97778. No, 18. No, 0. What was it? God damn it, I forgot. I copied it somewhere. Do I still have it? 97710. That's where the variable is located. That's my argv, and then the other one is located at 8. The problem is my ELF file is only 00087 something. I believe 218, probably, something like that. So my system sees this value, and it's like, okay, I'm going to allocate this much memory for you. I'm going to put the program there, and I'm going to execute it. The program then tries to access this variable, and it cannot access it because it is unmapped, because it is outside of the memory that it has mapped. It is actually so outside that memory that it even goes past the stack and the heap that come immediately after the program into completely unmapped memory, and so it crashes. Which I'm actually glad for, because if instead of doing that, it was corrupting the stack or the heap, that would have been a lot harder to debug. I think that means that the linker is creating, and it's doing like, okay, you want the text section, the RO data section, the data section, the BSS section. So these contain actual values inside of them, right? Text contains the instructions, RO data is read-only data, so it already has a value. We can read from it, but not write to it. Data is initialized to a certain value, but it can be written to. BSS is values that are not initialized. So it's just a bunch of memory. And the thing about that is I believe the ELF file doesn't contain that. So most likely the way that it works is the ELF file somewhere in its header tells me like, by the way, you need to allocate 10000 for the BSS. But it doesn't include it inside the ELF file. So because I am not looking at that, then I'm not allocating enough memory. And because of that, I am not the correct data. That is what I'm assuming is happening here. I always try to see the limit. So in your case, I'd see where text ends, RO data starts and ends, and so on. I'm thinking no. I think I can't do that. But the ELF file has... Actually, let me see if this fixes it. And I go here and I just make... No, it's not up to date. Oh wait, I didn't delete these, okay. You should be able to see where they are in Ghidra. Yeah, and I think it's outside of the file itself. So if that's the case, the file should have grown now. It has, by quite a lot. And if that's the case, we should be able to run that. Taking quite a long time to load. So my theory is correct. Essentially, my ELF file loader is not good enough. That's it. That's the entire issue. I'm assuming there's some sort of optimization happening where if you put the BSS at the end of your file, then the linker is just like, hey, you know what? This is uninitialized memory. I'm not gonna just put a bunch of zeros at the end of the file. Instead, when you load the file, you handle that yourself, which I'm not doing. But if instead I put it here, then that optimization doesn't happen, and so it loads. And why are we in Ghidra? Just as an excuse to use it. Okay, so really quickly, because this is gonna be a problem for everybody, I was gonna go to Reddit. Why Reddit? I'm trying to go to GitHub. This kind of thing can happen for everybody. And as a matter of fact, it can lead bigger issues than the one I just encountered. Like I said, there's a chance that it will go into the stack or heap, corrupting them for you. Which I'm also gonna start. So this is the template for making an app. You don't have to use this, but you can. And I'm gonna make the same change in the template because right now my priority is not improving my ELF file loader. Just so that anyone else doesn't encounter the same issue that I just encountered, or worse, in their case, it actually overwrites the stack or heap, which come immediately after the program. That would be catastrophic. So here we're going to go to the README. We have current limitation and known issues. The elf file loader inside the system is quite dumb. It might not load. It might not correctly handle all sections. Putting the BSS section end of the file. If the BSS section is at the end of the file, the linker won't add the padding to the file, won't allocate enough, possibly overriding stack heap, accessing unmapped memory. Wait, hold on. As a workaround, don't put BSS at the end of the linker. Kinda skipped over it. Doom Shareware Startup 1.10. vinit allocates screens. mload defaults, load system defaults. Function mload defaults not implemented. Zinit, init memory allocation daemon. winit, init wad files. Function wadd file not implemented. Error, no files found. Function I shut down graphics not implemented. Could you make a template, a template repository in the repo setting? I didn't know that was a thing. Hold on. How do you do that? Creating a template repository. I read something about an existing. You can make an existing repository a template, so you and others can generate new repositories with the same directory structure, branches, and files. That is exactly what we want. Settings, select template repository. So it was here, I just didn't see it. Oh, it's literally the first option, okay. I know I have eyesight problems right now, but this is a bit much. Alright, that automatically saves, I believe. Yes. Beautiful, it's a template repository now. Didn't know that was a thing, thank you for that. So, exciting times we live in. Doom and printfs and fails because certain functions are not implemented. So before we go further, we're going to git ignore the cache folder, the .cache folder, sorry, which is already going to get rid of a lot of files for us to map. Second, kind of a pain in the ass. I didn't notice I did this. Damn it. I didn't stage when I renamed the folder. So now it sees that I deleted a bunch of files and then added a bunch of files. So essentially there's twice as many files here. Because I wanted to look at the main file, which calls doom main, doom. Why am I not seeing... First off, why is this so big? Let's make it a little smaller. Second, let's make it disappear altogether. Third, why am I not seeing any changes here? Is it because I renamed the file? Oh, they are ignored. No, I hadn't seen the number went down. Okay. I wrote a little program to make an elf. How can I format it like yours? What do you mean format it like mine? My elf file is generated by GCC, so it's nothing custom there. It's just a GCC cross-compiler for ARM. That's the only slightly interesting thing about it, but yeah, it's an elf file like any other. Okay, I kind of wanted to go through, see the changes that I made, because for example, like this find response file thing, I commented it out. Probably could have not done. It's hard to read, not like yours. Well, my elf file, if you read it, this is the elf file, technically. This here. And then I have the dump, which I do with obj dump, which just disassembles. And then Ghidra is the one that's giving you the cute little recompiled C code That's a decompiler. So that's how you can... There's also some ELF file readers out there that are specific for ELF files, but I don't know about them. What program was the ELF in it? Not sure what you're talking about. Again, the three programs I'm using is jhex, Ghidra, and objdump. Which none of them handles the ELF file directly except for this one. This just shows you the raw data of the ELF file. And if it can, it shows you the readable data, but that's not super common. Most of the data is not going to be readable. I guess I don't have the privilege of knowing what things I changed, because I didn't stage or commit after I changed the name of the folder. So at the very least, I'm going to commit now. This should be git ignored. So should the dump. No, I'm not compiling these. I don't know what IPX is, to be completely honest. It's just a launcher, apparently. IPX packet driver. Then there were some server things that we're also just not going to look at. Okay, gonna finish the ad on Twitch. Which again, I haven't been mentioning. Sorry about that. Well, nobody's hearing me say sorry about that. After that, we're going to start implementing some of these functions. Okay, 30 more seconds to go. Okay. IPX is an old network protocol. Okay, never heard of it. Internetwork packet exchange. Damn, internetwork. That's what Grandpa used to call it. Grandpa, internetwork is offensive now. You have to call it internet. Alright, we're back. With zero context on that last sentence I just said for the Twitch people that were in the ad. Sorry about that. Still not gonna give you context. Okay. I made a commit, so I can at least start seeing the changes that I made. And now Doom loads. But there are some functions that are not implemented. And actually, I created this a macro to put in function something not implemented. But we're going to make it extra visible. Because right now we only have these logs. Simple, small logs. But soon, we're going to have a lot more logs once the game actually loads. And we're going to want to see at which functions we still have not implemented. Because we're going to want to implement them, probably. Also, I should put a loading screen here. So far, the processes load instantly, but Doom does not. So, that didn't work, did it? No, it didn't work, because when you make a change in a H file, it doesn't detect it. Hey, yo, that's a new one. There are still a few occasional crashes here and there, I guess. It does take kind of forever to load, not gonna lie. Okay, now we have this, which is a lot more helpful. Kind of helps us know what... Actually, the thing that's slowing it down so much is the disk, it seems like. But okay, doesn't matter. Point is, now we have these. We can easily see which functions we need to implement. So this one actually did not create an issue. Although we probably want to do that. Actually, no, not really. I looked at it yesterday. So that load defaults function, yes, it loads a bunch of default values. But those values are already being implemented as default values. It just so happens that you can change the defaults, and that's what the load defaults is doing. This one, though, we want to implement the w-add file. This function, we're going to want to implement it because we want a data file specifically. And in order to do that, we need to... Okay, we have seek, which is not a function we currently have implemented. Realloc. Oh, resize. Oh, that's not a thing we do. Try what I just did. Just in case. I don't know if it's your crash, my crash, but just in case, move the BSS from here to, well, from here to here. Because yeah, there's a chance that memory is being overwritten. And eventually, once you hit that memory, then you're going to probably cause a crash. Or some other kind of weird behavior. So, realloc, not a thing. Not sure what we're going to do with you. We'll probably just... How's realloc implemented internally? Is it just a new allocation with a copy? And then deallocation of the old one? Or not? No idea. Okay, here's what we're going to want to do. Malloc, memcopy, and free. Yeah, figured as much. Kind of. I guess it would be easy to implement. Maybe we can do that. Alright, first thing I want to do. See that everything's so file. I don't know what it does either. I mean, again, if I had to implement it without looking up how it's implemented in other systems, I would assume malloc, memcopy, and free. Same as what you said. But I'm not sure. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is I want to... You can literally see, like, here is when it's loading from disk. Whereas here, once it shows open file, this is where it's loading it. And there's a mem copy going on there for the entire 1 megabyte of the disk. So it's the disk that's being slow here. It's not printing anything. Really? Nothing? I wonder if there's some optimization I can do on the driver level of the VirtIO devices, because I can see that they're working quite slow. The GPU is working quite slow, the disk is working quite slow, and the disk is apparently, the file name is apparently empty. What? I find that kind of weird. Hard to believe a little bit, to be completely honest with you. Wait, except, where's Doom main? There was some stuff going on here. Load defaults. Init multiple files. Okay, this is the one. If I understand it right, your base requirement for your OS is able to play Doom, right? Not really a base requirement for it. It's I'm doing Doom because of a 10K special on YouTube, because I reached 10,000 subscribers, and I asked what I should do, and Doom, the chosen. So that's the reason I'm doing Doom. Although I wanted to do it already, but yeah. I've been wanting to do it for a while, but I didn't have a make Doom but from scratch, quite literally. This is literally, like I said, the first time that I'm working with third-party code. So this WAD files function. Add file. Okay, yeah, I knew I commented some of this stuff out. I don't bother. I love the comments in this code. This code is so fucking insane. Doom W1 AD. So this variable is being initialized, but it's not. Sorry, it's being created, but it's not being initialized. We actually don't have a data file. And speaking of which, we literally don't have a data file. I think the README actually says something about them. I just don't know if it still applies. Can it run crisis? I think it can give me a crisis. Movement and line of sight, some project ideas. I swear in here there is some mention of data files. You still need real Doom data to work with this code. If you don't actually own a real copy of the game, you should still be able to find them at software stores. So I need to have a copy of the game? Is the game even available anymore? Because again, I know that this here has all of them, but am I okay with just downloading them? I didn't mean to scroll in the chat. They're on archive.org, so probably I'm okay with downloading them. Beautiful. Okay, it just hadn't loaded. Okay. This, again, kind of ignoring the fact that it seems like we are not really finding the file name correctly, but that's a different issue. I mean, we do need the file. We need both things, to be honest, but yeah. Okay, so yeah, we should be good to download them from the Internet Archive at the very least. Again, if I don't know the name of the file that I need to download, it's not really worth it for me to download anything. So what I'm a little bit surprised by is Doom 2. Because this is the original Doom. Okay, these are the ones, I believe. Can I see diff versioning for what that function used to look like? Beautiful. I tried to open it for one file, so you showed me the entire in the Doom source code original. Okay, we're looking for dmain. In Linux Doom, dmain. And then we're looking for line 600 or thereabouts. We're looking for the identify version. Check availability of IWAD files by name to determine whether register or commercial features should be executed. So I skipped all this, kind of. Bug, Dear Sean, insufficient malloc, caused spurious realloc errors. Okay, yeah, what we want is doom1.wad. We want the shareware version of it. We don't care about the parameters being passed. This variable was being initialized in here, which I completely skipped. Okay, so we need doom1.wad. Oh, these are topics. Hold on. Wait, does that mean that the same source code can run all these Doom games, Doom 1 and 2? Master levels from Doom 2 are included, as well as TNT and Plutonia WAD files. Enjoy. Okay. No, that's not what I was trying to download. Doom 2, Doom 3, Doom 64. Which one am I supposed to look at? Might as well give it a try. For Ultimate Doom? I'm not sure. Yeah. Wait. Online. Damn it, I have no idea which one I'm supposed to download. No, the parent directory is just this. Oh, Ultimate Doom. Where did I even download it from? Wait, no, I'm not trying to open it. Okay. Well, we have two now. Might as well get both of them in. And then in the makefile, where's CP? Here it is. CP doom.wad into... No, fs path is the full... it's exec path. Okay, kind of like that. And then I want to do the same thing for Doom 1 wad. Doom 1 wad. The function that I deleted should be good with just doing this. So now it won't actually load them, but it should be able to tell us that it's trying to load one of them, and then we'll implement the actual loading of it. No, it still shows as empty. If I don't implement that, I just kind of... Wait, did I actually implement this function properly then? No, not kprintf, just printf. New file name s. Okay, so maybe the copying string is not working. Doom1.wad. Yeah, it's not copying. This is backwards, isn't it? No, that's still not right. Source, destination. What if I just do this? Destination is new file. Source is file. think the way that I wrote that macro is wrong. Okay, so now it tries to load doom1 wad, but obviously we haven't implemented the function. This one, new file. So no, that's correct. It was correct the way that it was. Oh, okay. I understand the problem with the macro now. Bro, come on, seriously? It's right here. So actually, it follows the same format, which means the string length was wrong. Now it should be okay if we use string copy. My fake-ass string copy function. Okay, so that's fixed. Now I need to actually implement, and that would be the DWAD init multiple files, right? And what was the function called? WAD file. So we're going to try to open the file by creating a file. Then we're going to open, passing in the descriptor. And if this is not, there's an ad coming up on Twitch. I'm gonna take a break when it happens. Now, if it's not equal to success, then we're gonna do print and return. I'll be back in 2 minutes after the ad. Okay, that was a little bit longer than expected. And noticing one thing about the file name here. That would be the fact that we're trying to open the file name alone, which is not right. We should want to open the file path, which is going to be, wait, how do I do it here? That's probably how I want to do it too. This whole thing, essentially. YouTube is so delayed. Yeah, it always is. It's ridiculous. There. That's the full path. And that's what we're going to try to open. And then we're going to free that full path string. And we should be able to open a file now. Or fail at opening the file. Not passing the pointer, only the size. Okay, there we go. I take a break at pretty much every ad break on Twitch anyway, so you might as well switch to Twitch. You'll just have to, you know, ignore the ad, I guess. Okay, so we got to the not implemented, which means that the file actually opened. Beautiful. Now I gotta look through whatever the fuck this is. I don't think I need to implement this. I think this is already done by Doom. If it isn't a WAD file, so if this is bigger than 0, then it goes in here and it's not a WAD file. Whereas instead, if it is a WAD file, then we're going to want to file read with the file descriptor that we created into the header size of header. So we're only reading a little bit. This needs to be cast to a char pointer just for compatibility, but the function is pretty much the same. Then it's a string ncmp, which was, what was this again? A string case insensitive compare, I believe. At most count characters of 2, possibly null terminated. Oh, right. The screen is off? What? Standing by? Still? Is it just really delayed for you? That was 5 minutes ago, literally. Let me just double check. Yeah, I see my code. And YouTube is being stupid as always, but even it shows the code. So now I think we're good. Oh, you're back. Okay, so this is a string compare with a maximum limit, which, how did I implement this last time? I kind of forgot how I did that. I don't think I defined this function as anything. No, here I did. Oh, but this is in the server, so this is not. phone froze video, not audio somehow. Yeah, I was wondering how you were responding. Okay, I know there were a bunch of these calls, or at least one call, inside the code that I changed. I replaced them with something, I just don't remember how I did it. Now, there were more calls than these. Oh, maybe I just didn't do it at all. Okay, so the way that I'm gonna do it is I'm just going to string from literal length, I believe should be the name of the function. Just wasn't showing for whatever reason. The header identification with a maximum of 4. After we're done using it, we're gonna free it. And now we can easily compare string strcmp. We can still use that with identification data and iwad case. Well, it should be case sensitive, but it doesn't really matter. And then pwad. If that fails, we produce an I error. Not entirely sure why on different file. Not sure what that was, but okay. And we go into string compare if the value is bigger than 1. If it fails for iwad, we check if it's pwad. If it works, then great. That's homebrew levels apparently. I don't know exactly what that means. If it fails on that too, then that means that it doesn't have an iwad or a pwad ID. And then it produces an I error, which I think just loops infinitely. No, it halts. It halts. It doesn't loop infinitely. I saw in one of the other Doom port repositories that it looped infinitely, but that was it, not me. We do this stuff. Here we have a conversion to do. So that would be file lump t pointer. Okay. So we don't have an lseek function. And we don't have a realloc function. Could I implement them? Of course I could. Will I implement them? That's another question. By the way, I saw that the code actually uses a handle variable, so I'm going to use that instead of the one that I created. So we don't need file length anymore. Now we have handle.size. No, that should stay the same. It should just now be called handle. Okay, before I go into replacing those functions, let me fix the other issues that we're having. So the first one is this. This should be cast to a character. And the next one is this lump thing for the store handle. I'm not entirely sure what that's used for, but I'm gonna give you the handle's ID. Realloc and lseek. Okay, so I have too many tabs open, so I'm just gonna open a new window and forget about them. lseek and realloc. When I implement these functions now. From a given file, read the alternate nth byte and write it on another file with the help of lseek. lseek is a system call used to change the location of the read-write pointer of a file descriptor. The location can be set in either absolute or relative terms. I remember the time when it was possible to create multiple windows on the OS. Why did you remove that feature? I never had that feature. It should be a thing, I just haven't bothered with it. Not entirely sure. It's never been a thing. Apps used to be full screen, so no windowing at all. And then you can technically create multiple windows, but only the last one will actually work. And the rest will probably glitch out. Or all of them will probably glitch out, so you probably don't want to do that. But I know I saw it in the stream. I highly doubt that. I don't think I ever had that. Because actually the way that the windows are implemented is with a static variable. This one, the test window, is the only one there is. Obviously I should make it dynamic, but I haven't bothered. So that's currently not a thing. Not sure where you saw that, but that's never been a thing. Again, you can create multiple windows, they just won't work. Like what even happens if you try to do that? You create one, and since this doesn't work, we're just gonna load this process. And then we're gonna load this one and it's gonna crash. Because you changed. It was before the window system was added. The thing is that there was no windowing before. It was full screen. So there was no windowing. At all. Like, you couldn't have multiple windows because everything was full screen. But either way, yeah. Why is it called lseek? I wonder. The L means long, to differentiate from an old seek function at Unix. It is an anachronism before the off type was introduced. Well, we don't have that, so... Okay, that, and then also... type def enum seek type, seek relative. So not a uint64, but an int64, because we can go backwards. And then the seek type. It's actually not going to be implemented as a syscall. It is going to implement it as a simple function that just takes the switches the type actually. Case it's seek absolute. It's a uint64, okay. If it's absolute, then the new cursor simply becomes the offset. And if it is relative, then the new cursor gets offset by the offset. And finally, if a new cursor is... it's a uint64. So if it is bigger than the descriptor size, then we return. Otherwise, we set it. At 4:07:39, I made 3 windows. Can you link me to that stream? I'm so confused. I mean, again, I can make multiple windows, they just don't work. So yes, it is a thing that I want to add, but you saw how slow the system is with one process. I don't think we're particularly interested in having multiple ones at this point. We have a seek function we need to make. You did? Maybe it got blocked? Hold on. Even as being removed or anything like that. And you should be okay sending links. I don't think that's a limitation. That people have sent links in the past, so. Yeah, weird the link got blocked. But yeah, if you've managed to send me the link. Maybe you can just send me the watch part. Just the last part of the URL. You sent it on Discord. Okay, let me see. At 4 hours and 7 minutes, so towards the end. 4 hours and 7 minutes and 39 seconds. Oh, this is back when I had a face. Hey, welcome back, Twitch people. I'm gonna mute it because otherwise it's gonna be very confusing. Actually, the keyboard is not working with Firefox at all. I think that's a bug that Firefox has. Alright, you said at 39 seconds, so that's coming up in 10 seconds, right? There's one window being drawn, another one being drawn. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. That was when you were just drawing rectangles at this point. There was no actual windowing system here. That's why it was a thing. Don't worry, I will add support for multiple windows. It just currently isn't a thing. Like I said, the system's kind of slow to the point that you don't want multiple windows, so we're kind of okay for now. Now, as for realloc, see, we don't have an unsized free yet, so we need to pass in the size of lump info to our variable, to our realloc. No, the returns a pointer, takes in a pointer, another size, And then hold on, let me close Discord, by the way. Then it will, the original pointer based on the old size, and return a malloc of the new size. Oh wait, no, because we need to copy as well. New PTR. So we need to create that. Should first copy the old. Yeah, I feel like you might have a point. You might be onto something with that. memcpy. How is it the Linux version of this? How is it doing it without a size? I wonder. I guess it keeps track of the size of the pointer, which I don't do. Okay, there's an ad coming up on Twitch. We're gonna wait for that. Well, it's not here yet. So, destination is the new pointer. Source is the original pointer. I'm gonna call it old pointer. What the fuck is original? For the old size. Actually for the minimum between the old size and the new size, because if you happen to be resizing down, well, I want to keep track of that. And here, here, and here, we're going to make that. We're going to wait for the ad. We're going to take a little break during that time. It does the size of thing itself. That makes sense. Does this size of work, I wonder? I hope it does. Okay, there's an ad. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Okay, we are back from the ad on Twitch. And even though this complains about realloc, and I finally learned a command for that. Implicit declaration. Oh, hold on. I didn't put it in the header file. And I didn't make it. Alright, so now you shouldn't complain anymore. You are right. That. And this needs to be converted to a pointer. Alright, function implemented. The only thing we don't have is closing, because we don't close. Wait, why did I run bare? It works. That's good to know. Now we should get a little bit further in the process. Init what files? Oh, crashed again. But this time we got further. We got to shareware. Init miscellaneous info. Init doom refresh daemon. I never know if I want to pronounce it demon or daemon. Kinda not bothering, but p name's not found! Exclamation point. Get num for name. Check num for name. Which is... Oh, this is reading the actual files. So something's going wrong. Oh, well, the read lump function is not implemented. Probably that. Feel like that's kind of a little bit of an issue. Any more functions to be implemented here? Yeah. Reload, read lump, w profile, and file length. File length, actually. We can easily implement this one. Handle size. I'm from Germany and I pronounce it separately. D-E-mon. Day-E-mon. Instead of together as daemon or demon, like soundings. See, the thing is I usually pronounce it one way or another, so. But we're doing Doom, so I should definitely call it demon today. Okay. I don't care about the reload function, I think. I don't care about the... What was the other one? Profile function? I care about read lump. I do care about this. Okay. So this is actually a file. If it's not equal to fs result success, the f open call with a name and a handle Wait, another thing I needed to check real quick. Before starting Doom, please load all daemons into the data container. That's about right, I would say. Kind of surprised that the function that I'm applying is not being shown here as not loading, as not implemented, because it does have this here. So that's a little suspicious. Oh yeah, lump info. We're changing you. You know, use a file. Do I even have a way of knowing if the file has a valid handle or not? I guess I can check if the ID, which is reserved for errors. And actually I decided that I'm reserving the first 255 IDs for file handles. So for example, things like the process's output and input are going to be mapped to file handle 1 and 2. 0 is going to be for... Oh yeah, I need to change this back now. 0 is going to be for an invalid file. The file is the handle. If there's no file, there's no handle. No, the file structure is really just the handle. Okay, no, I figured as much. The same error happens. Shareware, init miscellaneous info, init doom refresh daemon. Well, the refresh daemon, that's not something we want, is it? I just saw this phone number. Report software piracy at 1-800-388-PIRE8. Wow. They ate with that one. Do we really wanna use this? Not so sure about that. What happens if we don't? Well, what does refresh mean? Refresh like reloading stuff when it changes? Or refresh like in a screen? Because one of those we want, the other one we don't care about. S1 brcom not found. I'm not sure if I want this or not. But okay, you know what, might as well include it. It's there for a reason. I already disabled all the networking code, I might as well just keep this. But, when we go in here and we initialize the data, hold on, let me see the last time I ran this, here it is. Doom refresh daemon, and then immediately error in get num for name pnames not found. So that must have been in this function. Pnames. There we go. Cache lump name. Cache lump num. Okay, so am I wrong to think that I'm still missing some files and it's not just the WAD files that I need? Like that's what's happening? I just made 4 windows and the 5th window it crashes. Yeah, so it's not really made for more than one window, so I'm surprised that it didn't crash on the first one, that's the thing. Wait, come to think of it. I have it here. Doom generic. Config files that contains all the names for P, texture. Yeah, I feel like I am missing those, most likely. To try it, you will need a WAD file. I will add multiple windows soon, don't worry about it. Right now, you know, system development is not necessarily halted, but a little bit slower because I'm focusing on Doom. After that, we're going back, implementing more. Well, again, Doom actually helps me know the limitations of my system. So for example, I identified that the L file loader needs to be a lot smarter than it currently is. I already knew that, but I ran into a practical limitation. So for example, this project, the Doom generic one, there's a bunch of make files, a bunch of C and H files. I feel like I need more than just a WAD file. And this pnames thing. Load the patch names from pnames.lmp. Okay, so if you give me that, I'm just gonna Google that. The p names is a WAD lump that includes all the names for wall patches. The binary contents starts with a header of 4 bytes followed by all the patch names. And then the texture 1 and texture 2 lumps, which I saw was the other one that it was complaining about. The question is, where do I get these from? So this project has them, I guess. Yeah, this one has them. To have provide his knowledge, to have the repository open and working as public for several months in order to release the demo in time for Halloween. Kinda sounds like they don't want to share it. Alright, hold on. Let me see one thing. Doom is actually available. A list of patches that can be used for textures. Why is that list needed? So yeah, I know about that, but texture 1 and texture 2 define how the... Okay, I can't find the thingy, but... The texture format is used in all versions of Doom since the 0.5 alpha. 0.2, 0.4. Okay. Then there's the pnames lump, but again, I kind of lucked out on downloading it the first time from the Internet Archive. It just contains the WAD file, not the texture files or anything like that. Texture packs for Minecraft, oh god. Collection of Doom development files that have been released by John Romero. Doom textures, the LMB format. Unreleased music, Possessed, Doom Guy, all rotations, Doom Ed, Doom textures. Here are the textures plus some extras, like straight up released by him on a file that's now been deleted. But okay, that kind of tells me that we can download it from here. No, this is the PNG. I want the non-PNG one. Wait, how did I first get to this repository? Texture 1 LMP. And because I cannot be bothered... No, I should be bothered. In syscall, I saw fwrite, fread. So read is implemented, write is not. Not to file anyway. You can... The reason I included write is because, for example, you can write to the console that way, but not really to file. Actually, console might be the only place where you can write. But yeah, just not to disk. I'm thinking we can, in fact, skip the refresh part, which is for patches. The lumps are supposed to be inside the WAD? Because the way that I saw it, it was loading them before, is if it's not a WAD file, it is loaded as a lump. I forgot where I saw it. I saw that here. Other files are single lumps with a base file name for the lump name. Here, this comparison. A single lump file can still be loaded. So I'm assuming that this texture1.lmp. What's weird is that nobody mentioned that. So maybe you're right. Well, I guess we'll have to see. Wait, come to think of it, that's not the file that it was complaining about. It was complaining about sw1brcom, which is... Hold on, build the WAD files? I don't have a 7-zip. I thought I did. How to import textures. We're not really looking to do that. But from the looks of it, you may be correct that we didn't need textures 1. We need just the WAD file, which is the one that Doom Generic asked for. So I think that would make sense. But yeah, for whatever reason, it does not have the right information inside of it. It's a Doom editor. I love how simple this is. Alright, there's an ad starting. Oh, it works on Linux. Amazing. I'll be back in 2 minutes after the ad. Okay, I'm back. I've been looking at this editor. It have it open here through Wine anyway. It's really hard to read because it's so tiny. Add base resource archives to the list. Will be used as a base. WAD for editing. Wait, hold on, let me move to a monitor where I can actually read something. No, that was the wrong one, wasn't it? I gotta add another one. Oh, thank God, it's already in the folder. All right, next. The reason it's so tiny is because of Linux being weird. It's either loading or that didn't work. All right, this is gonna be a pain in the ass to work with if this is what it looks like. I gotta get really close to my my monitor to be able to read anything. Archive manager, that shouldn't have closed that. Didn't you load 2 files for me? Wait, I created a new one. I didn't mean to create a new one. Doom 1. Okay, now it worked. It is still incredibly tiny, but what's the name of the one that we're looking for? S1BRCOM. But depending on the type that it is, it's going to be in a different place. And I don't know what S1BRCOM is. Can I search somehow? If I can, I cannot find the option. Wait, what was it? SW? Damn it, I had a bunch of SWs. Now I lost them. Okay, SW1... Not here. No SW here. SW1... No. Jesus, this is a pain in the ass. Let's just do some debugging from in here. R texture num for name. I knew I did this. I knew I did this before. I knew I wasn't crazy. GitHub wanted me to feel like I was crazy because I'd never done this conversion before, but I have. Okay, and here is our error. So we are going to want to print to see what is happening here. Should be good to print a literal. Because that other program was just a pain in the ass to look at. Oh, there is one more optimization I need to do to the system I completely forgot about. When you have the mouse selected, for whatever reason, it's really, really slow because it keeps sending data. So probably using a PS2 mouse instead of fucking USB, which QEMU is sucks at apparently, it maybe will work a little bit faster. Or I won't have to unfocus the window in order for it to work fast. Okay, interestingly enough, I'm not seeing any prints. Oh, that must be because num textures. And num textures is set from here. Load the map texture definitions from textures.lmp. The data is contained in 1 or 2 lumps. Texture 1 for shareware plus texture 2 for commercial. So that comes from here. You made 7 windows. Yeah, again, it shouldn't really crash. So if you get lucky, it won't crash too much. Bombs out if not found. Poetic. 16 windows. Yeah, I feel like that crash that I saw when I tried it won't always happen. So if you get lucky, it won't happen to you. Technically, you can make as many windows as you want, but only one of them is active at the same time. Again, I'm not seeing this read lump function. I'm not seeing these functions called elsewhere. No, what was it? Add file. All files are optional, but at least one file must be found. PWAD if all required lumps are present. Files with a WAD extension are WAD link files with multiple lumps. Other files are single lumps with a base file name for the lump name. If the file name starts with a tilde, then the file name is handled specifically to allow map reloads. But the reload feature is a fragile hack. Let's put some print information here. Okay. Print that. See if that's a 0. That's not a 0. There are 1264. Which I'm sorry, but I'm going to want to print. And this print is going to come before the shareware thing. think we can kind of see the problem. All those are individual crashes, by the way. This, on the other hand, is really just something else. Is there any valid data in here? No wonder you can't find that file. Num lumps, 12,000, 1200, and then this shit. Okay, so that comes from the file info. The file info, which is, instead of printing this, let me print this first, which tells me if the file is being read. There's a chance the seek function is not working. There's a chance the read function is not working. I mean, read function is not working. IWAD. So that's being read. And this comes from reading the header of the file, which tells us the number of lumps, which also proves that it is being read. And the info table offs, which I'm assuming stands for offset. How much time did it take to make this OS? I started in April. All right, the question that I have. When I say to read a file, do I use the cursor in the slightest? I do not. So I'm reading the wrong thing. Now, let's make this IOM pointer like that. Cast this to a void pointer. It's extra slow today. Okay, it still won't find it. For only one of them, please. For the love of God, I don't want to go through that again. Now I need to recompile Doom. Nope, that's still not right. That is still not right. We are seeking, which, just to be clear, is putting the cursor in a new location. I want to be clear of that. That's the first thing to check. Oh, that window worked? It's so tiny. Cursor 12. The file system is passing the cursor directly, so should be fine. Same here. We're passing the cursor directly, so it should be fine. Oh, also, this is keeping track of the file size, so this to do here would be more of a double check. We're already doing it outside of here. When we open a file, we're already keeping track of its size outside of the FAT32 driver. So the FAT32 driver doesn't need to keep track of that. Read the offset, descriptor, whoops, cursor. Make sure that it's making it all the way over here. And if so, the issue is another one. Failed to read the full open. So I messed up this function now. If file. No, hold on, this is stupid. If descriptor cursor is bigger than size. Reading file with offset to 12. So this one is reading the correct offset, but somehow we're still reading the wrong data. Lucky for us. Which file? Doom1. Doom1.wad. Can open you. Wait, hold on. That's never gonna work. Can open you in ghex. That was 12 decimal, right? 12 decimal, yes. Which is C, offset C. Now we are reading the correct values here. I think the offset is wrong. I'm not seeing anything here that resembles a string file of those files. But can I search? Can I search? So I can search for IWAD and no, okay. I'm searching for bytes. No, I want to search for. Are you serious? If I want to search for string, I have to search for its byte value. Oh, 5.3. There. Oh my god, I hadn't seen that. Thank you. I had not seen that. Okay, so the file that we cannot find is sw1brcom. Still such a weird editor here, but okay. But look at that. Here's all the strings. So the file is there. Good. But the offset that we're reading is wrong. 12 is still within the header, I think. Let me see what this header looks like. Okay, so sorry to doubt you, my system. Well, actually, this was not working well. Now it is. It wasn't back then. Got 32. Read with offset. How's the port going? We're trying to load this WAD file, which is a Doom resource file essentially. And there's some values here that we're reading with an offset, but the offset is wrong. So we're reading in the wrong place. This is the header actually. According to this, it should be 4 characters of identification. Now, hold on, maybe start at the top. 4 characters of identification. An int of the number of lumps and an int of the table offsets. 1264, which is the right value that we're reading here. Yes, that's the number of lumps. This is the offset. B7, B4. Somewhere around here, maybe? But we're reading it wrong. We're reading 12. B plus 1, that's C. It's none of these values. Right? C is 12, right? Cursor 12, so that's incorrect. Okay, found the issue at least. Lump info. Here, info table. What I've seen other people do for hex is they open Python. You know, I don't even know if I have Python installed on this. Unless it comes built in with Ubuntu, but I don't think it does. I'm not sure, honestly. I don't know enough about Windows, Linux, I mean. And we're in an ad. I've not been on top of my advertisement game today. Especially since I was literally reading a comment as the ad started. I should have noticed. So this value seems like it's being read wrong. Let me see what it's like before the swap, which nothing should happen at the swap, but still. Oh, I do have Python. Okay, interesting. Header info table offs. Did that not? Oh, this is the wrong system. Whoops. Okay, we're back on Twitch. Sorry, I hadn't read your comment. I mean, I read your comment when the ad started. No, I've never used Python for that. I wasn't even sure if I had Python or not. Turns out I do. I'm not that used to Linux, so I'm not sure. So the value being printed 417796, which is actually an integer, which is the 3f b7 b4, which is the correct value. 3f b7 b4, by the way, which makes more sense than these values. No, I'm skipping one here. B4 means it starts somewhere here. Hold on, my dog needs me to open the door for him. Came up to the door and then didn't come in. Okay, so the offset is correct. Then it's you not working correctly. It's the damn seek function. Let me guess. Conversion issues? The value at the correct offset is 12, by the way. The value at the correct offset. Oh! So the cursor is being set to the value at that offset? What? That doesn't make any sense. Hold on. Let me see how I'm doing this. The info table offset. Here I'm checking its value, which is correct. I haven't even read that part of the system at that point, so how is this happening? How? How is the cursor 12? Like, it cannot be reading from that when the file isn't even open. I mean, no, the file is open. We're just not reading that far. Ah, wait, I didn't compile the system. Damn it. No, I technically don't need to recompile the entire system, but it's just faster to do it that way. Where's the seek happening? Why am I not seeing the log inside of it? Should be happening before the other one. Here. In between these two. Oh, there's so much stuff opening. Slade, I don't need you. Oof, that hurt my eyes. You too. Ghidra, you've been helpful. Thank you very much. Abort. I don't even know what you're doing, just abort it. I don't understand. Do I need to clean? I cleaned the entire system. 4175296. So the value it is receiving is correct. And then it's getting set to 12. We set the new cursor to the old cursor, then we see it absolute, so we change it to a cast of this one. And if it happens to be bigger than the size, could that be that what's happening? It's immediately after the header, so maybe that is what's happening. Because the new cursor is bigger than the size. Alright, let's see. Bro, can you just fucking work? Wait, actually, what I need to clean is Doom. Because it's linking, static linking to the library. Size 4196020 4175796. Seek should definitely be a syscall. Because I'm checking against the file size that the handler itself returns, which is not necessarily going to be correct. Like if I wanted to, I can just increase the file size in the handler, in the handle that we pass in, and then it will allow me to work with this. 83515992. That is not the correct cursor size. Is too big for file. So is this not... Because I'm converting from integer to unsigned integer. So in an integer, why is it converting like that? Is the conversion really... Nah, that's something wrong here. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, every single time I write a switch statement, it's the same thing. Every single time I forget the breaks. It's still not found, but new cursor set correctly. Number of lumps is correct now. Every single time. Okay, that is correct. We're still seeing the wrong value. New cursor is set correctly to 4175796. Cursor 4175796. And is 3F B7 B4. Exactly. And it didn't log anything this time with the file name. Log them all and see what happens there. It doesn't crash anymore, but now the names are all empty. Every last one of them. I think every last one of them anyway. Call that an improvement? Question mark? Huh? What the hell? Is for 3F B7 B3, right? So this value right here. This here, this 50. Can you please select what I'm selecting? 37 B7 BC is a P. So that's what I want to look at. Because after seeking... God damn it, this editor is bad. These 4 values are the size. And these 4 values... So I'm reading into this buffer the size is length, which is the header number of lumps times the size of a lump itself. And then we point to the first of the lumps. Yeah, that's correct. How do we know that we're actually reading the right values? Well, we're gonna dump some of them. Say 64 bytes. And that would be the file info. It looked like all zeros, except I forgot to delete the print for the, oh god. That is not correct. So we go back to you. And we're gonna put as many cursor outside of a check is wrong. That's the problem. Hell yeah. And still didn't find it. What the fuck? SW1 Sarge. There's some weird characters here. I'm not so sure about this. TB completely H. But it did find data. It starts with playpal, then color map. Playpal, color map, and doom, demo. Demo, what the fuck is demo? And doom. There's actually a color map, then another character, then L. Demo 1, demo 2, demo 3. E1M1, things, line DEF. Yeah, that's right, but then there's this. And then there's this. Side DEFS R. The stream went down, didn't it? Eesh. YouTube does not think I'm live right now. Oh, yes, it does. Okay. I've been live for 8 minutes. Okay, so my stream went down for a bit. I didn't notice. Weird, nothing happened on YouTube. Must have been a Twitch glitch then. That must have not been my connection then. Let me guess what's happening here. Oh, that might be because of the delay. No, if you're saying that nothing happened, it's because you heard me say that nothing happened, so no. I think you would have already known if it was wrong on YouTube too. Okay, so file info. So the thing about the file size, name, whatever, is that color or map and this character being printed here is wrong. But because it's not 0, printf still prints it. Okay, so now I understand what the problem is. But SW... How can I know if the specific character is being printed? There's a ton of stuff here. There's way too much. Alright, I know it's there. I know it's there. Put a little filter on it. And load the system. All the S's. Then SW1. SW1. Wait, bro, it was right here. Oh, wait, hold on. Find previous. This is an entirely different place. E1420. And that's the only place. Now, also D5 and D37 and C469 and 45. So there's actually multiple entries of it, but not where we're looking. Like, for example, the color maps, that's now loading. I don't think that's going to be a problem. For that matter, does this work now? Okay, yeah, that one worked. It says missing patch in texture door blue. But besides that, it worked. Yeah, so maybe if we don't skip steps, it's better. So we get to this missing patch in texture. So it found the texture, which means that that code is now working correctly, I think. But this, init textures. Okay, so this one made it. This one made it past. The P names is being found. I was hoping to get past this part and then end the stream. Missing patch in texture. Okay, let me look this up again. Here it is, actually. Oh, is my stream down again? But restream kind of went down for a bit. Really complex printing shit. Okay, if you say so. All right, no, I do think I'm gonna end the stream here and figure this out tomorrow. There's still some issues with loading these files, but then hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to implement the frame buffer stuff and move past this point. And with that, we should be getting some Doom. That's Jester for today. We have a camera today. Yes. Okay, YouTube is working. I sent a new link out. OBS just crashed the second I tried to change to this that you're seeing right now so I could actually start the stream. No, it it just crashed instead. Also, Jester's not here today, so I brought in a pillow to replace him. Since it's a little bit darker than usual, you might confuse the pillow for him. Twitch chat always exists even off stream. Yeah, I just can't see it on OBS because I don't have Twitch chat. I have pretty much the same chat that you're seeing on screen right now. All right, day 3 of porting Doom, of Doomsday. It's lasting a little bit longer than expected. Today's role of Jester will be played by a pillow. Got it. Yes, it's the understudy. It does look like a dog. I don't know why it's standing up like that. It's like a really thin pillow and one that has been in storage for a really long time. Actually, I was supposed to put it on this chair because this chair makes me really small. So like I'm at the bottom of the screen here. I'm just gonna lower the camera a little bit. Okay. Day 3 of porting Doom, yes. Day 3 of Doomsday. Not gonna lie, it's not going amazing. You know what? I'm getting the pillow. Fuck this. This chair is way too small. I don't understand how, because it's the same height as the other chair, but somehow it makes me look smaller. It works fine on that desk over there, but on this one it's a little bit too small. Which, by the way, is an adjustable desk. I just remembered now, but that's too much of a hassle right now. What was I talking about? Okay, so the pillow's gone. The Jester might show up at some point. It's up to him. Okay, I didn't rip my pants. We're good. One of these things, I don't know what they're called, that was keeping my pants from dragging on the floor. I didn't even break it. I just opened it. I don't need to walk right now, so we're good. Okay, so yesterday, when I was working with Doom, we ran into an issue about a missing texture. If I'm not mistaken, because I've made all the changes on my laptop, if we go into Doom here, we should still be able to see it happening. By the way, I ran it on the laptop. It is so much faster. Why is the chat Twitch only? Maybe it's the wrong link. Hold on. Anyway, here it is. Missing patch in texture door blue. So that is happening. Embed in stream. Copy this link. Then chat properties. Okay. And all right. Chat is reset, but we should be getting YouTube chat too. The OS was meant to run on it. Yes, that's what the Raspberry Pi is for. The OS runs on Raspberry Pi. It works again, by the way. It was having a weird issue where it was crashing because of network or audio drivers. But the thing about those is that it should know that it cannot find them and just ignore them, which I had been doing until recently, but for whatever reason it hasn't, and now it was crashing because of that. But you take that out and the system works again. It just doesn't have an audio or network driver. I need to develop a driver for both of those. But yeah, Raspberry Pi is for that. It's for running the OS. It's just a little bit behind. I haven't really focused on real hardware all that much. Okay, yes, so yesterday in the Doom port, I was dealing with this missing texture. And the really weird thing about this missing texture is if you look inside the data file, the WAD file, it's not really, well, not the texture. The texture is there. What's missing is the patch for the texture. But the WAD file just doesn't contain that patch. What I don't understand is how this works in other ports, because I checked, for example, in Doom generic. I didn't get it to build because pretty much all the changes that I made the first day of the Doom port, I would have had to make on that one too to make it work. But I checked their code, and they also make the same check and also crash with an error if this patch is missing. And yet, for them, it works. So then I figured maybe my WAD file is different, it's incomplete, it is wrong. So I looked around for some others, and it worked. It happens with all of them. None of them have this missing patch. And apparently all their code checks for this patch and creates an error if the patch is missing, yet somehow their code works and mine doesn't. So I don't know what's going on there. From the looks of it, I'm doing everything right. So I tried to fix that issue. I couldn't really do it. Maybe it doesn't get to the check. I mean, maybe that's a possibility. Like I said, I checked generic Doom and not any other. And I couldn't get it to run. Again, it would have been a lot of changes to do to the entire code base, like I did on Friday, essentially. So it wasn't really worth it for me to check. But from the looks of it, I think it should. It fails in the same way. It doesn't look like they changed that code all that much. I did find a way around it. So one, except when you bypass it, then there's other errors. But that's doom1.wad that has this issue. Whereas doom.wad doesn't have this issue. Now the problem with that is doom.wad is the commercial version of Doom. It is distributed, but like I don't think that's the version that we should be using. It's not like I'm distributing the file anyway, so who cares? And I technically do own Doom. The thing is, that one works. So I'm looking at the changes that I made. Because again, I said, if I find a solution, I'm not going to implement it and move on. I want to talk about it here. But pretty much, if we do this, and replace it with this, so we load the other file, it will get a little bit further, but it will crash. And also it will take longer because the file is bigger. I don't know how much longer, to be honest. On Mac, it's a couple seconds. Here, with all the translations, okay, it's not nearly as long as I expected it to be. But it gets past that point. The crash happens because of an allocation that I need to find. So here all the patches are found. All the stuff is working correctly. But then there's an allocation happening. I need to find exactly where it's happening. That would be this one right here. Okay, so... Wait, the wrong file. Yeah, so here, there's a chance that mtexture patch count is less than 1, which will cause this to allocate a really big number. So we'll just skip that. And then there's a little optimization happening here that we can just get rid of. And hopefully with that, we'll be able to get past this texture issue. Which again, I really just don't understand what's going on with the textures. Oh, there might be more changes I need to make. Hold on. Let me see. Pretty sure I'm gonna get a bunch of different errors. No, actually, no more errors. Okay. Right, because here it works. Okay, so we're good. We get to init play loop state, and somehow we're crashing so badly that it crashes the entire system, not just the... Okay. That's kind of a new one, because on Mac it doesn't do that, but okay. We're now getting to this point, init play loop state. So we went from this step crashing to this step crashing, okay. Do we know which one of these is crashing? It just says that, and then it just crashes. Alright, let's just put a bunch of printfs. We don't have the privilege of GDB, and honestly I prefer it that way, so here's what we're gonna do. 1, 2, wait, 2, 3, and then we'll know where it's crashing. Damn it, I resized the window, which messes up the mouse so badly. Honestly, not sure how the USB mouse on QEMU is so bad. It just sends you data when it isn't supposed to be there. Or how I'm supposed to fix that. I have no idea. Like, if it was me requesting data when I shouldn't or something like that, then I get it, but that's not what's happening. It is sending data that it's actually supposed to be sending. And on 1. This is... Okay, so we check an episode, which, if we are registered, we go to episode 2. And if we're in game mode, we go to episode 3. Or I'm assuming that's the maximum episode number. Because I guess so. We have a maximum 50 switches, whatever that means. So if an alpha switch list is not filled in correctly... Okay, it's like that. Got it. Alright, so we're going through the maximum number of switches. We look at the episode. If it doesn't have an episode, then that's a problem. But if it has an episode and it's less or equal to the episode that we're looking at, then we're going to go in here. And texture for name, name 1. Okay, so we're loading the textures. Like SW1BRCOM. Which I remember the name of that because it wasn't being loaded before. Change the texture of a wall switch to its opposite. Oh, so this is something very specific. We're not... Okay. So from the looks of it, we should be getting in here. We should be loading certain episodes, certain textures. Do I have something open that might be... I highly doubt that was causing that many issues, but... There's Ubisoft involved, so maybe. Alright, want to play the... Not play. Print the name of the texture. And... I remember I put another printf somewhere. Probably in here. Yeah, this one was removed. Also, this really complex printing shit, by the way, I found out is actually just trying to clear the screen, essentially. So we can get rid of that. Get rid of this. Get rid of this. Okay, I'm not sure where I left. Oh, but I do remember I did this. This log. Okay, this is what I need to get rid of. Oh, the first texture crashes, huh? So I'm assuming that means that we're not loading the texture correctly. So the fix for the crash is breaking this. So we haven't really moved forward at all. I have to say, for a game that's as portable and has been ported so many times as Doom, there's very little information on how to actually do it out there. I was expecting to find some helpful information on these issues that I'm encountering, but apparently not. And again, looking at the data, it looks like the error is with like the texture that's missing in the Doom 1 is not my fault. That texture is just not there, or that patch is just not there. And I don't know what to do about that if it's not there, but I don't understand how everyone else can find it. I tried multiple versions of the WAD file in case mine was wrong somehow, but no, all of them have the same issue. So like clearly in here, this is bypassing all of this code. And then this also, which is probably what's causing the current issue. I'm just at a point where I don't know what to do about it. I also tried to just not do the patching, the texture patching thing, but it's apparently not a thing that you can do. It just causes more errors. So this here also causes an error because... Why am I in working tree mode? I fucking hate this view. Alright, so generate texture lookup. Let's just skip any invalid patches and see if that helps. Like from the looks of it, the code is just straight up not meant to use code like textures without a patch, but some textures just don't have a patch. I don't understand what's going on here. There is that program I had. Downloaded it yesterday. I don't remember what it was called. It should be in my downloads folder. It looks very tiny and very white. So not the easiest thing for me to look at, but I have a shield. Slade, that's the one. Here you could... If you can't see anything, neither can I, so don't worry about it. Here we can open the Doom WAD. And then here we can go to... make and sort. Yes, okay. That should make it a little bit easier. I believe if we go to P names... What the fuck is happening? 256, I believe, was the texture index that's missing. Is it even more tiny than yesterday? I doubt it is, but... Okay, so we're going back to the Doom 1 WAD file now. Because the other one is bigger, and also it's the commercial one, so again, I don't think I'm supposed to be using that one. And also they both crash, so who cares? Missing patch. Here, for the texture door blue, it's expecting to find a patch at index mpatch patch. And just in case this is printing something different for whatever reason, we're also gonna... Okay, we're gonna print it twice. And we're gonna see what happens, and then we're gonna run an ad on Twitch. Eesh, that's gonna crash, isn't it? When this happens, I know the system's gonna crash. Missing patch in texture door blue 256 256. Okay, and then we look at 256, which again, you probably cannot see it, but is this one right here. And it points to M1_1. Use count 0. In archive not found. So it just straight up does not exist. I don't understand what's going on with this. Okay, during the ad, I'm going to be doing a little bit of Googling. Okay, ad started now. 0 useful information here. If we just look up the entire error, we end up on WordPress with the exact error. So struct called patch that has a very descriptive variable called patch seems to be invalid. It's nice the fact that just before that such a variable is assigned because we can start to trace back the problem. There are 2 variables involved. Patch lookup. We might have genuinely found the exact issue. I thought I did this Google search yesterday, but maybe I didn't. Well, first off, I didn't do the Google search. I did the DuckDuckGo search. That's already my first mistake. And second, I didn't do it with quotation marks. Mpatch patch. Each texture can contain data on how the patches are applied to the texture. Mpatch is a pointer to the data, and the variable patch of the structure seems to point to the patch number in the patch lookup array. Now, according to the dump WAD util produces, the first value of mpatch should be the following. But the value that the debugger shows are completely different. Patch 256, that's the same one we're having. So according to them, it should be patch 61. W4637 found in Doom.1. Okay, so that looks a little bit better. All right. The conclusion is simple. The data is read incorrectly. The way the engine reads the data is plain simple. It allocates a big chunk of memory and compiles and copies the contents of WAD into the chunk of memory. Then the chunk of memory is casted to the format of the data when needed. The fix come to be lame. The structure that contains the info for the texture has a pointer. Oh my god. Oh my god. I get it. The pointer is 32 bits, but in our machine it's 64 bits. Holy shit. That's the difference. Change the variable type to an integer so its size is against 4 bytes. Any other struct that uses a pointer will contain incorrect data. Bad news are this is very possible and very likely we'll have to fix more errors like this. Good news is I now know that... What is your name? What is your name? Where... Framont? I can never pronounce French, for fuck's sake. Really, MX blog. Whatever your name is, cannot find an explicit author on this one. Also, I clicked this thinking it was like a little cookies banner, and instead it's just an ad for making me design a website with WordPress, which, why would you do that? But holy shit. Alright. God bless whoever this person was. They've single-handedly saved my Doom port. I did not consider the fact that fucking pointers would be doubled size. I did not consider that. I'm not sure what that print is. Oh, it's probably the one I added right before I did. Oh, shit, hey! Alright, with the crashes. How far did we get this time? Jesus, it crashed a lot. What's happening here? Alright, we're getting further this time. So, real quick. This change... This column directory is obsolete too, so we're literally replacing an obsolete value here. Jesus Christ. Okay. You need to go now. And so do you. And so do you. You can come back, I guess. You can go too. Alright, we found a fix for that. Thank God. Whoever wrote that WordPress site, thank you. Well, let me see how it went after that. When people say C is insecure and not safe, they mean things like this. Yeah, okay. This is from 2014. It doesn't have a date on it. Oh, here it is. 2nd of April, okay. Where's the one called Bad News? The evil pointer. Okay, that's the one that we just... Alright, so if I have more issues, I can come to this person for help. Also, a little static assert for the size here would be nice. So if that ever changes again, then we know what the problem was. Okay, so changes. Any other changes? I'm gonna discard. We're gonna start fresh. It's kind of the opposite of what I wanted to do, actually. I wanted to remove these entirely. Let's see if it crashes again over and over and over and over and over and over and over. Wait, no crash. I think. I mean, there's nothing happening, but the game is running. Init play loop state. There's no crash there. Well, no, after that we expect to see all this. So maybe there was more stuff happening, or maybe it ended up in an infinite loop somehow. But no crash. That's always a good thing. It's always an improvement. I'm super glad I found that. Because it would have taken... I did not consider the size of pointers. The worst part is I thought about it. But like I didn't fully consider it. Alright, I don't think there's anything happening here. It might just be in an infinite loop. So I'm bringing you guys back. Damn it. Didn't mean to do that. See if I remember how to do this. That's how you do it. Okay. Okay, so no crash, but wait. Oh, hold on. Did something else happen? 2? Is something else gonna happen, or are we stuck on 2? Because I was about to say we're stuck on 1, but no, we're stuck on 2. The weird thing about it being stuck is that, first off, these are very simple functions. Okay, yeah, this one can cause an infinite loop because it doesn't have a specific ending. It's just checking on a condition. So it's a while loop with a counter, essentially. A counter based on animdef, which comes from... So it is literally a null terminated array. This should absolutely not be causing... Oh, wait. All right, there we go. There we have it. Result of comparison of constant -1 with the expression of type boolean. Oh, my boolean is different than theirs. So I define true as 1 and false as 0, which is an unsigned. Yeah, so you can't really make it unsigned. I guess we'll change the -1 to a 2. This is pretty much that we're breaking the binary here. Anything under the 0 or 1, we're using it to create an error and making it stop, not crash. Reasonable that it would crash there. Init flats. 1 takes a bit. 2. Yay. Okay, 3 is crashing now. 3 is init sparatus. Based on a screen width constant. Probably this function that's crashing. But I got thinking about the fix that I just did for the boolean. What did this used to look like in the original Doom? Maybe I wanna do things like they did. That would be Linux Doom and then Doom type.h. Right, they just do an enum. I should be fine doing that, right? No, right. The reason I cannot do that is that I already have values for 0 and 1. Okay, so no, let's not do that. Worst case scenario, I have to look at these 316 results of Boolean for which one may be causing an issue. Kind of like it just happened here. I'm pretty sure this is working correctly because it is just initializing an array. I don't think that's going to be creating any issues. And now we're loading the texture names correctly. And we're loading the patches correctly. And the crash is BF128. The crash is happening specifically here, which actually we can know where that is. D0. 1083C. Okay. Oh wow, this is no, this is found too many times. 7818. Sprite defs, yes. God, where was that function? Alright, so this function is causing the crash. After the mem set, cached x step, and init sprite defs. So this is what, the for loop? God, I hate debugging like this. Can I make obj dump tell me the line name? Number, not line name. Here it is. Arch obj dump d exec name s. Took a little longer, but that looks exactly the same to me. Probably needs to go at the beginning. All right, I replaced the D with an S. Wait, why did that work here Is it me or is it only printing sometimes? Ah, let's not waste too much time with this. We have the function. Somewhere inside here it is crashing. This looks cursed as fuck. Would I be safe to assume that this is where it's crashing? We'll find out after the ad break. Alright, I'll be back in 2. Okay, we're back. With a crash. And very little debugging information. I don't understand why it just disappears at some point. It shows it here and then it doesn't for some functions. Like these. The Doom functions don't include it. Everything's compiled the same, so that shouldn't be a problem. Okay, I overcompensated my camera now. And now it's too high again. That's still not super right, but I guess it'll do. Okay, and instead of wasting our time, I'm just gonna do this. Good old reliable over here. We shouldn't have modified game, I don't think. And C2 just in case. And you'll tell me where it's crashing. Who needs GDB when you have printf 1, 2, 3, 4 and then printf A, B, C, D? GDB is completely useless against this clearly superior method of debugging. See, 1, 2. Before we even get to this point, okay. Oh, I didn't realize there was another 4. Oh my god, I hate the way this code is formatted. It's so hard to tell that there's 2 for loops because this is not indented. So the error happening somewhere here, perhaps? It could also be happening here. Run the code through a formatter. Might cause more issues. I doubt a formatter is gonna cause more issues. Doesn't this have like a... Oh no, you have to install a formatter in order to be able to do that. Oh, let's not waste our time, okay? The idea is to not have to modify this code all that much. This bitch right here is crashing. Because name list. What the fuck is this? Alright, so it crashes between B and C. I assume it's not gonna be B, so it's C, right? It is trying to access this address, BF158. Where the instruction crashing is... Right here, dump comes in handy. What was the crashing instruction? B940000. Something like this is causing a crash. Thank you, Linux, for being absolutely useless for this. I still don't understand why Linux has overcomplicated printing to this, copying and pasting to this level. So the crash instruction is 83C. If you already accessed the value of it here once, why are you now struggling with that? Name list. No, the first parameter is I, and the second parameter is name list I. Alright, so we can see exactly what it is that's causing the crash. It's the first one ever that's causing the crash. So I want to make sure that actually we're initializing this value correctly. Oh, it's actually passed in its sprites with this variable. So there should be 138 actually. From the looks of it, I want to say the array is there, indeed. I'm trying not to look at that blog we found. I don't want to have all my work done for me, but, you know, I do want to finish it sometime. Oh. So actually, it's not what I thought. It's not what I thought. Okay. Yeah, you call this one. Just gonna try real quick while I do this. Because Clang is not super happy with this project. It's not helping me out as much as it should be. The reason it doesn't crash here and it crashes here or here is that we're not actually accessing the names list. This point, or now, the printf. Right, so that's what's causing the issue. Surprised Jester's not showing up today. Could use some company right about now. Address looks good though. But then according to this, it's trying to access this value. Also, we've accessed the variable here. And it's the first one ever that's crashing. I have to admit, I don't get it. If the value of this is a valid address, and the value of this is also a valid address, then why does accessing that address show us this value instead? It's very consistent too, so it's not like it's a context switching issue, thank God. Unless it just so happens that I, for whatever reason, is super messed up. That would be weird because I is being initialized to 0 and this is the first iteration of the loop. I don't know what else could possibly be happening here to cause this to have a correct address, but this to not have a correct address. It has a valid value here. Right, name list is an array of strings. It's an array of char pointers. By any chance, did our friend over here have the same issue? No, this one has an entirely different issue. Alright, that's not the same. Again, name list is a pointer to a string, to a pointers to strings. So even putting a breakpoint and going in GDB and seeing the values is a little bit hard to do. It's very hard to do, actually. So that's not going to be super helpful either. 4287DD88. It's within... I'm going to pull out another. Damn case sensitivity. Last modified, September 13th. That's not right. And we're going to import a new file. I'm going to re-import the doom.elf. Okay, we're going to open that. And we're going to want to jump to the function called initSpriteDefs. Analyze it, please. Not found. Wait, search in functions too. Okay, and the issue that we're having is in the second printf, or where the local... Oh, name list. Hold on. Name list is a local variable. That's correct. But it isn't a local variable when it gets called from within here with SPRN names. SPR names, I mean. So in p init, do not p init, please. Yeah, pretty sure that was not it. Not exactly the most intuitive of programs. Can you just find the damn function name? I guarantee you it is called p init. I can find it for you, you know what? Wait, why is it not found? Even in the dump, for example. Here it is, 29E60. Oh, this is gonna take forever, Jesus Christ. All just to find the SP names. C37CC. So, I have no idea why the crash is happening. Don't know how else to put it. Accessing the variable. Not an alignment fault or anything like that. I don't understand how this address is valid, but then it isn't. Wait, hold on. One thing I'm not considering. Name list So when I'm printing this, I'm printing the address of the variable. Oh, okay, hold on. Hold on, we might be onto something here. That should give us the address to the actual... Yeah, I don't even know what it's gonna give me. It points to BF190. That is entirely wrong. No wonder you crash. But okay, I'm starting to understand the issue now. The question is, why does it point to that? We might find the answer here. Print the variable itself and then print... Yeah, so info.c contains this char array, that is to say array of strings, where somehow the strings are pointing to the wrong place. Let me see one of those addresses. BF1A8. What is located in that address? How do you go to a specific address in this thing? A hex beginning with 0x. TRRO. So that is a relative address. Starting to understand the issue. Well, I understand the issue now. Essentially, this array of arrays is pointing to these strings right here, which are located within address BF190 onward. The issue with that is that that's not where they're located for my program. In my program, they're located, well, at a different address, it turns out. Wherever the program is located, plus this address. So their relative addresses, which we need to turn into non-relative addresses. I knew I should have done virtual addresses sooner. Oh god, I just didn't bother. I just didn't think this was gonna become an issue. So now I need to do something about it. And there's an ad coming up on Twitch, so we'll find out in 2 minutes. Okay, ad is over. Dog has arrived. This time it's the real dog, not a pillow. He's just off camera. Okay, let's actually look into this issue. It really sucks. How do I calculate this, is the question. Alright, so the problem is current crash happening because this names list is an array of arrays of strings, which is located here inside the hex file, inside the elf file at address BF1B something. B0 is where the first one starts. My program is loading them in a different location, so it cannot find anything at that address. Now I have to say I don't understand why, in terms of why the compiler is like this. I mean, all the strings are together. Right, the reason it happens like this is because this doesn't contain relative addresses, it contains absolute addresses, whereas everything else contains relative addresses. So I'm thinking, what can I do to fix it? This check should be correct. First, I want to check that. This one is not affected by this issue. So I want to see where I need to do some translation and how the fuck to do that translation. All because I couldn't be bothered to implement virtual addresses. But then again, this Doom has been made to run on some crazy code. So I'm sure there's on some crazy devices, I mean. So I'm sure there's a solution. Okay, so the number of sprites is correct. Alright, what's wrong is the name of the sprites. I'm not sure how to do this. I need to add an offset. It's a question of how to get that offset. PSR names, this one. No, that's not what I was trying to do. Do I still have Ghidra open? Yes. No, I don't think this is right. Ghidra's just showing whatever the fuck it wants. No, it can't find it anywhere? What? I don't understand this fucking program, I swear to God. It just makes no sense. That is not the correct address. It keeps jumping to the wrong address for it. No, maybe that is the correct address for it, I don't know. Yeah, that's apparently the right address for it. So apparently I just go to C37CC, which here is showing entirely different information. But I guess that's because stuff has moved around. And looking for this value, 90 F1 0B. No occurrences. Amazing. So stumped on what to do right now. I don't understand why this turns into an absolute address all of a sudden, when it should be a relative address still. Or give me the proper address. I mean, I understand why. It's just like, what do I do if I'm not... Were virtual addresses even popular when Doom was released? I'm assuming the compiler just behaved differently back then, but... I'm actually so confused on what I can do to fix this. There's not a whole lot of options. Okay, I'm gonna take a 5-minute break because I genuinely have no idea what to do about this. So I'm gonna take a break, clear my head a bit, and then consider it afterwards. Why is the compiler involved? Because the compiler is giving me a virtual address. But the problem is I don't support virtual addresses. Like, it's only under very specific circumstances this happens. Everything else has relative addresses, but this doesn't. Alright, I'll be back in 5 minutes. Hopefully I'll be able to try to figure it out afterwards. Okay, I'm back. Just doing some investigating. And what I mean by virtual... Okay, so I'm going to explain the issue one more time, right? So we have this array. That's like a char array. I forgot what it's called, but SP names, let's call it. And then it has 138 entries inside of it. So it's an array of arrays. What's the syntax for this? Doesn't really matter. Then it has like one string inside of it, another string inside of it. Okay, so in memory, this gets compiled like this. So the hello gets put somewhere. The world gets put somewhere else. And this array essentially turns into an array of pointers. So this points us to, for example, 226 and 227. Even though I inverted it, it was the other way around, like that. So it turns into this. Pointer to the first string, pointer to the second string. The problem is this is in the elf file. In the elf file, it's located at the address 226, 227. And if I had virtual address support, then I would load it into that address directly, and then it would work. I don't support any virtual addresses. I'm placing it wherever I have some available memory. And so it's not really located at 226, but at like 0426, an address that looks like this. So when it tries to go into 226, it can't find it. But I was looking at this flag. Is this the one? Should find in the elf file there is a relocation table. This flag should be able to help me, for that matter, but I'm not entirely sure. I compile with that flag, which makes it position independent. Then I'm assuming that's no longer going to happen. Because really, the executable should not determine where it is loaded in memory. Like, that's not always gonna be... That was it, wasn't it? Oh no, wait, this is it. The loader should fix it. Sure. I mean, I guess. Wait, the flag is PIC? Or PIE? It compiled with PIC, but I'm not sure, because no, it compiled with PIE. But I also saw it as PIC before, so... No, I didn't mean to clean. Oh no, that straight up crashed. The entire damn thing. So no, let's not do that. Alright, I guess we're gonna need to load it dynamically just for this part. That kind of sucks. .rel.din and maybe rel plt relocation tables. I mean, most of the binary works well because it is, most addresses are relative. It just so happens that inside a string array, they're not relative. So that means that it doesn't load them correctly. And honestly, yesterday I made the elf loader even dumber than it was. God, this wiki is kind of useless. Not gonna lie. It never gives any actually useful information. And the alternative tends to be way too much information for what you need. But hopefully this cheat sheet can help us. Okay, so if I make it PIE... Wait, because I don't even know where to look inside here. Okay. .rel. I'm assuming that these are the ones I want to look for. .rel and .rel A. We have section entry size, we have section num entry, and then the first section would be this section header offset, right? Which at some point or another I should have printed. Okay, so the section header then looks like this one, F64. Oh, it was at the beginning. Okay, I hadn't seen it. Man, what the fuck are these types? What is a word and what is a X word? Hey, let me see. Stream Elements has left the chat, I think. Where's the header? This is the header, okay. Oh, executable header. I'm looking at the wrong thing. No, executable header. Yeah, the correct one. Magic number and other info. Why can I not scroll in this page? Alright, I'm just gonna assume that word is 32 bits. X word is... This is such a weird fucking format. It doesn't tell you anything. What is X? What is off? Are they... offsets have been 64 bits so far? So are addresses? So I'm assuming these two are 64 bits? And in that case, these would be like half words or extended words. Could go either way. But a flag being 64 bits is a little bit much. Okay, but we do know that the section entry size is 64 bytes. Isn't it static assert? Do I know the address I'm loading to? When I'm doing the loading, yeah. Is it the same on every load? No, it isn't. That's the problem. Also, may I ask, what the fuck is your problem? Bro, static assert. This thing that I am using literally everywhere? Why do you have an issue with it? I can base the elf to a fixed address. I thought about that, yeah. But then... I mean, I only have like 2 hours to continue streaming today, so maybe I should do that. And just force it to be loaded to a specific address. You know what, I'm gonna do that. Otherwise, we're gonna be here all day. I don't even understand what the fuck is going on here, so. Alright. To force it to be at a specific address, that's the easiest way that I can do that. I can allocate a specific address for it. At the very, very beginning. Instead of p allocating here, we're going to do this allocation once. The size... Let's do 2 megabytes. which is instead of allocating, we just put this in. We expose this function. As soon as our allocator is ready. God, this is awful. This feels horrible to do. Okay, so autocomplete is just not helping me because it hates that I'm doing this. It's process loading too. And then we're just gonna kprintf that process will be loaded to. Now we can. Do you want to know what's really bad? Kind of scared to know what's really bad at the same time. Besides the fact that static assert decided that it doesn't want to work here for whatever reason. Okay, I'm actually printing too quickly. Process will be loaded to 4180000. Okay, yeah, it's actually here. At the very, very least, if you want to print, has to be there. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Process will be loaded to this address. Yeah, that's about right. I must have done something else wrong. Hold on. We're reaching levels of hacking shit together that have never been seen. You said, do you want to know what's really bad, and then never said anything. Oh wait, we don't even get to this point. Hold on, what's happening? Oh wait, how much space am I allocating for? Oh no, I'm doing that right. Here, luckily, I can do this. Not hit a breakpoint? Oh, okay, here we go. So disable interrupt. Process, we're good. Name the process, sure. Dest now shows our hard-coded address, correct. Then we copy into that address. That crashes, okay. Were we not allocating enough memory? I am allocating more than enough memory for this. Apparently it's crashing in trying to access 42A0Z000. The address the ELF file was loaded to. That wasn't a problem before. God, it's so hard to quit when you have GDB on. It's not one problem, it's another. Nah, this has always been wrong. Well, since yesterday, pretty much. I didn't mean to do debug, but okay. My process crashed. No. Well, that's just because of this. Cute little hack we got going on here. Oh wow, I made it very, very small. God damn it again. Instruction code 0. Where's Doom? Doom. The good thing is we can see exactly the entry point we're being told is at this address. So we can just go to it. And that's our main function, yes. But then, apparently, it tries to access... Here, it tries to access this address. Which is the main function. What? Wait, the code starts at 10,000. If I tell Doom, again, to start its code at... And then I tell it to run. So now I gotta reverse... All this because I don't want to do relocation, like, for fuck's sake. Wait, but what did I change now? We're back to it working. It's slower than ever. Okay. And now I'm just gonna put a hack in here and not exactly call it a day, but continue beyond this point. Where's the sprite name even used? It's printed. It's assigned. And that's enough to check if it works. It will still crash because I haven't fixed all the instances where this happens, but print a little bit. 3 num sprites true, and then it crashes. Amazing. Okay. Okay. Okay, this works. Now we can just do this. And anywhere else that we use this name list. Oh, I love hacks like these. Which, by the way, won't work on the Raspberry Pi. Because it uses a different base address. Yeah. Yeah, we've moved forward. What I'm confused about is this. Set channels not implemented. Yeah. So. Okay, hack is hacked. All that because I don't want to deal with relocations. It maybe wouldn't be super difficult for me to do, but if I have some time later today, I'll do relocations properly. Get rid of the hack, but for now, not my problem. Okay, so now this works. Then set channels is not implemented, that's for sound, but at least now it shows with the proper format, which is with all these symbols here that I always use to make sure that this function is not implemented. Same for this one, but this one we're never gonna implement. I'm sorry, shutdown graphics is a luxury we cannot afford. This is not very descriptive. Alright, I'm probably gonna take a break before I continue. I just want to find out where we are. Init, setting up heads-up display. After which comes the status bar, then all these checks, then load game. I saw this path here, I was a little concerned, but should be good. Alright, we're on the last two steps. What, this is a very weird print. Is it straight up like that? Yeah, it is. Oh, I see. Okay, ooh. That is a format which I do not support. The .3D. But okay, let me run an ad, take a 2-minute break, come back and fix that. Oh, I didn't read the F in this. I was a little bit confused as for the name of this variable, but there is an F there. All right, I'll be back in 2 minutes. And I was thinking the chat was kind of dead today. It turns out I just haven't been shown the chat. I've not seen messages since. Do these have a timestamp? Yeah, I have no idea. The last message I received was about 15 minutes ago.
how much we redacted enterprise B?
Alright, yeah, definitely. How much will redacted enterprise be? UAKKKK is what you said, actually. About 300 a month. Obviously, that's for enterprise, so like big companies will be paying for that, not people. So that's a reasonable price. That's actually how enterprise software is for priced. Yeah, sorry, I've literally missed everyone's messages for quite a long time. And messages don't have timestamps here. Which feels like a very basic features that messages should have, but they don't. Fix it somehow. It's straight up connected to the wrong chat. And I have no idea why. Damn it, someone actually gave me the answers to the ELF formatting thing that I was wondering before, like the sizes of the variables. Alright, so an ELF n half is a 16, an S word is 32, a word is 32, an SX word is 64, and an X word is 64. Today's the first time, well, this weekend is the first time that I'm working with code that isn't from scratch. And yeah, sorry, but I'm not gonna get to most people's messages in chat. Gonna have to fix that. I wonder if this chat shows messages. I disabled it because it was taking up a lot of space and there weren't that many messages. So it was just a waste of space. Turns out it just wasn't showing messages. Section header, 64-bit struct. Okay, so I'm not gonna do this implementation right now. Like I said, if I have time to do it today or before tomorrow's stream, then I will. So long as the hack is working, I'm good. All right, so it's in the YouTube chat. Scrolling a little bit. Oh no, actually it's right here. Elf half. So we don't have any of those. Those are 16. Okay. So an elf word is a uint 32. That one I could tell you. I think I got that one right actually. An X word I said is either a half word or an extended word. So 64. Turns out it's 64. I think I got correctly. And then you don't say anything about off and add. But here where we have addresses and offsets, they're 64 bits. So again, I believe they are 64. So I think I got it right the first time, but I'm not sure. And again, I'm not sure why static assert doesn't fucking work. Wait, now it says that I'm offline actually. Oh no, it's just being stupid, okay. I love how most English words can be split in half and reversed, so keyboard is a board with keys. Try German. Germans just like put 3 or 4 letters together and... not letters. Words together. Wait, is this problem just fucking Clang being stupid? Yeah, because then you have to do this. And a semicolon at the end. I'm honestly not understanding what I'm doing wrong with the static assert here. Where it works everyone else, I'm somehow doing it wrong. I also do the words lengthening in English. I genuinely thought that was German for a second. Would be nice if I had the chat on screen. Random question, can you commit 23,000 JSON files with it working? Probably, but why would you want to do that? Run elf user for once. What for? It literally does nothing. Wait, is it because it's a type deft? No? It's just so stupid. What the fuck? Is it because I'm in an... No, I'm also doing it in a... Wait, static assert is a C++ thing. Ah, okay. Is creating an operating system... It is a little bit of a hard task. I guess that makes sense as to why you're loading 23,000 JSON files, but most likely no, don't put them on Git. Are they ever going to change? Because Git is version control, so if they're never going to change, then no, you don't want them in there. Okay, next problem I found is this modifier here, or not, formatter here. .3d, which is, if I'm not mistaken, 3 decimals of a double. And for reference, we're going to print that double. It's an integer. Yeah, it's an integer. I just want to confirm, because I hardly ever do this stuff. So, double with decimals. I think you do .2 .2f or .2d for a double. As a decimal integer, at least 6 characters wide. Wait, what is a decimal integer? Hold on, the easiest way for me to see what this is supposed to be is to search for this value. Oh, hey, chat is back. Okay, I don't understand why you keep asking me to run a random program that literally does nothing. But I'm doing something else, so I'm not gonna do that. Okay, I understand. Okay, so it's a decimal, but it's an integer, but with leading zeros. Okay, yes, finally the chat is randomly back. Where am I from? I'm from Spain. Well, I live in Spain. Alright, hold on. I actually don't know how to do this shit. God, the Twitch stream manager is... Am I not a manager of my own stream, or what the fuck is going on? Why don't I have... Yeah, 3D will print 3 zeros before, not after the decimal point. So we'll need to find a way to fake that, because I don't have support for that right now, and it's the last thing I want to do right now. I genuinely do not understand why I am not allowed to moderate my own chat. This makes no sense. Twitch can be so confusing sometimes. In seconds? Seriously? Alright, I'm gonna wait to see if the chat is working again or not. I don't think it is. Nothing is working today for streaming. Okay. Even the stream like straight up crashed when I started it. Luckily it's been working fine since then. Okay, first off, font size is... So this value will never go past 100. Okay, so we can either have 1 padding 0 or 2 padding zeros. Let me do some quick maths over here. Right, so I want to have some padding, right? And then based on that padding, I want to have a... Oh, it starts at 33. Hold on, I did not consider that. It starts at 33 and it ends at 99. So still correct. It starts at 33 and it ends at 99. It's always gonna be 2 digits. Problem solved. Just gonna printf this real quick just to make sure. Nope, I didn't mean to make that. Alright, chat is back to not working. So again, only gonna be able to get to some of the messages. Not super quick. Wait, what? I'm printing I? You're developing an operating system compatible with every laptop machine? Not really, no. Only ARM machines, and really only Raspberry Pi and this virtual machine that I'm running from. I'm not printing I, I'm printing J. I as in integer. Because it starts at 33. So it's STCFN033. N033. Okay, we found that one. 034. God, this editor is shit. Also found that one. There's 035, 037, 82, 84, 94, 95. Oh my god, Domingo is such a good pun. What about leg machine? What leg machine? What is going on in Twitch chat? Very different chats going on. Okay, Domingo. Yes, Domingo, but with Doom. Okay, I got about an hour-ish before it. Well, hold on. Let me confirm that real quick. An hour and a half before I finish the stream. So let's see how far we can get today. We already hacked together some shit. Oh well. Well, we have one hack that will be easable. I was gonna say easable to fix. So maybe I should end the stream a little bit earlier because I'm clearly already losing it. But am I shooting monsters yet? If by monsters you mean bugs, yes. By monsters you mean demons. If it's demons spells like this, also yes. If it's demons spelled the normal way and the Doom demons, not yet, not quite. We're at the heads up display part now. Although it's struggling to find this bitch right here, STCFN, which, hey, looks to me like it's right here. Okay, so that looks about right. but it's not finding it. It finds 33, but then it doesn't find 34. And if we saw the solution for the error that was happening before, I wouldn't be surprised if it was something similar. Congrats on 10k, thank you. This is my punishment for it. Having to port Doom. Now, it already helped me identify some fixes, some things that I need to do inside my ELF file loader in order to make it work properly. So that's always good. It helped me find a few more functions that I need to implement, like a seek function. I hadn't implemented like a proper cursor when reading and writing, so now that's implemented. Except there's no writing, so forget that. But reading, now it's implemented. Yeah, that's about it. I implemented a few more utility functions and whatnot. The rest has just been fixing issues. Okay, so it finds one, but not the others. That's quite suspicious. It cannot find 34, but it can find 33. It then finds this extra data here, which is 8 more bytes. So there's a chance that when these are being loaded, there's a pointer somewhere. That's the reason that I was getting an error yesterday. Figured it out at the beginning of the stream. Thanks to, I believe I still have it open. I would be really stupid to close it. Thanks to this blog post on WordPress from 2014. That I was getting this missing patch in texture because the number that it was looking for was wrong because there is a pointer in the structure. The pointer used to be 32 bits, now it's 64 bits, so that was wrong, and it's an obsolete pointer at that. So I believe something similar is happening right now, but I'm gonna go get some water and run an ad, and then figure it out. Dog has not left the chat, surprisingly. I need to figure out who is loading these to know what structure they're using to load these, to know why they might be offset. Got this break so easily. It's heads up display stuff. So maybe oh, literally the name of the class is heads up stuff.
When tab management app development stream, you need it, bro.
Tab management. It's gotten way out of control today. It's gotten way out of control. So first thing is to look for an array here somewhere that might be, or a struct here somewhere that might contain a pointer, but no, there isn't one. In the header file for this. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it was the exact same issue. You got anyone for us here? Anything for us here? No. Doesn't seem like they've encountered an issue like that. So the problem is that for whatever reason, it's not finding some data that is actually there. And well, why are you spelling mom like that if your mom gave you a pound coin today? Oh wait, chat is working again for Twitch. It's so weird. You have to spell mom with M-U-M. Don't let the Americans win. Except I absolutely never spell things the British way, and I hate it, but hey. And remember, everybody, please report software piracy to 1-800-388-PIRE8. How can I know where these are being loaded? This is the only place that references them. Also, did Doom only have a translation to French and English? Because I keep seeing references to French everywhere, but no other languages. And French key map. So yeah, maybe it only has a translation for French. Wait, loop. Federated TikTok alternative account was accepted. What is loops? I'm opening a new window. The privacy-focused TikTok alternative for the Fediverse. I never heard of this before. My god, there's so many functions. Newest bug. Are there any content creators on there? Is there anything to mindlessly scroll through? That's the main issue with new social media. If I look up P names, which I know is one that I already know that exists. My god, I'm begging this editor to be competent for 1 second. Is there something for fonts here? Next? No? Previous? Okay. This is not it.
IHINDAL raided your channel with 20 viewers.
So my chat on the computer that I'm streaming from is refusing to work. Kind of. So yeah, for both anyone who's joined and the raiders, not super responding to the chat right now because it is struggling. I tried refreshing it and now it's just an infinite spinner with occasionally an error message. Try reloading the page. Yeah, not gonna be able to read the chat for the most part, especially if I'm doing stuff here. Can't focus on 2 different chats on 2 different services, so... Oh, actually, I'm just seeing now that people are telling me that I should call the piracy number. We're porting Doom to an operating system that I've been working on since April, but... And I don't know where the issues are coming from. So, it's time to pull out something I really don't want to pull out. That sounds bad. I'm talking about a program called, which is a Doom editor, Doom file editor, but it looks like this. First off, it's very white. Yeah, I'm having some eye sensitivity issues these days, though today I'm doing okay. And second, it is very small, which makes it very difficult to read. And I need to figure out exactly what it is that's currently not loading. It's these font files. So wait, they're called STCFN0. Are they here by any chance? PSTCFN33. This is one of them. 34. So they exist. So the fonts definitely exist. It finds the first one, the 33 one, and then it doesn't find any of the other ones. Which if you look at it in a hex editor, I just need to know how you're loading them. That's the part that I don't know. Just gotta find something else. I need to know what this array is. And if there's a chance that it's not being loaded correctly. Except I would be very surprised if this was an entire array and yet somehow it happened to fail exactly at the second element that I'm looking for here and not at all these. So alternate thing I can look at. I can look for BCF57C. I'm doing some fucking code archaeology here. No, that address is not found anywhere. I mean, I gotta make sure that get num for name. Oh, okay, yeah, that's the error. Hold on, it's different than what I thought. It cannot find empty here, so that's the problem. If that app is written in GTK3, you might be able to launch it with GTK scale 2 and GTK add weight dark to make it scaled up and dark. I'm running it through Wine, so it's an exe file. Exe file doesn't sound right. So probably not. Oh my god. Oh my god. The reason it fails is that sprintf is not what we're trying to do. String format va buff. Wait. Shit.
Though I have infinite channel points also I YouTube I look schizo being the only person chatting on Twitch.
It's even worse when I can't read the chat. Okay, the problem is this. Alright, that should do it. You have infinite channel points, it doesn't go down? It's not like people use text-to-speech all that much, and there is a cooldown, so I'm fine with it. Okay, no, I messed something else up here. Bro, my chat just died and never came back. Is that a Spanish accent on TTS? It's a Spanish accent when I'm getting rated or when someone subscribes, and an Italian accent for text-to-speech. Oh hey, the chat is not spinning anymore. I don't know if it means that's working or not. But it's not spinning anymore. That's progress. The last thing you want to do while streaming and debugging stuff is to also have to debug the stream itself. Oh, it got to 95. Then in its status bar, oh, it's probably this very similar error. So hold on, sprintf. Yeah, pretty much everywhere that's used shouldn't work like this. So that's an easier way to do it, is just fix it everywhere. sprintf with a char pointer buffer, a char pointer format, and veridic arguments. Go to common.c and let's implement this function. To be honest, I always forget how to do this, so real quick. va list, va start. We already have a buffer, so we just pass that in. We end, and we return. So now we should even be able to return this function to how it used to be. No, not fully how it used to be. And this should work. Wait, there's a hacker in chat. Well, he's a moderator, so he can ban himself. Also, Maynards, what you said, I am assuming you meant molto bene, but what you said is death. Okay, yeah, this one works. This one doesn't. STT num. Similar situation. Load the numbers. I don't understand why they're using D here. What's the D format argument? Wait, D is for int? I was thinking it was I was thinking that it was, I forgot the name of that thing. God damn it, I completely forgot. Double. I thought it was double. Come on, man. STFB0 not found. STFB face background for different color players. That's more progressive than I expected it to be. Unless it means like team colors. STFB0 exists though. Except it's after 1, but it exists. It's 1023. Weird. Very weird. Can it find 1, I wonder? We're getting close to being able to run it with nothing happening because we don't have the whole like frame buffer stuff implemented. And I would keep streaming for longer, but I can't today, so that's probably gonna be for tomorrow, but exciting if we get to that point. I doubt it's gonna go past tomorrow. STFB1 also not found. Because actually all of these are together. So if you found these, you should definitely be able to find these. STCFN095. And then you have STFB0000. Could those zeros be needed as well? I don't think so. Non ho ancora dominato l'italiano. I am so sorry that you don't have text-to-speech on YouTube, because the Doom puns would be absolutely killing it. Number of pain faces, number of straight faces. The Doom protagonist has their face covered, right? In the actual thingy in the bottom. He doesn't all the buck
Hey
fight.
YouTube, how does it feel without text to speech? Bet you wanna Doom? About it, EDKIM, not a nerd.
You need to step up your Doom pun game. Twitch chat is doomed. A little better. Oh shit, there's an ad. I did not notice that. Alright, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Actually, no, we're not. I didn't clean my hands properly after putting product in my hair. Okay, now I'm back. Did I take a shower midway through the ads? No. Actually, I shouldn't be wearing these right now. Should let my hair breathe a little bit. But no, I just didn't want to get oil all on my keyboard and mouse and stuff. I still had some residue on my hands. Okay. I said Doom puns. Like, can Doom run Doom? Yes, it can. Someone's done that. Oh yeah, someone hasn't properly dominated or dominated the Italian language. That's what you're competing against. Yeah, someone has actually gotten Doom to run on Doom. Running on a pregnancy test? On a cell? What? On gut bacteria? What? An MIT biotech researcher has been able to run the iconic computer game
Doomborg.
Doom. Wow. Amazing contribution. Lauren Ramland didn't get the game going on a digital simulation of bacteria, but turned actual bacteria into pixels to display the 30-year-old FPS. That's a good use for E. coli, I guess. The 32 by 48 1-bit display? The fuck is this, bro? I'm pretty sure we're gonna find it here somewhere. A pregnancy test. 100 pounds of moldy potatoes. Okay, so this is kind of like a GLaDOS potato battery. An Apple Watch, that's about right. That probably wasn't super hard. A portable plate-edged beveling machine, whatever that is. A MacBook Touch Bar. The Touch Bar, not the MacBook. The Touch Bar. A printer, that's about right. A graphics calculator. A single key. This $1,500 keyboard that had a programmable screen on every single key. Jesus. You just said Doom keyboard. Well, yes. Apparently. There you go. This old Sony phone. On a camera, on an old iPod, an ATM. Imagine you pull up to the ATM and it's just playing Doom. And in Doom, here it is. There you go. You're playing Doom instead of Doom. Alright, I think we've seen enough. The pregnancy test one was only on the display, it didn't actually run off it. I like Parrot Software's game. I just downloaded the newest version of your OS, but it doesn't show the init text on the boot up. You mean the console screen thingy? No, I removed that. It was just making it slow for no reason. You can re-enable it if you want it for whatever reason. By just going to the kernel main, which is in kernel.c, and getting rid of this disable visual. Just eliminate that, and you'll be good. But moving on. Why can you not find The console player. No idea. But based on how quickly I'm seeing chat on YouTube, I feel like there's less delay today. Did YouTube get its shit together? I doubt it, but maybe. It actually slows it a bit. The console, yeah, it does. Okay, yeah, no idea why this specific file name seems to fail. Where we have looked at file names that are longer before, right? So this one is 6 characters plus this, which goes all the way up to 8, with just 7 characters. So it's not about the number of characters. This one has 6 characters, it also worked. But this one doesn't work. STFB1 not found. STFB1, right here. I can see it right there. Whereas STCFN0 can be found, which comes right before it, all the way up to 95. Let me see if by any chance I'm not doing something weird with it. I don't know. The new version has fixed so many bugs. Yes, this week actually I fixed most of the bugs that were happening with graphics and whatnot. Most of the bugs that I was having with Pong and with Game of Life are now fixed. I think I told you this yesterday, but if you get an error with... Now I'm composing this correctly. I don't know what the problem is here. Oh, I could try to skip it, but I don't think that's a good idea. It won't work in the game, but I can try to see if the other ones load. Yes, if you get a random error with a really, really long error code, like FAR and then a really long string, then just disable networking. It's a networking bug. I doubt you're using networking, so you can just disable it. It crashes because init graphics is not implemented. So yeah, this is the last one that's crashing. Everything else works. Also, I need to remove that name list. All these prints here, essentially. We have a cute little hack base address here. There was a white track behind and some colors didn't work. Yeah, that was a bug with rendering inside of Windows. So that's fixed now. You're pregnant with Doom Guy. Imagine you take a pregnancy test and you're waiting to see if it's positive or negative and it just starts playing Doom.
BTW follow golf it.
Yeah? Oh, 450. Nice. To be fair, it sets a follow goal at 10 more than you currently have, so it's kind of weird. So the next one is going to be 460, which I'm probably going to hit tomorrow. Super, it's not that big of a deal because of that. I wonder what I'm going to do at 10. Sorry, at 1000 on Twitch too. I'm going to port Wolfenstein. Oh god, no, this is hurting already to think about it. Fuck that. Okay, so it shouldn't be too hard. Okay, I mean, let me look at the texture that's failing here. Might as well just do that for the sake of it. What is it? SB... If only I remembered where it is. SD stuff, right? Here. STFB1. Oh, would you look at that? It's not there. It is there. It is 1.38 kilobytes, which is whoo-wee. You probably shouldn't push the hack stuff. No, I won't. Especially because I would have to push the hack inside the OS too. And that's not what you want to do. I'm surprised it hasn't come up anymore. But hey, we're good. Yeah, so without this texture that for some reason it's not finding, we will most likely have a crash at some point or another when it's used. I'm kind of not seeing it used anywhere. Alright, you know what? We're gonna leave it like this. And we're gonna move on to the next point, which is a crash after I start frame. I start frame is not implemented, obviously. So now we need to, hey, all right. I wish I could know what's crashing. Because it seems to me like the crash is happening between here and here. Otherwise, we would be getting frame not implemented, but also start tick not implemented. How big is the Raspberry Pi 4 or 5 compared to a keyboard? It's tiny. It's the size of a credit card. It's that little black dot you can see. Well, you can see back there, that little black thing. So, and that's with a case. So it's actually really small. I know I'm annoying, but I don't understand the network thing with your repo. Redacted firmware server. Yeah, no, that there's nothing going on with that one. So that's essentially just a Node.js project for running an HTTP server on Linux or Mac or probably Windows too, for then communicating with Redacted OS. That's it. All you do is just download a JSON from it. I don't even know if the system is set up for that anymore. I don't think it is. So I'm eventually going to use it to make a package manager backend, so you can download packages for Redacted OS from it. And that's why I put it up on a repo. And in my video where I explained how I did networking, I used it to show how I was doing networking. But it's essentially just a hello world. So it's nothing too important. I start frame is not implemented, but it returns a void. So I really don't understand how it's crashing, unless this here happens to be... Maybe we're not going into that, we're going into this. Also, what's fprintf? Oh, file printf. So fprintf just does printf. We're really, really close to the game running. I believe within this tryticks function. So we're going to do some very advanced form of debugging. Printf2, printf3, and 6. I really need a loading screen. Net update. Not surprised that's probably causing a crash. Hope we don't need you, because I disabled everything that has to do with networking. No, it's still happening. What's this doom come? Besides never initialized. Is anyone else initializing it? Side IPX, that's a different one. So inside redacted doom. Wait, was I looking in the right file for doom come there? Wait, why are we inside a networking code? If only there was a program that can catch crashes and show you where they happen. Yeah, but that program doesn't actually work here. So there isn't. Let me see the definition of this. So this is what's crashing. Doomcom is probably null. Num nodes is probably within, let me guess. Okay, so this is what's crashing. I'm a little bit confused as to why we're doing networking. At all. So for the time being, we can just enable this, but what we really should be doing is disable the networking code. I just don't understand why the networking code and the multi-tick code are together. Or what multi-tick even is. I don't understand that, but hey. Are the red people mods? No, people just pick their own colors. I think you picked, I was gonna say purple. Pink, didn't you? Okay, start tick not implemented. Okay, so we moved forward. You might have, I don't know, if you change your name to pink, but you can set your own colors. Considering I don't even know how to time someone out. I mean, you would think there would be buttons for that, but there aren't. You have to do it through chat. Okay. That address crashing there? Need to know exactly which one it is, so. You look like a female for a second, no joke. Thank you. That crash feels a little bit too fast. Hey, what happened? No, I'm not transitioning. Bug didn't happen again. We crash after A, after B, I mean. Mind you, we don't have any input. So I'm not super surprised that this is crashing. The address that's crashing though. 48821. Oh wait. Hold on. Wait, we might have a little bit more information. We make dump and then we go to address AB14. We are here. The problem is we don't know where here is. And the funny thing is... Oh wait, add break. Forgot to mention that. For some functions, it actually shows me the code. For some others, it doesn't. So... hard to tell what's going on. Bro mentions every ad like Twitch has him at gunpoint. It does. I don't know if you're hearing this or not, but it does. I don't want to run ads. It really ruins the experience for the viewer, and yet I'm forced to run ads. And if I don't run ads, then there's gonna be pre-rolls, which ruins the experience for any new viewers. Which means that anyone wanting to check out my stream is not gonna be able to. I don't know if you heard anything of what I just said, responding to your comment about Twitch having me at gunpoint. Because the ad just ended. Alright, so the address that's crashing, the instruction that's crashing is this one. Don't know what it corresponds to. That would make debugging a lot easier if I could know that. But again, the dump actually shows me some instructions, but not some others, and I don't understand what the difference is. It seems to be able to show me, for some functions, like these here, which are my shared library functions, actually. So maybe some compile flag that I have here. Restanding, no xtdlib, no exceptions, no unwind tables. Tables G. That shouldn't be it. Unless G. I don't know what the G argument does in GCC. Oh, that's exactly the one. Why did I yell? I have no idea. If I add that flag... Wait. First you gotta make clean, then you gotta make... And then you gotta make a dump. And now in your dump... Okay, is it this one or this one? So joy buttons, joy be strafe. This line of code is... Why doesn't the new debugger work? That one is not your best work, I'm not gonna lie to you. Joy buttons... Sorry, I've been neglecting YouTube chat. Having to switch between the two is so annoying. And honestly, I was supposed to like set up the chat on OBS for both, but I haven't done that. Oh well. So let me see what's going on YouTube. Is it possible to make an LFAP which uses the network syscalls to make network connections? Because you want to try that. So yes, I think.
You've been neglecting Twitch chat too.
No, I haven't. It's literally just you, and I have been responding to you, so I have not been neglecting that. Honestly, try. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't used the network syscalls. To be honest, the reason I added networking is people asked for it. And I do want to do stuff with networking, but... Ooh, wow. The entire thing crashed, huh? What was that? That was a really weird crash. Yeah, I haven't implemented anything with networking. Like I said, the system is very insecure, so the last thing you want is networking. Especially now with the internet. Everything that I have done is local. If you want to try to make a multiplayer game, same. So let me know if you run into any issues. I might... I don't know what I can do, to be honest. What's crashing here? All of a sudden the game started crashing. Is it because the executable is bigger now? I don't feel like debugging this, and I already got my answer, so get the fuck out of here. Oh yeah, I don't think that worked. I think I need to make clean. And what are you doing? So right now I'm porting Doom to my operating system. Last stretch of the technical difficulties. In fact, I think what's crashing right now is just because there's some parts that I haven't implemented yet, that I obviously need to implement, like the graphics and the input. 0. Yep. So joy buttons. What even are you? Joy array 1. Oh. We're bringing the hack back. Somehow, magically, between the end of the stream today and the beginning of tomorrow's stream, which is an evening stream, but so about like 25 hours from now, I'm hoping that I have enough time to implement a little bit more proper dynamic loading so that this shit that I'm doing doesn't need to be done. This is kind of ridiculous. Hack base address plus that. There we go. And this joy array, is it being used anywhere else? No, we're good. Here though, hack base address. It's beautiful. All this because I don't have virtual addresses or dynamic loading. Sucks to be me, I guess. Seems like it was having some issues loading the ELF file if it was too large. So I need to look into that too. Another address that's most likely... I doubt we're doing the advanced demo. Whereas the one that was crashing was after C, right? Yes. So this one isn't crashing anymore. That's good. What's crashing is either mticker or do advanced demo. I doubt it's this one. But the other one is a very, very simple function, so I doubt it's that one too. Skull anim counter is initialized at 10. That's it. Nothing particularly complex going on there. Which skull is initialized at 1. Where is this being called? I believe I remember seeing this function. Yes, miscellaneous info. It's the very first one being called. So that should not be a problem. Can you please quit? For the love of God. It didn't want to. Okay. Let me get rid of the advanced demo stuff and see if that's the one that's causing the issue. Wait, no, this is the wrong place. Will it have any special features? I don't know yet. Oh, I already commented it out. Okay. Are those unindented if statements from the original Doom code? Yes, they are. Okay. Surprisingly, the advanced demo was being done and crashing. Okay, so now gticker has most likely a null pointer. What's the name of the function? gticker. Well, I hardly know her, so that may be why it's crashing. Here, sargpain2. Why can you copy HTML? What copy HTML are you talking about? Somehow now I can see Twitch messages, but not YouTube messages. I did think earlier the YouTube chat was super dead, and then the entire chat was super dead, but I don't know what's happening today. Wait, is it really that the crash was here in this one? In terminal, you can copy HTML. I'm not... So now I copied it as HTML. Alright, Oh, I think it's this one that's crashing, right? Or this one. This one makes more sense. Current menu. No, maybe this is not even from here. Alright, time to find out. God, these really look so awful. Oh my god. It's so hard to tell. I've actually like not realized there's multiple for statements nested in each other because of the indentation. How come GDB doesn't work anymore? It's not that it doesn't work, it's that it doesn't work for processes that I'm loading. Just keep in mind I'm loading Doom from a file. So GDB doesn't know that. So it doesn't... Hey, what just happened? You cannot file with the shareware version register? Why are you yelling at me about some bullshit that's not even true? I don't even know what to tell you about that. I literally don't even have the possibility of passing command line arguments. Literally, where do I put the command line arguments in here? Now it went away. I clean fixed it, so I'm assuming it was just some dumb issue. It's before any of these, actually. Wait. God damn it, I'm in the wrong function. Was I looking in the wrong function the entire time? And the instruction that crashes inside of the gticker function. There isn't an instruction like that inside the gticker function. What? Must be one of these. Isn't the dump outdated? Yeah, but none of this code has changed. So it's a little weird. I'm assuming it's being called by a function that's called in here, so. Alright, 30 minutes. Got to main actions, yeah, figured as much. In the intermission, the finale, or maybe we're in the demo screen. Why do you only code? Is your life code, sleep, code, sleep? Which is why I cannot continue streaming tonight. Also not always during the week, to be fair. If anything, I don't stream during the week. I only stream Mondays and Fridays. Level 1. P ticker. Hold on, I can't know the exact instruction that's crashing, but I can know. And for that matter, hold on. Can I do something like this? To dump? I highly doubt I can, but yeah, no. Yeah, let's figure it out some other time. Not waste time with this right now. Hey, Rituparna, how are you? Joining towards the end of the stream, but Doom is almost looking good. Got a few bugs, to iron out here, a few crashes to iron out, but it's looking good. Tomorrow, I think I'm gonna get to implement... Oh, that was on a timer and turned off. The last, like the audio and the input and the... Well, I don't know about audio, but input. And there we go. That's the exact issue. And thinker cap. We're in A pane shoot skull. No, we should be in P run thinkers. Okay, one of you bitches is crashing. And I'm gonna find out which one. Right, when I compile with G for whatever reason, it doesn't like that. So it's a careful game of compiling and recompiling. Current thinker 0 and thinker cap. Oh no, that's correct. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a different thing. I'm just surprised that there's a null pointer here. Did I remove this function? Piped. No, I didn't remove this function. It allocates memory and adds a new thinker to the end of the list. No, the fuck it doesn't. I'm just so confused as to why this is crashing. Like, okay, the solution is easy. If current thinker is 0, then just skip. No problem. Why is it 0 though? It is being assigned to thinkercap.next. Thinkercap has a value. But apparently the value is being set to 0. It should just point to itself. I wonder if that means I need the hack here too. I mean, that would explain the dynamic loading hack would be explained by this. I mean, would explain the crash, but yeah, I'm not so sure what's happening here. All right, there's gonna be an ad on Twitch. All right, I'm gonna run it now, but I'm gonna keep working because I want to finish this. I did not bother putting any kind of identifiable information on this. Wait, it's not being called at all. I'm assuming this means it's marked as unused. NetTX frame, and I'm not sure if you'll find the implementation for those NetTX frame and network bind port. Like I said, I haven't really used that part of the syscall API, so I can't really tell you. This is being called. Do load level has got to be getting called. Do load level is not being called, so the init thinkers is not being called. But this GA load level, who calls that? That's an event. Oh, I'm pretty sure those come from the... This is the implementation. If player in game 1 and player's player state... Ah, okay. So is reborn the only place where we can call load level? Yes, and if not netgame, which... Begin recording init graphics. Okay, so first off, this advanced demo stuff. At some point or another, this was set to true. Check demo status. That is if demo playback. Which depends on... Which comes from here, which is not being called. Unless someone is setting this. There's so many functions to call demo. I doubt anyone's calling this. I feel like I'm just going in circles with this. I am going in circles with this. I ended back right where I started. Can't claim to understand what's happening. So I'm just gonna do this. Wait, no, hold on. This is the wrong player in game. All right, so player in game, player's I, player state, print those and see what's going on. There are no players in the game. That surely would explain. You see, network adds it. Again, I don't feel like I need to enable networking. All right, I feel like we're going in circles here again, but do load game puts a player in the game. Do load game gets called from GA load game. GA load game gets called from G load game. G load game gets called from D main. I found it, okay. Which gets called from Doom main. Right before the Doom loop. Do I need to pass this parameter? No, this is for safe games. Where else is this function being called? From the main menu. That makes sense. We're not in game. We should be in the main menu. So, by any means, I do not expect... Okay, I don't understand. I don't understand anymore. Okay, so the Doom loop, real quick. All right, so we're here, right? We start a frame, we start a tick, we process the events, we build a tick command, we don't do the advanced demo, we ticker, which is the menu ticker, and then we do the game tick. Oh hey, YouTube comments are back, because I haven't been paying attention. Sorry about that. I had a chat overlay. Yes, I had a chat overlay. Here it is. I wasn't using it because I was like, okay, it's taking up some part of the screen and there's not a whole lot of people chatting. Turns out the reason there weren't a whole lot of people chatting is that the chat wasn't working. Yes, there used to be a thing. Your firmware server doesn't work anymore. I'm too stupid. And you implemented everything not in the syscall. Do you understand what I mean? Okay, so like those syscalls that you're talking about, so I implemented them at first, but I never used them. And then someone else came along and did a major refactor of the networking code to get it up to standard, I guess. And changed the syscalls along with that. But again, not sure if they actually ever finished implementing the syscalls, because again, we're not really using the syscalls. So I'm not super sure. If I have some time, I'm gonna look into it before tomorrow. If you're in my Discord, you can ping me about it and remind me. I can take a look at that for you. But that firmware server, I mean, should work, but it shouldn't really do anything. And the networking code is working. I just don't know if it's working for user processes. So I don't know if it's working through syscall. Okay, I'm at a point where I don't really understand what's happening anymore. We are ticking the game, which game state puts us in GS level. But shouldn't we be, well, maybe in the demo screen? Maybe that's why it was demo? So that would explain what's happening here. Hey, Damon. I live in Spain. And okay, so maybe I need to bring back the demo thing, but I don't think I have time to do that right now. It was crashing here somehow, but God, who remembers why? No, I'm not Spanish though. I'm Italian and Venezuelan, but I live in Spain. User game false, paused, false, game action, GA nothing. Okay, so we're missing this for sure. So I do think that's necessary. So it needs to be called at least once. But when you call it, all right, let's just, one last thing. I have to finish in the next 4 minutes. You know Maldini? No idea what that is. The server starts, but I understand I should send something. This name firmware.elf, but it doesn't. Oh, no, it literally is just a demo. It doesn't actually do anything. So no, don't expect it to do anything. All right, now we get a crash at this instruction. No, I have no idea. I don't watch sports. Remove that. Make clean make. And the address. This is the address that's crashing. No, that's not it. No. Don't tell me that's what's crashing. All right. I'm gonna have to look into this tomorrow. So I'm ending the stream now. Okay, I think my microphone is working. So is my camera. So is my chat. It's not always a given. Okay. So good news. Bad news for the demons, actually. Good news for everyone else. Doom is officially running. There's just can't see anything or interact with it in any way. But hold on, it's been extra slow today. All right, there we go. Whenever you feel like loading, my dude. It's been extra slow for whatever reason. Wait, can I stop streaming to Twitch? Well, I did, and then it started again, so... Anyway. Alright, there we have it. It is running. But... Stop. We got some debug prints here that I haven't removed. And then... Update sounds. Update no blit. No idea what that is. Submit sound and start frame and start tick that aren't implemented. So because of that, we don't have anything happening on this in Doom. Okay, so Doom is officially running, but we have all of these functions that we haven't implemented that are getting called every single frame. And that we most likely need to implement in order to run Doom. in any significant way. That is to say, where you can see what's happening and hopefully interact with it. All right, seems like Twitch is back too. Where I left it yesterday is that there was a crash. So, this do advanced demo function was crashing. So I just looked at its name and I was like, okay, demo, we're not doing any kind of demo stuff, so maybe we can just disable it. But disabling that then led to an error here because some stuff was not getting initialized. Turns out you do need this function to run at least once. It initializes the player and the game state and all that stuff. So, kind of necessary. And yeah. So the fix for the crash inside here was, okay, yes, it was a sound issue. So essentially just a function that was running some sound stuff that wasn't getting initialized properly because we haven't hooked this up to sound yet. And so that was leading to some crash. I don't even know what it was. I just disabled the entire function because, again, it's not doing anything useful. And most likely we won't be getting sound today anyway because we don't even have like a syscall for it. So probably not going to do sound today. But either way, I needed to comment out that function to prevent the crash while keeping this function to keep the game running. And then after that, the game ran, but at some point it would crash on one of these prints. Like the entire system would crash, not just the game. And that is because of this function. So in printf, we looked at printf quite a long time ago. This caused some major issues. But I turned printf into a circular buffer type of thing, where you just put the console in the same buffer, and then when it ends, you start over, which is handled by this code. But this print function, which prints without formatting a string, was not doing the same check, so it wasn't restarting. Instead, it was writing past the buffer that was causing a crash. So once the buffer filled up, which happened after a few iterations of the code running, then it crashed the entire system. That's fixed now, so now the game indeed runs, but there's nothing happening. So nothing visible happening. Okay, so today we are going to be implementing graphics, we're going to be implementing input, and then we will have Doom running. Hopefully. Should be easy to do. Well, at least I know exactly how my graphics code works, as opposed to having to work with a 32-year-old code base. Hopefully, today it's gonna go a little bit smoother than usual. We've had compilation errors, we've had 32-bit pointers, we've had crashes, and now it's just about implementing stuff. Finally. This is the porting part of porting Doom. Well, so was the rest, but you know. Okay, where's the mouse icon in Redacted OS? If I'm not mistaken, it's in the drawing library. So it should be here. In the shared UI draw. It's not an icon though, it's literally just drawn like this. I could make it an icon, but I haven't bothered. Then I could make it, you know, not a triangle. So yeah, that's where it comes from. So in order to make the game run, we need to, again, we're not going to do the sounds part, so we're going to skip this one. Update no blit, finish update, submit sound, we're not going to do this one either, start frame and start tick. We're going to need to implement these, and then also a couple more functions that are getting called before the loop starts, such as sinit. Well, that may be sound init, so maybe not that one. If I'm not mistaken, that is sound init. But init graphics, start frame, start tick. Oh, I already said those. Start music, we're also not going to implement. And actually, all of the Doom ports that we looked at, so the forks to the Doom repository that I looked at, all of them don't have sound, it turns out. So we'll be on the same level as them. As init. No? It's not? Yes, it is a sound function. Just where is it implemented? Oh, right here. Okay, I wasn't seeing it. Alright, so I just commented out the function. Well, not commented out, I just early return. That fixed a bunch of crashes, most likely. So, we have an init graphics function. That's the first thing we're going to look at. And then the start frame function, I believe it's called. Start frame, yes. So init graphics first. And then start frame, and then start tick. The problem is I deleted the code that used to be in them. So we're going to have to look at the Doom source code original in order to know what they did. That's ivideo.c. It was doing input as well, so we'll have to get to that. Oh, start frame was doing nothing. That's one less function for me to implement. Init graphics. What were you doing that might have been interesting? Display name, D, blah, 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 blah. Okay to draw. Signal stuff. X width and height. Grab mouse. Open the display. Use the default visual. Okay, so it was connecting directly to the display, which lucky for us, we don't have to do any of that stuff. Creating a main window, we already have that. Defining the cursor, we don't really support that all that much. There's just one cursor handled by the kernel right now. Mouse behavior is not that complex just yet. I have a raw mouse input syscall, which isn't even limited to when you're within the window. Very, very simple stuff. We might need this image stuff. Where else is it being used? It has 26 matches in the code. Shut down graphics paranoia. Okay. Init graphics. Init graphics again. Still in init graphics. Grab shared memory. So I think we're not going to need to implement that necessarily. We can just do our own thing. The way that Redacted OS does it, which is we have a draw context. In init graphics, we can just do get context. No. If I remember the name of the function anyway, we can do it. Retrieve. God damn it, what was it called? I forgot the name for it. Request draw context. Completely blanking on that, okay. With a context. That's all we need to do in order to request graphics. Then we need to see what the start frame function is doing. It was empty, right? It was empty, yeah. But update no blit. It's getting called every frame and they don't even know what it is. PMP images could be useful. Yeah, so I'm not sure what I'm gonna work on next. Okay, so start frame, update no blit are not doing anything. Pretty sure finish update. Oh yeah, it is being called. Okay, I hadn't seen it. Update no blit is doing nothing. Set palette is being called every frame, or just the first one? Just the first one. Okay. Update no blit, set palette, finish update, submit sound, start frame, start tick. Okay, so we need to implement set palette. We need to implement finish update. We need to implement start tick. Okay, let's start with the palette one, because that's the first one that gets called. I'm not sure that we're gonna need that, to be honest. Red, green, and blue. Gamma table stuff. Okay, can we actually keep this entire function as it is? That's the first question I should ask. When porting, can I keep the function as it is? Well, then we would also need... Hold on, we're much better off. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Doing this. Restoring the entire file. Does it compile? Wait, no, hold on. At the very, very least, we need to get rid of and replace it with an include common.h. Then references to window, display, color map, visual, GC, event, visual info, and image are all gone. So we kind of lose a lot of that stuff. All right, I guess we did not save a whole lot of time by doing this. Okay, for shutting down graphics, we don't need to do anything. For starting the frame, don't need to do anything there. Actually, let's keep the comment, it's funny. Mouse stuff. Okay, so we're gonna keep this. Obviously, we're gonna mark it as not implemented. We're going to return, and we are going to comment out the function. This entire thing about a cursor, we don't want you. Start tick, we get an event. If grab mouse, do pointer warp, I have no idea what that means. Warp the pointer back to the middle of the window or it will wander off. That is, the game will lose input focus within X11. Okay, so we don't have that problem most likely. Update no blit, we're gonna keep the comment going on in here. This function actually compiles. Okay, never mind. Which one is this? Finish update. Okay, the most complicated one. Okay, so the color stuff. I'm assuming we're not gonna need it, so we are gonna comment it out. Then grab shared memory. Yeah, not entirely sure what you're doing here. That's X11 stuff, I guess. And the init graphics, we just said what kind of graphics we're initializing. We don't need to do any of... Oh wait, no, hold on. You do draw to the screen. So what is screens? How is this the first reference there is to it? Okay, it's in the H file. And it is just a byte, which is interesting. All right, let me continue commenting stuff out. Init graphics, we've already said we don't want any of this stuff. We want to keep this. So this part we care about. Creating an image, we don't care about this. We don't care about this. The image thing is a X11 thing, I believe. All of these X functions, I'm assuming, are X11 stuff, so we can skip them. Don't think we're gonna need them. The draw context. We don't have a reference to use, so... Okay, when we initialize the graphics then, we are first going to initialize a context by mallocing the size of a draw context and casting that to a draw context. Boom, boom. Then we are going to request the draw context so we can populate it. Wait, we don't need to use the thingy there. There we have it. And we're going to tell screens 0. Your draw context is CTX FB. With a conversion from byte to... Oh, from uint32 to bytes. Okay. I'm not sure about the format that it is using, so I'm a little bit concerned about that. Okay, so that should be it for this function. I hadn't seen you before. What are you doing? Who's calling you? Broken. Gotta fix this someday. It's being called by finish update. All right, let's look into this finish update thing. Wait, like I said, let's go in order. So first is the palette, color palette thing, which we're gonna try to skip. Then we have the update noblet, which is empty. Finish update is the next one. After that is start frame, which is empty, and start tick. Okay, so finish update. Let's see what's happening in this function. Draws little dots on the bottom of the screen. Okay, I'm assuming this is some kind of... Also, the game is requesting a specific screen height and screen width. So... we don't really have that. We can try to, instead of hard coding them, do the dynamic one. Or we can just hard code the size inside the system and then fix that later. I don't know yet. I guess I'll figure that out. But anyway, this is drawing little dots on the bottom of the screen. Scales the screen size before blending it. How did you get into OSDev? So the OSDev wiki is a good place to find resources. There's 2 of them, but they're pretty much the same. Not sure why we are multiplying stuff. And it's also hard as hell to see what's happening in here because of the indentation. Alright, there we go. Fixing that. Indenting U, except for U3. We can get rid of the big endian stuff altogether. We don't have big endian, actually. Oh, the multiply 4 is broken. Okay, so I understand what's going on now. After those, all the system does is just put the image and sync with the server. For us, that's a commit, the draw context, single call. Where or who is actually drawing to the screen is the question. I'm assuming it's this image. And if it is this image thing, then we kind of need to replace it. Which again, that would make sense that it's the image. Grab shared memory. Okay, so let's start. This function is probably redundant. Good to know. Init graphics is creating the image. We already have the image, so we don't need to create it. But we probably do need a reference to it. And the thing is that it was doing it directly on an X11 image. But I'm not ever seeing you write to that image. Or accessing that image outside of here. I'm also not seeing that. Here we're reading from the image. Here we're also reading from the image. Here we're reading from the image. And here we're writing to the image. I mean, we're writing the image to the screen. But where are you putting pixels? This is kind of where we can look at Doom generic. Is it X11? So the commented out code is X11. I'm trying to do my own code here. iVideo. Let's see what you're doing. iVideo.c. Video buffer, mouse acceleration. Okay, init graphics. Okay, set the resolution, blah blah, all that stuff. Alright, there's an ad starting soon on Twitch. Getting the format. Printing some information. Checking some scaling stuff. Allocate the screen to draw to, and then screen visible, and that's it. Okay. In the finish update function, it's a lot simpler than ours. Well, than the original one. Calculating some offsets. Draw screen, line out, line in. From the DG screen buffer. Okay, I want to see where you populate this. Wait. This thing works once a year, but yeah, it's not working right now. Fucking GitHub code editor is the worst. Alright, there's an ad on Twitch, so I'm gonna wait for that to finish while I keep looking at what's going on here. Okay, so I'm seeing it create the, like, declare the buffer, create the buffer, This is an evil hack. Drawing the screen by copying from the screen buffer to the video buffer. I get that. But what I don't see is the... Okay, what I'm not seeing is the place where it's actually drawing to this buffer. In both of them, really. Both in generic Doom and in normal Doom. Alright, so let's start simple. We initialize the graphics, we request the graphics, and then inside of update, we're not gonna do any of this. This is where we put the image. We don't really need to do that. We just need to... No, it's a very specific thing. Okay, no, we're not doing that. And here we can, for example, clear our context with some color, and now our frame rate should be greatly diminished. I wasn't even sure it was gonna fully compile if I commented out all the code, but I have. Okay, it's gonna take a bit. Hey, what was that? It didn't even get to the code that we changed. Why? Where was that new crash? To be fair, I probably should have cleared. Yeah. And cleaned the system too. Not sure where that's coming from. I forgot to do it multi-threaded, but there we go. And it's happening long before anything's happening, and it says that the section is already mapped to 7, which is what exactly? Although I did make some changes to the OS that I didn't test, so maybe that, but we just ran it. It was fine. And like the functions that I changed just now, they're actually they run a lot later, so they really shouldn't have been crashing the system. But they do. Wait, is there any function that's happening in here that I am executing that maybe shouldn't have been here? Init graphics happens way after. The problem is happening when compiling the system. Like when running the system for the first time. It hasn't even gotten to the Doom code yet. And the executable got a lot larger. That was a problem yesterday. I haven't been able to fix it yet. How did it get so large though? When there's literally nothing... Oh, wait. Are any of these functions just, or these variables that we create just absolutely gigantic by any chance? Yeah, there's too much stuff open, so hold on. That would be iVideo. There's a draw context, it's a pointer. There's these variables here, they shouldn't be causing any issues. There's these here, they shouldn't be causing any issues. And yet somehow the code has gotten a lot larger and it is struggling with that. Oh, besides this code that isn't even running and might just be adding just a ton of... Not even sure why it has issues with the size of the executable, but it does. And yeah, that was doing something weird. No, it still crashed. Okay, so what's happening here is it's trying to allocate a section that's already allocated. Who's doing that? Hi, Jester. Why did this suddenly start happening? Hold on, let me try something. Right, this one runs just fine. So it is about the size of the executable, but it hasn't gotten larger. I mean, it did for whatever reason before, but now it hasn't anymore. Just in case. This was literally not happening. Sections 16. Yeah, so for whatever reason, it's trying to allocate space for the ELF file. It is overwriting other memory. Shouldn't be doing. It isn't even continuous memory. Or maybe it is, but some of it is already mapped. So it's allocating on top of other memory, and then obviously that's going to lead to a crash at some point or another, but why now? When this was fine until recently. Now I made some changes in this code, and all of a sudden the executable is so different that it is overwriting memory. What? There is this, but that's not what's happening. We're not even getting to this point. We're here. Actually, we're not even here. Like, it opens the file, it reads the file, but to load the file, it's mapping it, it's overwriting memory. Why are you doing that? If you have a new cursor, sure, send it through Discord. Launcher, file path. Then open file is somehow the executable that used to be 1.1 megabytes is now smaller. But because of that, by the way, we're also loading a file that's 12 mega. No, we're not loading this one. We're loading this one, which is 4 megabytes. And we're loading it just fine. We're also loading this file that's 1 megabyte, but somehow it is overwriting memory. Oh, I'm in the wrong target here. Just when I was close to finishing. Okay, mmu.c line 101. Okay, so I open Doom. Read full file, kalloc, palloc. The size here is 1 megabyte. 40 kilobytes, 640 bytes. At 64-bit alignment. Which it won't be able to do, so it goes into palloc. It goes into page allocator 88. Line 88. Like, the allocation is working fine. The problem is it's overwriting memory that was already there. That memory was already given to someone else. And it is trying to allocate at this address, which is 4260. Mapping 4 KB memory. Well, I'm not sure why this is printing in the first place. That shouldn't be printing, but okay. It's only printing when I have GDB on, because apparently GDB likes to break everything. So these sections are already mapped, but who is mapping them? Because if they're already mapped, then they should have just been ignored here. The problem is it's kind of hard to tell, because the map is probably changing every time. God damn it, GDB really breaks everything. But also, hold on. We just allocated a process, and the allocations are happening at 424, but then we open Doom. There's not a whole lot of allocations happening in between. Why do you think it's already mapped? When clearly it isn't. All the allocations have happened at 423, 424, 423. Why are we now at 425 and claiming that it's already allocated? I highly doubt that it is. And again, this crash came out of nowhere. Is it normal that stack and heaps have the same address? Kinda, yeah. They're not overwriting each other. This is so ridiculous. Wait, let me see. The size of the executable is now 1 megabyte. It hasn't changed. We can now compile it from a clear. Again, hasn't changed. Alright, this feels like one of those bugs. That's currently not happening. So you know what? Fuck one of those bugs. I'm not dealing with you today. I'll deal with you next time I encounter you. Just gonna rewrite this code for the millionth time. And rewrite this code for the millionth time, and let's see how that goes. I feel like maybe some code in there is doing something weird. I don't know, it's so weird. Okay. There you have it. It's running at what? Half a frame per second? Also, I got the wrong color, but it doesn't really matter. What happens if I set it all to 0? So I feel like memset is not really that slow. Ah, there was one more window optimization I wanted to do to make it faster, but I haven't gotten around to it. Now let's see how far along we get today. Hey Chandu, and hi Ice Storm. Haven't actually said hi to you. My day job is app development. So again, not sure what's going on with something about this code. But not the code itself. Just the code being compiled makes it go crazy. When the size is exactly the same. 65,000, okay. Starting to see why the code grew so much when this section was kept. It does have an issue with large files. I'm just surprised that it has an issue with file that's a little bit bigger. I don't know. Main languages, Swift, some Kotlin. Okay. So that's simple. But again, what I couldn't see in both this code and in what Doom Generic are doing is where do you actually draw to the screen? Like you have your game doing stuff. Where do you take that stuff and put it on the screen? On either screen or image. Forgot which one. So they do have some... Okay, I think it's this. I think it's screens. Video. Copy rect. Mark rect. Here it is. Alright. Is we need to expose our screen like that. Kinda done like this. But as bytes. Which you now don't have a reference to anymore. Oh, there were actually a bunch of includes in here that I now deleted completely. So these are necessary. Although system is the only one being used, but we do need them. Bytes is still undeclared. Hold on. Is it byte? Oh, it's byte, not bytes. Not sure what it's gonna draw, if anything. And how slow or fast. Though it would be really funny if it was like a lot faster than mine. It's not doing anything, okay. Alright, there's an ad coming up. Let's wait for that. Okay, we're back. Wait, there is one thing I didn't look at. I didn't pay attention to this. Now that I set the screen thing, is anything happening? Is it turning black? Or is just nothing happening? God, it's extremely slow sometimes. Sometimes it's slow, sometimes it's extremely slow. Nothing's happening, okay. So, in video, I saw this variable, which is probably being set in here at some point. No, it isn't. Never mind. The skern. Oh, it's a variable from copy rect. Okay. So copy rect, I do believe that one determines which screen we're drawing to, so that probably like is affecting stuff a little bit. It's drawing to screen 4. Alright, so kind of just gonna hack it all together and see how it goes. What happens if I just do this? It's probably no Rex because Doom is not using your drawing functions. It can use its own drawing functions. Just draw to the frame buffer. Which I'm assuming it's doing, but not the way I expect it to. Also, the size thing I still need to fix. Most likely the easiest way for me to fix it is to just hardcode the size of the window for the time being. I haven't considered how I want to do that yet. That's the problem. Like what happens if a game like Doom decides that it wants to grow its window or it needs a specific size or something. Yeah, so it's still not doing anything. Most likely these video functions are the ones that are actually doing something. Let me see what functions it has. It has draw block, get block, init, and all of them draw to a specific screen. Then they draw a size, and they use the screen width and screen height, which again I do not have. Not the correct ones anyway. 320 by 200. Window resizing needs to be a thing, but it currently isn't. Not through a syscall for now, we're just gonna code it, hard code it. If I remember where it is, it should be in graph. This one, okay. Create window. Okay, so I'm gonna create a new function. I'm gonna call it resize window. The dirty rects. You are right about that. Yeah, that part I hadn't thought of. Before I waste my time doing this, we're working on Doom right now. Okay, let's just do that. And then work on resizing windows later. Again, the thing is I haven't decided how resizing windows is going to work at all. Like, okay, one thing that I didn't think about, for example, is let's say that I have this window, right? And then I have this other window. And this window wants to grow. Does it grow and override the other window? There's currently no depth to it either, so there's a lot of considerations to do that I kind of don't want to do right now. Also, that didn't work at all because I compiled from the wrong terminal window. Yeah, so now it always compiles to the same size of window, but let me, instead of hacking it together here, hack it together where I call this function. That should be inside of this. 320 by... Ah, wait, hold on. It is doing it. It's just the rectangle is not changing the color. The size, I mean. Because it's taking the size of the parent, so no, don't do that. No. Hold on, yes, do that. Do that. And then I'll go here, draw the rectangle, and tell you to draw it at the size. This is where I hard-coded, okay. 320 by 200. Thank you. I'm pretty sure I have a restriction on the size. Now we have tiny windows. So maybe the upscaling code, I need that. I guess we'll get that at some point or another. But hey, guess what? It's gonna run really, really fast if that's all the frame buffer that we have. I'm gonna have to do the upscaling though that Doom was doing. Alright, so the game runs, but yeah. What we need to look at is what you said. G Studios, thank you for the reminder actually. We have to tell the context to do a full redraw. Or ideally, we can tell it to do only a redraw of the parts that are changing. You know, after we get it to run one way, we're gonna get it to run the other way. Can you please open the other window? Oh my god, I hate when my hair gets in my face. Whenever you want. Wait, hold on. For some reason, having the mouse selected makes everything slow because QEMU keeps sending me data that isn't actually there. I really need to implement the other mouse so I don't have to deal with this USB bullshit. Hey? Something happened. It is even running at a frame rate. Not a good frame rate, but a frame rate nonetheless. Mode 13H was VGA graphics mode with 320 by 200 at 256 colors, which allows to access the graphics memory linearly instead of bank switching. Considering we have 256 colors, that's the format that my dude Doom runs at. Which would explain why it did something at only about a third of the screen. And it looked completely nonsensical. What can we do about that? That's probably what the color palette stuff was doing. No, that has nothing to do with it. Okay. We need to convert it. We need to convert the colors. Kind of sucks, but hard-coded screen width, screen buffer 320 pixels, 320 bytes. Yeah. The problem is I'm using 320, sorry, not 320, 32-bit colors That's the upscaling that I need to do. Right now it's setting all those colors to... Well, it would have looked blue if that was the case. But yeah, I need to remap the color palette that Doom is using. So let me see if I can do it from here. Because these are the drawing functions. It would be ideal to do it here instead of doing conversion. Changing the color format would be a lot more complicated. Also, I'm not gonna do that. For a 32-year-old game. How old did I say it was? Yeah, 32-year-old game. When did it exactly release? Should have it open here somewhere. December 10th. Okay. Yeah, all the good stuff releases in December. Or released in December, including myself. I did see some stuff with gamma colors here. Yeah, 200 colors. Damn it. Damn it. Which means also... Okay, that's why it didn't look blue, because it's packing them. Okay, how crazy would it be for me to convert the game to a 32-bit format? Is kind of what I'm trying to ask. I believe kind of very crazy, because I don't think the game was made to have the colors be... Like, to just consider different... what is it called? Formats, besides 8-bit colors. So I think the easiest thing for me to do... It is only 256 colors. I was thinking, why would I do that for like 4 billion colors? But no, there isn't 4 billion colors. There's only 256. But either way, I cannot have it draw directly to the frame buffer. I can actually just malloc this once. Alright. I'm gonna malloc this for you. Screen malloc. That would be screen width times screen height. No need to multiply by anything else. Convert that to a byte. And then... Wait, no, okay, yeah. We do need to multiply by the number of screens that you have. I believe there is a constant for that. Wait, I keep forgetting I actually have this working now. 5. Okay, there isn't a constant. Screen 0 is the screen updated by update screen. Screen 1 is an extra buffer, but I saw you drawing to screen 4 and screen 5, so I don't know what's going on there. Either way, I'm gonna provide it with 5 screens. Alright, there you go, that's screen 1. Then to screen, we just add the width. This would be multiplied by 1, this would be multiplied by 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so now we have our screens. And so, according to what I just saw in that comment, I only need to do it for screen 1. Is there a... Is it... Do I really need a lookup table? Is the math so difficult to figure out? No, but I'm not talking about color palette. I'm talking about converting the colors. Which, okay, I can just go through screen I, do it only for the first one. No, I don't think I deleted it. It has a gamma table thingy here in video.c, which they themselves don't know where it came from. Okay, it's just declared in here. It's not used. It's not used. What's going on? There's this use gamma thing. But then the actual thing is not used. Unless I did delete that. If that's the case, I can find it here. Okay, yeah, it is being used. In the palette thing, which is X11 thing. But okay, then my question is, what is being written? So is it just sending... Wait, now you initialize it in here? I thought we weren't doing that. All right, I'm starting to understand what I need to do. I'm starting to understand how this works. I'm gonna do something really ridiculous and just screens 0. Yeah, I get how I'm supposed to use the palette now. I'm just trying to confirm that essentially. Okay, so there are actual values in here. Okay, got it. Okay, so we need to implement the set palette thing. Actually, we might not even need to implement it. Oh wait, it's only being used in here. I didn't notice. Okay. Storing the colors to the current color map. Who's creating the color map? That's init graphics. But then I don't see it actually doing any kind of conversion. Doesn't help that a lot of the code is commented out, but oh well. Oh, what's this? Oh, this is the multiplication stuff. I love that some of them are just straight up broken. So it's not really that finish update is doing it here, it's X11 doing it, but since we don't even have X11, I'm doing it. All right. So pretty much what I was doing before. Yeah, the color maps for a level are in the WAD file. I can understand that. But then the game is already putting them on the screen for me. What I need to do is convert them to... since you already found functions, let me confirm what I'm saying. Yeah, so it is already handling that. And then it is putting that data as a 8-bit data into the... And to be fair, we can see it right here. When I printed this, it did print a bunch of values. So far so good. I think the per level data is already being handled by Doom itself. I don't need to do anything with that. The way that it was working, again, this is the part that I'm not sure I fully understand, but X11 handled the color palette stuff itself. Essentially just assigning the color map data as an index in a lookup table to a color, which essentially converted the color from 256 values that Doom uses into whatever format X11 uses. Now, because my windowing system doesn't have that, then I need to handle that myself. Use the current color map. So the values being sent aren't always the same. Like color 0 doesn't always correspond to something. It changes depending on the color map. Let me handle the color map stuff afterwards. Then there's the gamma correction thing. But that's a separate thing I don't need to look at right now. It was doing it, but I don't need to look at it right now. Instead, let me look at where can I get the access to the current color map? That feels kind of like a ridiculous system, to be completely honest with you. I feel like you would want the colors to always be the same. Like, even if you're using 8-bit colors, then 0 would always be black and FF would always be white, and then half of that would always be. But I'm sure there's some reason why it didn't work that way. In all games, apparently you're saying that in some games it did work that way. I just need you to tell me. How do I know the current color map? Dearest Doom. Or maybe it's easier if I do the conversion from color map to RGB, even if it is not the correct colors, and then I handle how to do the conversion of that. And some wanted to have more than 256 colors. Okay. That makes sense. All right, so right now I can't see an obvious place in which I can get the correct color map. You're overthinking it. No, I get it, but if the color map changes depending on what we get in the WAD file. See, here it's set in a palette. Here it's set in another. Okay, so that's where it does it. Okay, okay. I guess that makes it easier for me. Because then I can do what you're saying. Okay. I hadn't seen that set palette already gave me a 256 values inside of it. And then what is the format for it? That's what this function was doing. Yeah, that's pretty much what was happening here. Okay, I just didn't understand what it was doing. So initialize it. Okay. Pixel. Do green, do red, do blue. What were these? Not genuinely, what were those? Yeah, set palette is being called every time. Yeah, thank you. Actually, that answers the question. No, this is Doom generic, but maybe it still has it. No, it doesn't. Okay. This is Doom, ID software Doom. id software Doom? I still don't remember how... I don't know why I feel like it's not pronounced ID software and it's pronounced id software, but maybe it isn't. So what the fuck is this do red, do green, do blue that are not declared anywhere? They're just used in one place. There's no definition, no nothing. Or maybe they're declared in X11. Maybe they're X11 things. Okay, so that doesn't matter. This is the code that I want. I was just a little confused by that. Okay. Format this hellish code. I know we're going to be dealing with demons, but this is hellish in the worst way possible. What? No, 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 no. If I'm going to be rewriting your code, I'm going to be doing it right. Okay, so this uses the gamma table, if use gamma, so I don't have to deal with that. That's amazing. Thank you for that. Those flags are X11 stuff. Thank you. Figured as much. If they're not declared anywhere in the code, and Doom generic doesn't use them, which I'm surprised by because they... Okay, what is C? C is just an integer that's being used to hold the color. Oh, and the previous value as well. So every time it shifts by 8. Understood. Not sure if I'm interpreting the way that they're doing it right here. It's the using of palette ++. I'm assuming that's how you do it. I mean, that is what they're doing in their code. Just they have nice macros for... Wait, don't I? Don't I have that? I don't have that. Can I do type def union? Not entirely sure about that. Alpha first. 8. Red 8. Green 8. Blue 8. UN32T color. Not sure that this was the best time to be changing this. Isn't that pretty much what I'm already doing? Just copying their code, which makes it a little bit clearer, I feel like. You know what, I do like this. I'm gonna start using it, but just to keep compatibility with the way that the system is built right now, I'm just gonna declare ARGB color, and then I'm gonna phase this out in favor of this. This is alpha. This is red, this is green, and this is blue. So now, I already forgot what they told me screen 1 and screen 2 were, but CTX equals to screen I dot color. Then mark it for a full redraw. And let's see how that goes. 0 to right? What? Not sure what you mean. 1 to display. Oh, 0 to right, 1 to display. Okay, the screens. Wait, so did I have to use screen... Starting with the fact that I'm doing this entirely wrong. Was it actually screen? That's not the name of the variable. Where the fuck did I get this screen from? Oh, screen is my own thing. Which I don't think we're even using. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do screens 0i. That. So 0 to write and 1 to display. So do I need to use 1? I'm on the edge of my seat here, man. Why are you taking so long? The most likely place for it to be crashing. So again, very little debug information. So the most likely place for it to be crashing is the frame buffer itself. We're going to confirm it by just printing this. And that should give me something valid. See, now it loaded a lot faster than before. Is it screen 0 then? Yeah, it's screen 0. Okay. And then... are we sure about the size of the frame buffer? Well, another thing I want to check is the conversion that I'm doing. Okay. No, well, okay. It is... those are correct colors, I guess. Just being printed as negative numbers here and whatnot, but... what is that? 240101FF. Is the alpha in the wrong place? Yeah. Yeah, these are backwards. I hate working with endianness. It just breaks my brain entirely. But that doesn't matter. That's not the cause of the crash anyway. The cause of the crash is most likely some kind of issue with the screen width times the screen height and the contexts width times the contexts. Something there is most likely messing them up. Kind of taking forever, but there we go. Wait, shit, it printed. Fuck, I'm still printing all that other stuff. Screens 1 seems like a background image. Yeah, that was always empty. It did say something about it, and I picked the right color before, but I don't remember what it was. Damn it. It's probably somewhere in that print, but it was gigantic. It's hard to tell. I literally saw it before, what each of those screens corresponds to. But yeah, 0 seems like the one with the colors in it. Yeah, so the frame buffer is smaller. Wait. Although that's most likely what's happening. Let me see. No, where's the... Let me guess. Let me guess what's happening. The size of the window... That's the number that we saw, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. Essentially, there's a border being drawn. So that means we need to make it a little bit bigger. I mean, once I do a resize function or a set window size function, it will handle that gracefully, but when you hardcode stuff, you have to do hacks like these. And again, the last thing I want to think about right now is how to resize windows in Redacted OS. Even though someone mentioned it to me, like, you probably need to think about this before Doom. I completely forgot about it. We can check that it matches now, I guess. But it's still not gonna draw anything. Well, if you don't compile the system again, it's not gonna. Screens 0i, color, there we go. Whoop. Now the window is whole 6 bits larger. 6 pixels, not 6 bits. I don't know what I'm talking about. There it is. A zoom. Correct colors too. Good enough, everybody. Let's consider it to be running. We're done here. Now, we are going to take a break. We are going to come back, and I believe most likely that was the splash screen. Most likely you need to... It would be so funny if the Steam version of Doom didn't run. So I'm assuming that was the splash screen. You have to press a button and then you get into the main menu. Because it wasn't really doing anything. Boom, we Doom in the room. It didn't run. Somebody needs to port the shit to Linux. Hey, processing Vulkan shaders. I fucking hate that Linux does this every time you open a game on Steam. Well, Steam does this every time you open a game on Steam on Linux is what I mean. Come on, man. 50%? Oh, okay. I said come on, man, and immediately went super faster. Hardcode music background? Sorry. I don't know if we're gonna have that. Depends on how difficult input is to implement. Depending on that, we'll see how... If I have time to do like a sound syscall. It straight up doesn't run. Now, hold on. It's still... Oh, hold on. Is it on the screen for everybody? Yes. Though this is Steam 1 and 2. So pretty much this splash screen, but for Doom 1. Automatically goes into demo mode. There's a chance I disabled that. This is the splash screen, right? And the music. And then you immediately in Doom. Oh, this demo mode. Yeah, that sounds about right, but I don't think... I mean... Let's see what happens. But I doubt it's gonna go into demo mode. Also, I deleted all the upscaling code, so I need to bring that back. Because, it's running, but nothing is happening. Wait, there's some very small text there. Okay, provided by id, full of charge. Oh, free of charge. Okay, so it is doing stuff. It's just not demo mode, it's credits. Again, did I maybe disable game demo mode? I know I disabled it yesterday, which was leading to a crash because the advanced demo part was actually preparing the game to run. Yeah, I don't think that's necessarily what's happening here. Okay, now let me actually take a small 5-minute break, maybe even 2-minute break, since there's an ad coming up on Twitch. After that, we'll look into events. So, das Spiel wird an deinen System. Good, good, good. Very good. Totally, man. Hold up. Should make a fucking auto-translate. Oh my fucking god, get out of here. And good night. See you. The system does run. Amazing. Now the update no blit, we're gonna remove this because that function was straight up not being called. Start frame was straight up not being called. Start tick was doing some mouse stuff here for X11. I don't know if we're gonna need that or not. Probably not. Again, this is some X11 stuff. We need to bring back the upscaling. But most importantly, we need to bring back the get event. That was inside start frame. Or actually, we can just write it inside, directly inside of it. Except the I get event function is a little bit more clear. Probably to lock your mouse to the center of the window. Yeah, that's kind of what I think it's doing. Probably will need to do that. Though we don't really have a way to do that system-wise. So this has events for button press, key release, key press. Okay, button press, we're talking mouse button. So we don't do that like that. In fact, well, I did consider doing an event-based, at the very least, a library that takes the raw data and turns it into event-based. I just remembered another thing I did not do, and it's remove duplicate key detection that the system has in its USB driver that it really shouldn't. Event.type is going to be EV key down. It depends on we're going to look at the first key. If it has a value, then it's a key down. The code itself is pretty simple. It has a value, key down. Otherwise, actually just event.type. No, I didn't mean to do that. There, that's what I needed to do. Then the post event and event. We are going to determine the key. And this was being done by the xlate key. Okay, let me see, for example, the left arrow key, they use AC, whereas I use... So translations are in order. Oh, I hadn't seen this one, motion notify. All right. Obviously. Handles mouse button presses, and then it handles mouse movement. But let's start with detecting keyboard movement, then do mouse after that. Because mouse is a little bit more raw data. Key left. I call it key left, so I need to, no, I need to include the actual input key codes.h. Yeah, I forgot. This takes in a char value. Didn't mean to full screen, but we'll take it. We'll switch over the key. Left arrow turns to left arrow. And then it just return. Why can't you just return? Shit. Right, I'm using the wrong key codes here, damn it. I'm using theirs, not mine. It's key left, key right, key down, key up. Key esc. Oh, key escape is theirs, key esc is mine. Alright. Key F1 ish. Here we do use the same macros. Do they map to the same thing? I think. Hold on. F1 maps to 3A. That's a problem. We use the same macros for both. Sorry, Doomy. I'm changing yours. Modifier F1. Now, that means that you also become mod F1. Mod F12, I mean. You, and you become mod. No, wait, damn it. Those are the ones I don't have to change. Doom key. See, I would have done that, but the problem is I would have to change all of them to make it consistent. And also, just randomly joined in. I have no idea what you're doing, but the key inputs are similar to my game I'm working on as I learn Python. Interesting. Yeah, I'm porting Doom right now, so this is their key binding, and then I have my own key binding, but sometimes we use the same name to refer to different things. So we kind of want to avoid that. Also, someone was telling me about the X11 freaking text stuff here. Okay, so this one's called back, uppercase B, uppercase S for space. Okay, uppercase delete, uppercase pause, then key P equal with a uppercase E, then equal with a lowercase e, then subtract with an uppercase S, then minus with a lowercase s. Where's the consistency in this? So I use key minus and probably kp minus, yeah. Sorry, gonna have to change that as well for Mr. I am gonna add the Doom prefix to it, screw it. Wait, just like that. Screen size down? Okay. That's what you're using it for. Good for you. Return key Doom minus. Alright, backspace and delete. Pretty sure we're again using key backspace. God damn it, Doom. We're using the same key codes. Another thing I could have easily done is just not done the conversion, I guess. Key pause. Fuck you again, Doom. Would that have been too much for me to do? Hold on, now I'm considering doing that. And I wish I had been using fucking source control, which I haven't been. Yeah, macros are... meh. Hey, this one's different. Key equals and key... No, wait. KP equal and KP... Okay. Key pause now becomes key doom pause. Alright, we're almost done. Thank God. Also, I just remembered I'm keeping all these breaks here that shouldn't be here, but... Also, the formatting in this function is just hellish. Pretty sure the key code is gonna be the same. Left shift and right shift, they're different. Key right. Then, by that definition, I'm assuming key left CTRL. Oh, whoa, 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 I didn't mean to do that. Doom is trying to give you a hard time and you're not even launched on level 1 yet. I can't even launch right now, I don't have key codes. But also, I've been doing this since Friday. Final parts of it though. Alt. Okay, left alt, left meta. Amazing, I don't have to do this anymore. Left alt, key right alt. Why has no one standardized this shit? I swear to God. Everyone has their own. No, this is actually just key. Now, if the key is between backspace, I mean, a space and tilde, that's... Space is 2C, and then... This is 32. And between them are right brace, left brace. Whereas the values that it uses are... Oh my God, this fucking math kills me, I swear to God. The key enter and tab is still the same, don't forget. Flabbergasted by this information. Probably some very important keys too. Alright, here, look, we're just gonna do this, okay? Thank you for the reminder. What the genuine fuck is going on here? I hate this type of math. Even though I do it too. Using a lookup table, but okay, this value is 32. XK space. Probably this one better. Amazing. I love that I click this and you don't even have the response. Which, this is just making them all lowercase. That's easy, simple to read. Good for you. This is too lowercase. Yes, that one's easy to see. I think they shifted them to 0. Yes, but what are these keys used for? Wait, no, hold on. Right arrow, left arrow, up arrow, down arrow. I mean, space, I know what it's used for. The problem is they're doing some kind of fun, cute little optimization here. Space, exclamation point, quoted BL, number sign, dollar, percent, ampersand, apostrophe, quote right, parentheses left, parentheses right, asterisk, plus, comma, minus, period, slash. Tilde was famous for console debugging access. It still is, to be fair. All the numbers from 0 to 9, all the way to the ASCII tilde here, which actually includes all lowercase letters, are then being converted. No, wait, wrong place. Into themselves plus 32. Wait, what's ASCII? 32 is space, exclamation point, double quotes, number sign, dollar sign, percent sign, ampersand, single quote, open parentheses, close parentheses, asterisk, plus, comma, hyphen, period, slash, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, colon, semicolon, upper cases. No, that looks weird. What the? Oh, wait, hold on. This whole thing is indented weird. Alright, there's an ad starting on Twitch. We will see how it's going after that. 16-bit to 8-bit. No, I think it's just whatever X11 uses to ASCII. Because it puts space at 32, which is ASCII 32. I pretty much mapped the same, but apparently just X11 uses some random offset, so it was just getting rid of that offset most likely. Which means they're all readable codes, so I can just do this. Okay, ad starting. Let me take a 2-minute break and be back and see what happens. And if everything was done correctly, we should be able to have some some keyboard input. Surprised this only happened once. Should have very tiny Doom. But we should have a very tiny Doom that is playable. Right, first off, let me get rid of some of these. Player state. No, what was it? Player in game. Get out of here. Get out of here. Stage everything I have. So I'm not gonna be committing. Got to main actions. Gonna get rid of that. This level stuff. Gonna get rid of that. Silence that. Didn't I say not to? Oh, the header file didn't get. Alright, so I'm gonna have to do a clean, and I'm also probably doing this somewhere that I probably don't want to be doing. And then what I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna want to put a print of that to see if we are printing data. And well. I wonder if this has anything to do with the function not running. The funniest part is, if I had paid attention to the logs that I'm trying to remove, I would have seen it right here. Hey Hussein. You might have joined us just in time to see me play Doom in a very tiny screen. Alright, there's Doom. There it is! It crashes the entire system! So first, process has crashed. Then, system has crashed. The whole thing. It crashed because it tried to access 12D04. That was an incredible crash. It actually crashed the system, at which point it crashed... Sorry, it crashed the process, at which point it crashed the system. That was amazing. That was a double crash. And I'm pretty sure, actually, there was a time in which crashes would just be like infinite. And I'm pretty sure that's just because the console would crash in a very specific way. And when it happened like that inside a process, then it would just keep crashing. Which I hadn't noticed, but... So 12D04. This here is an address that we are jumping to. It's a bit hard to know exactly where it is, but most likely it has to do with my code relocation issue. So let me see if I can get... No, there you have it, actually. That was incredibly easy to find. Calling this function. So this here is holding a reference to the function. Right, just a pointer to the function. Simple stuff. But the executable expects this function to be found at 12D04 or whatever that address is. Whereas instead I'm loading it in a different place. And I don't do virtual memory mapping, so I'm not respecting what the compiler executable expects. And I'm also not remapping it, which I started working on today, but I didn't have time. So, easy fix for this. This probably happens in a few more places, so I have to look at that. I literally created a variable called hack base address for this exact issue. Now, as to why it crashed the entire system, I don't know. Draw episode, draw new game, options definition, read definition, sound definition, load definition, save definition. There might be more places where this happens, but oh my god. Holy shit, I feel like something got in my nose. Alright, I'm good. Probably just dust. Chilling before my class. This is pretty cool. Just started getting a bigger picture of coding today. Amazing. But it didn't crash the system this time. We're making progress. Okay, it happened again. This time a D3892. So anywhere that the code was being clever and doing this type of stuff, we are gonna have issues with. I didn't mean to do that. What does that correspond to? It's not in the executable. Could be this, honestly. That's also a reference to something, so could very much be that. Yeah, Doom first screen is working. Now we need to get the rest working. Feel like there's a Clippy inside joke that I'm missing. Because I see more and more people with Clippy profile pictures now. I'm seeing some more places in which this could be failing too. So here, this has a reference to main end, which is an integer. That's not a problem. Previous menu, null, not a problem. X and Y, okay, not a problem. Last on, okay, not a problem. So here and here, we're also going to need to put the hack. Or actually, you know what? Let's make it a little bit easier. Bring this back to how it was. I play Doom to this day. Nice. You have systems programming. Hope me stumbling around trying to fix this and get this to work helps. Alright, essentially what I want to do is I want to find where these are called. Actually, it might have been better to do it inside here. Though it's multiple addresses, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, how many of these are there? One more after this. Gonna be so many of this hack, I feel like, oh my god. That's why I thought like, okay, instead of where I declare it, I'm just gonna put it where I use it. But no, it turns out that's gonna be a lot more places. So absolutely not worth it. Fuck off. D3892 is the one I was looking for right now. This is a C file, okay, so it is getting reloaded. Immediately after this. So init status bar, which does st init, but this time a different path. I doubt it's this. This function is always the same. Stat copy, record, blah blah. Is this not being called from anywhere else? Because this is Doom main. We shouldn't be in here. I feel like we've already set all this stuff up. Wait, hold on. Did the crash happen? I didn't pay attention. Did the crash happen after I pressed enter? Oh, that's just the last log that shows before we go into the loop. So this crash could be happening anywhere, okay. Alright. But at least now we know exactly where it's happening. It's happening at 15198. Which is M drawer. This function right here, menu drawer. That makes sense. And we know exactly where if we compile with G. But because of another issue, we cannot keep the compilation going after that. We have to redo it. All right, we can do it like that. Then we can search for the string. It will tell us nothing, apparently. Didn't I tell you to recompile with... G is the right flag, right? I'm not getting that wrong. Oh, wait, hold on. I just didn't... I'm a little bit tired, okay? Draw patch direct. Okay, that's where it's crashing. Well, cache lump name, current menu item name, PU cache, probably that. And the crash that's happening is... Recompile in the meantime. Okay, so either this one or the one above it. I can never remember which one it is. Line of code. Clippy is a whole movement against corporations that added AI to their products to learn from human experience, and a lot of people didn't like it, so it turned into a whole movement. Wait, I feel like I have heard about that, but... Wait, what do you mean I'm live? Did my stream go down? Was started by Louis Russman on August 7, 2025. It's about the time I started streaming, so I didn't even notice that this was new. Wait, I had heard about it from some ordinary gamers. I just kind of didn't pay too much attention, apparently. It went that way. It went down on YouTube too? A while ago? Yeah, it takes about 5 minutes to tell me. Current menu, menu items, name. You're the bitch that's crashing, aren't you? What's the address of the crash, though? That's what I need to see. Come on, man, we're so close! Except if this keeps happening, it's not the best. I don't know why it thinks sometimes that I'm using the file version of it. Yeah, my loading ELF files is a little bit complex sometimes. That's fucking messed up again. Why? Why? What did I do wrong now? I'm not compiling with G. And all this just to see where the crash is. 8308 D3892. The name of it, though. The name of it. The name of it. Main def uses this. I was wondering when it was gonna use... So I think this was fine. Thanks, Donkey. Thanks for joining. Donkey Odie. Alright, so it's iterating over these strings, and that's probably what it's failing to get. It finds something there, so it doesn't crash, though it shouldn't find anything there, to be completely honest with you, but whatever. So it goes over menu items. Again, not sure how it's finding a value in it, but it is. I should add the hack to this. And possibly some other places, I don't know. No, the skulls, I don't think they're needed. Yeah, I wish I had gotten to the relocating thing. Alright, no, I'm doing it wrong again. Okay, can you print me the address? The menu, current menu, menu items. Print me the address of that. What the name points to. And then crash to your heart's content. And then here I believe we need to bring this back. Alright, come on, man. I want to have this done today. 8308 D38 EO2. So adding this, because if it's 8, it's because we're adding 4 and 4. That's the only explanation for that. The base address is hard-coded to be 41840000. Wait. D38E0 8308 D38E0. No, so what did I say? This was 0410840000. This is this. D382, okay, so that's the other one. It's adding 8308. Would that happen to be this times 2? Yes, it is. So it's being added twice. If I add it here, it gets added twice. If I don't add it there, it doesn't get added a single time. The worst part is I was thinking these need to add it too. Alright, I need to see where these are used. Again, where are they being used in M drawer? It checks the current menu's routine, which is a menu T. So, like the main def and all that stuff. So the routine is the one that we've already hacked together. Now it works. Then the X and Y and the number of items comes from here are all correct because now this points to the correct place. It gets added twice, which is just incredibly weird. Now the easy solution to this is for me to get the menu item T like that, which is a pointer, add to that pointer the hack, and then use... I'm just still confused as to why it's double or nothing. That is such a weird thing. I need to do it for all of them. And also the routines inside the main menu, I'm not sure if they're gonna work. D3A2. That might actually be the routine inside the main menu. Except why would that run? And it's again pointing to the wrong fucking... What? We're again in M drawer. Probably in the exact same place. Do you need to convert it to void before adding? Probably not. Let me see what's happening to it, because I don't understand how it somehow doubles. Unless I'm looking in the wrong place, maybe, but I doubt it. That is where I was being pointed to. It is adding it twice. Why is it adding it twice? Alright, now I'm not adding it at all. Why is the address all of a sudden twice what it should be? No, the pointer math is not the cleanest, but it is correct. This makes no sense. How does adding D3A, D8 plus this number make up this number, which is twice as high as this? That is insane. What is happening? I'm not even doing the math here, keep in mind. I'm not doing the math here at all, and that's why I get this. What is happening here? That is so wrong. Literally, item plus this. Do I convert it to a pointer? Like, this is not right. Oh, but if you convert it to a pointer, then it works. That's fucking weird, but okay. Maybe it's interpreting the value to be the correct value, but then it's interpreting the wrong value to be the... I don't even know how to explain what I think may be going wrong here. All I know is just it's insane. And all this because I haven't bothered implementing virtual memory or relocation. Now other menus are gonna crash in the opposite way. Hey. We have a main menu. The actual fuck was that, bro? The question is, like it was before, what the fuck was that? Can I do it in here like that? Because that way it will work for everything in the menu items. Also, I definitely disabled the demo mode that's supposed to play behind the main menu and all that. That's kind of not working. Okay, yeah, this works. Thank God. Right, so that also fixes the routine problem, most like, I hope. I don't even know what those routines are yet. Alright, episode menu. Gonna do the same for you. Then, new game menu. Then, options. But we're not stopping until we're in game. Read menu 1. Read menu 2. Sound menu. Not a very useful one if we're not gonna have sound, but load menu. Save menu. That should be the last one. Okay, so can we navigate the menus now fully? Okay, yeah, I see it moving. No! Is it the coroutines? Yeah, it's the coroutines. Not coroutines, just the routines, I mean. Let me see if it is that. I think I understand what was happening back there. Most likely, when it was loading the menus, just main menu, it was getting the pointer. It was like hard coding in terms of instructions, the pointer. Whereas when instead I started doing the math, instead of hard coding it, it was loading it. Yeah, that's what was happening. Okay, good. Instead of hard coding it like it was doing when it was just main menu, now it's like, okay, I need to do math here. So I'm gonna get the address relative. So really, you don't even need to put the hack in. It's enough to just do any kind of operation that makes it so that it loads the address at runtime instead of hard coding it. Which I think that's my theory, the only possible explanation I can think of as to what the fuck was going on. Alright, yo, we're so close. We're so close. Just gotta hack a few more things together. Wait, I'm skipping a few, aren't I? Read this. Hack base address for that. Can't wait to remove all these hack base addresses. Wonder when that's gonna be. Luckily, they called it a very descriptive hack base address. So it's gonna be simple for me to just go back, get rid of it, and then I'm gonna have to remove the plus sign in front of it, but really the only place in which I'm not gonna be able to do a symbol substitution is the one that we just saw. The one where I had to cast to a pointer and then cast back to the object. That's the only one that's gonna struggle. Well, I'm gonna have to do it like 5, 6 times, however many menus there are. Doom. New game. Which episode? The first one. Normal difficulty. It crashes again. This time it went to an insanely high address. And it happened in here. What the fuck is going on with you, free tags? Can we have a bigger window? Would it run slow? So, I removed some upscaling code, so I'm gonna have to bring that back. But yeah, we can have that. Probably not today. It's getting late. There's still a few more things I need to fix. Alright, there's an ad starting on Twitch. This is not super interesting, so I'm just gonna keep debugging this while it runs. Probably the same thing is happening here. Except the address is very high, not very low. Kind of weird. 42786 is actually, if I scroll up far enough, 427, most likely a heap address, which makes sense because we're mallocing and then we're freeing. Now, I don't understand why the game does its own malloc and free, to be honest, but, well, I mean, I do get it. I could just prevent it from doing it. But no, okay, we need to know exactly where it's crashing. Get link before freeing. Block next. That's exactly what's happening here. for reference, the comment that I'm looking at. Wait, I can turn on the chat. This right here is what I'm reacting to. It results in pretty much this. So in the beginning, it added 32x your hack or something like that. So we're probably freeing some of these. Probably deallocating some of the stuff that was being allocated by one of these hacks. No, that's not right. The address was different. Yeah, the address is different here. Right, that's technically, yeah, I made everything a little bit better. But some allocation, like the same thing is happening here, but with a heap address. Now, who calls free tags? Oh, not that many people. This one's not calling it. Probably this one, setup level. That's literally the only one calling it. Okay. So these blocks, block list. So when they're allocated, something here is allocating them wrong. I'll look into it later. I just wanna see if it works without that. Or if we have even more. Memory allocation is not a big deal right now. It is a big deal, but obviously we want to deallocate stuff. Good news. It almost worked. Sorry, okay, so I don't know what that was about. There's a missing tag, but alright, we're still not done. So most likely there will be a stream either tomorrow or the day after to finish this. Kinda sucks that I could do it off stream, but I want to finish it on stream. That's the entire point. But like debugging is a lot easier when you do it off stream. Either way, the one that's crashing is this one, user. Which comes from this user variable, which comes from this user, which comes from zmalloc tag, which is probably going to be used in a lot of places. No. It's 0 in most places. There's got to be one in which it isn't. And that's the one that's causing the faulty allocation for us. I can put it in here. You probably generate composite. Not any of these. Null pointer, null pointer. No, come on, let them all be null. Nope. Okay, WAD could be the one. Found the issue. Like a 32-bit pointer. One of these 5 tabs. Oh, there used to be 4 last time I checked. What happened? There used to be 4, man. I gotta do some tab management after I finish the stream if I'm not too tired. This person. See, this person actually helped me find the first main issue that I ran into with missing textures. And it's the fact that a structure had a pointer in it. And that pointer was 32 instead of 64 bits. Which kind of feels like the same thing that's happening here. It used to be 32, then it became 64, corrupted the entire structure. I'm just seeing if they ran into the exact same issue. Because it feels like they would have, but no. They're running into other issues that I didn't run into. And all of them are related to 64 bits. Alright, let me read this whole thing. Here, I'm pretty sure you can search 64 and you'll get something. They just looked into it. Okay, so we'll have to do the thinking ourselves about this. Okay. So the user, for the value being freed, a valid value plus 18, which means there's some math being done on the user. But I'm not seeing any math done on the user here. But it's the same math being done here, and that's not crashing. But you know what? A log isn't gonna hurt anyone. Also, we saw that it's literally called it twice, so gonna make it very flashy. Let's see what happens. Those look like correct values. Also way higher than the one we saw that was crashing. Yeah, so this is definitely some math gone wrong. Here maybe? It's a different thing that's crashing. Maybe it's not about the user at all. Maybe it's the block. If it's the block is gotten from the next list. So maybe that. Now I need to know, is it the printf that's crashing? The one after that's crashing. Damn it, I didn't save the address of it. Here it is. You. Fuck you, Linux. It's the printf that's crashing itself. Which is weird because we're just logging a value. Literally just block, we're not accessing it. Again, I don't know if the instruction... No, it's the one above, not the one below. Or a little bit of both? It could be block next, then that's crashing. Not block itself. That would make more sense also. Clearly the next. I can never tell if the dump, like the code that I'm looking at, corresponds to the part above or below. It's the block itself that's wrong. The block, which comes from the next. So the previous block's next is set wrong. Does any of that make sense? I sure fucking hope so. Is always set. Load store instructions. Oh, I didn't even look at what they were. So interesting thing happening here. Could be some corruption happening, sure. But I'm looking at new block next. It is being set from base next. Okay, backs up. Okay, so there is a chance that it's being set wrong. So for example, we can look at if base next is bigger than uint32 max and put a print there. And if it's not here, then most likely it could be corruption, but that would be really weird. Because that is an address. And this specifically works with addresses, so it would be really weird. Who else could be setting this next value? These have nothing to do with that. Maybe this? Doubt it, but maybe. Maybe this. Could also be this. Get any further? Yes. We're almost at the point where the game loads. Technically, if you don't deallocate memory, because that's crashing right now, then there's a missing texture. I need to look into that. I haven't had time to look into that. But yeah, we have main menu loading. We have... I would say we're most of the way there. Didn't I just put a print in here? Oh, dump heap. Hello. That could be worth using. Using the linker hack? Yes. I tried to get relocation working. Couldn't really find the sections that I was supposed to look at. So I would have had to make it a little bit more complex. And instead I chose to fix some of the bugs that I was having so that today we could focus on implementing the actual frame buffer and whatnot. Which we did, but now there's more of them. But now we have frame buffer and we have input. Okay. Did I delete it? Yes, I deleted it. Okay. Wrong. Just wrong. Fuck it. Alright, so one of you is crashing. One of you has betrayed me. I mean, this one is definitely going to tell us. because that's where the function is crashing. iZone base allocating correctly. File dump head, check heap. Clear zone, I highly doubt you're being called. This is init. Good candidate for being the one. Where's zone base? Oh, zone base was literally right there. I didn't even have to search. This is free. There's a chance that it's actually happening here too. Yeah, let's see if it's any of these. None so far. It's probably free itself. There you go. Now, hold on. No, it's not. We're gonna do an early return just so we don't... and see where that gets us. We're not deallocating all the memory that we should be deallocating, but it is what it is. This is a thing that I can debug off stream. Though this still crashes, but we get further. And the error isn't there. I'm not understanding where this is coming from. Start and 3. That's definitely wrong. So I'm gonna run an ad while I look for it. One of the textures of the actual game is crashing here. There was a load level function. Interesting, worth looking into. But not what we're looking at right now. We're back on Twitch and just gonna check something real quick. Checking that everything is working on both streams, since the last 2 days I've had issues with that. But that name, start and 3 ampersand, 100% wrong. Just don't understand where that comes from. Fair to assume it's from here? Most likely from the players, or actually most likely in the setup level. Well, that's the one that's calling the free. Yeah, hold on. It's one of these. Right, can I assume that? It's gonna be one of you bitches. Could also be you, I guess. Or this thing. I guess the specials. Start and 3 128 by 128 medium saturated brown fading to silver. Is a wall texture. I just need to know where it's being referenced, because wherever it's being referenced, there's 100% start and 3 is then supposed to be followed by 128 by 128, like you're saying, and that's missing. But also that name is too long. It's 8 characters. Load side defs. 3, go to definition. Probably inside the what? Yeah, but we're probably getting the name wrong. One of these is probably wrong. Top texture, bottom texture, mid texture. One of those 3. Yeah, it's supposed to be 8 characters, so we're looking for the wrong. And the WAD is correct. I looked at the one that Plan 9 uses, and I played the game on Plan 9, so that one works for sure. And it's the same as mine. The mid texture is the one that's causing that. Actually, like, replace the implementation of that function. Surprised by that. But yeah, okay, we found the one that's failing. Star 10, actually that's, yeah, 4 and 4. Okay, I counted it wrong. It's 4 and 4 without the ampersand. Yeah, that's the 9th one. But just to be clear, I believe... No, which one? Which function are we talking about? String compare with n. Didn't I re-implement this one? strncmp. It's now only found outside of here. So did I replace it with something else? Did I just replace it with a... Did I replace it with a mem compare? I thought I defined it. I didn't think I replaced it. Maybe that was a first before I realized, hey, maybe you shouldn't replace it. It's one simple thing to do. These two are outside of that. The only ones were iwad and pwad, which I replaced not with a string compare, with a string copy, maximum length of 4, and then comparing that, which is just for the WAD file. WAD file has weirdo header. I love these errors. Jesus. Why does mine not have that? Oh, this is a different file. So the only two that there were, I replaced them already. Yeah, the delay, it's funny. It's actually when you're watching back. And when you're, of course, listening to me. I see your message pretty quickly after you send it, but you're sending it based on something that I said a while ago, or that happened a while ago. But no, it turns out it's not that specifically. Oh, string copy could be it. Okay. Name 8.s, which I'm doing as a mem copy. Should work the same way. So the function that's crashing is texture num for name, which calls this function, which has its own string compare. It's not limiting this. It's only limiting one of them. To be a little bit more correct. Maybe I should implement a string compare limited, but that's not really a thing I was expecting to use. Probably would have been faster if I had done that. But now we are limiting it to 8, so that shouldn't be a problem anymore if it just so happens to have the wrong texture name afterwards. A bad cycle? What? That does sound like it, yeah. I do believe that all the textures that it's looking for are already there, especially if they're not hard-coded. Because, like, you must have gotten their name from somewhere if they're not hard-coded. Yeah, okay, I don't know what's happening here. That was a make clean, too. Or did I just break the function now entirely? Let's not even talk about what just happened, okay? Comparing a string to itself. I said let's not talk about what just happened and then immediately talked about what just happened. Come on, man, you're taking forever. String really that slow? I know there's a few more allocations in there, but come on. Yeah, it feels pretty slow, to be honest. I should have removed those. At the rate that this is going, I could have just implemented... Nah, sometimes it just wants to be slow. Sometimes it just acts slow. I don't get why. After all, we are emulating. Bro, I do need to work tomorrow morning, so whenever you feel like... You done yet? It's still going. I'm just gonna implement this right now. What the fuck is it doing? What is happening to it? It's really just trying to keep us wondering if it works or not. Alright, you have a string compare now. Work in 6 hours at arm in 5. Got work in 9, but still. Wait, I didn't remove those prints. Because still not found, so I did it wrong. Oh, I didn't remove these. Texture name, true length, good. And I also want to remove these. But something in this function is wrong. We limit the iterations to only... How do you do this with commas? Yeah. You're still looking for the wrong name. Is this not gonna stop at 8 iterations? It is. Ah, hold on. It is gonna stop at 8 iterations, but then it's gonna compare the next character either way, and that's gonna fail. And that's gonna fail again if we don't do this. You know what? Let me just try something real quick. It does feel faster, yes. What's the name of the failing texture? Okay, so we're gonna compare this to the string that we're looking for. This. Case insensitive true. Length 8. And then we're gonna loop because I don't care what happens. I just don't want to have to go through all that every time it just to have it fail. 0. Let me look at the original function real quick. Oh my god, take forever, please. Check texture num for name. Case compare. Same function except instead of case here. So I think the comparison is correct. Also, it works for literally every other texture. Even if I put a bunch of crap at the end here. That line exists in 2 functions. Because this worked when it was string, it was just slower. So I optimized it by just creating my own version of it. Slower because it was allocating an free memory there that not really necessary. When you can just limit the comparison. Literally just add any crap at the end of it and it works. With true case insensitivity and length 8. Also keep in mind, all the other textures, it finds them just fine. So they're not having the same issue. But freed a pointer without zone ID. Oh lord. Bro, where did this come from? Oh, it's one of those weird new line things that they do. Wait, I'm looking in the wrong project. Holy shit. You know, free memory right now is just not working for me. So I'm just not gonna do it. It's not the vibe. Who needs that anyway? We have more memory than they ever could have wished or dreamed of back in the day of Doom. Not really, we have like 500 megabytes, but still, that's more. Nah, it still crashes, okay. Turns out you can't just do that. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Bring a pointer without a thingy. We're just gonna return. Alright. It's only the ones with maximum lengths that are vulnerable. Yeah, that's true. Probably delay, but it is fixed now. It just needed to be cleaned, I guess. It didn't update itself after I fixed the library. No, it still crashes in the exact same place. Who told you to free anything anyway? Like, let's just straight up not free any memory. I really just want to get to the point where I see Doom on the screen. Yeah, there's an ad I didn't even notice. Sorry about that. The people watching the ad don't hear me say that. Still crashes. Oh, look at that address. Look at that address. Isn't it beautiful? So you or you, one of you two is crashing. And let's find out who. No, but that's working now. This is another one of those weird addresses. Okay, kind of starting with the fact that, let me see. Do not spawn cool new monsters if not commercial. Do spawn all other stuff. Because I highly doubt it's going to be any of this stuff. It's just basic math. No pointers to weird stuff. Lump number seems correct. I want to say, anyway. So, spawn map thing. I'm doubting you now. You have some stuff going on in here that could be crashing you. Characters are working fine now. And all the other lumps are loading. Also, this is lump by number. Although I wonder if we don't free, if this messes up. Not sure what load lumps is in the first place. This was for reloading, but no. Okay, but there is no load lumps function, and also what's crashing is a number, a cache. Can save us a little bit of... No, actually, 4. What is whatread.c? But no, I mean, besides this, there's nowhere else where we do that comparison that could be failing. So, also again, the cache lump num, I believe. Oh, sound server? No, that's not being used. And I cannot see it here because I'm filtering only by the folder that I am using. Just kind of forgot what we were looking at. We were here. Then we were here in load things. Then it's you. Or you crashing. Num things, which is an int. Probably should print that as an int and not as a hex, but whatever. It does feel like this 1-2 part loads a lot faster now. 7. So this here is crashing. Allocations need to be optimized, yeah, definitely. They do tend to be slower in general, but yeah. Also, not gonna lie, I haven't looked at the allocations happening in... This is gonna take forever. Hey, no, it didn't. Cache miss on lump 7, okay. Miss on lump 7. Wouldn't be surprised if it's the address. Except it's very big, not very small. I need to look into improving allocations as much as possible so that I can then make the system faster overall. So it is either you, the most likely culprit, or you, the second most likely culprit. If it's the tag, I highly doubt it will be. Now really the slowest part is the disk. So if I have some time tomorrow, I'll look into the disk. Because we're definitely going to be doing this tomorrow as well, or Wednesday, I'm not sure. Both of these look correct. Tiny fear. Not free memory properly. Most likely. Especially in the place where instead of free memory, I'm just putting a warning in. So if I just never clear any memory, because that one function is leaving things like half cleared, which could be leading to issues. Nope, that doesn't seem to be it either. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. Check for name. Yeah, I think that function is now using the new thingy. Use a string copy, but that's just a mem copy, so it's kind of the same thing. Okay, so the issue is a different one. Which kind of good, because again, I can just sidestep the allocation issues. And just focus on this one. But that's gonna be a thing for tomorrow, I believe. I'm gonna leave it here for today. No, it's not really possible to debug with GDB. It would take longer to set up everything just to get it to run with GDB once than to just do it like this, I guess. Good night, Ice Storm. Thanks for the help. Alright, spawn map thing. This is where I was. No, you don't have to do it once. You have to do it every time the system runs. Cannot type anymore. I definitely should leave it here. If I even remembered. Yeah, something in malloc is creating that value. It's a custom operating system. That's one of the main reasons, many reasons actually, that it won't work. Like GDB won't work. Again, not seeing anything immediately obvious that would lead to this address. Wait, there is one thing. Hold on. No. that won't work, but maybe we can use GDB to a somewhat limited capacity. Won't be able to tell me much, but I should be able to break at this exact place, since I am guaranteed that it's always going to be loaded in the same place. And GDB just causes more errors than it fixes. So no, let's not do that. Alright, I'm gonna leave the stream here. I'm gonna see if I'm able to fix some of the issues that I've either sidestepped or this one that I'm blocked on right now. But hoping that that doesn't mean that I just, like, the game just runs now. Because then it kind of defeats the entire purpose of doing this, but oh well. I decided to start a stream early so we can get Doom earlier. And Jester's with me today. He just finished his dinner, so now he's gonna be digesting behind me. Would it be possible to install apps on the OS? Yeah. If they're ELF files and they follow the few restrictions that we have so far, yeah, it should be possible to install them. I've been looking for my sunglasses everywhere. They... I think I somehow pushed them under the table. I didn't notice. Actually, right on time because my eyes are bothering me a little bit today. Are we running Doom or just the engine? I mean, engine runs. The idea is to get Doom. Next gen Dooming. Heretic, Hexen, Strife, Chex Quest. Fan created games like Harmony and Hex. User created mods. Yeah, actually, I wonder what games. I mean, what engine this company's games run on now. Yeah, no, this is old. Successor, number 5. Successor, number 6. Number 7. Number 8. Doom the Dark Ages is gonna be powered by id Tech Engine 8. And, oh wait, was powered. I didn't realize they released a new Doom in May. I wonder what the engine looks like now. The original Doom runs off of the version 1 of the engine. I don't know about the Wolfenstein games, for example. I think those are actually made by a different company now, so maybe not. What's the current state of the OS? It can almost run Doom. No, I just used the original Doom source code. Just mostly runs now. I was doing a few tests today that didn't go too well. Alright, we can actually get all the way through the menus and whatnot, but there's an issue with malloc, which is causing a few crashes before we are able to get into the game. So that's where we're at right now, both in the operating system and in Doom. Also, doing the original 320 by 200 resolution of Doom. There used to be some upscaling code that I got rid of, so I need to fix that. Bring that back, and then we'll be able to use a slightly better resolution than this shit. Because, yeah, it's kind of tiny. But it is there, technically. We got Doom. Except somehow, sometimes it just like, for whatever reason, thinks that I'm using a this thing, this argument, which I'm not using. But I genuinely don't understand where that comes from. And like usually a clean fixes it, but it's just really weird. So Doom is actually running. Well, Doom main menu is running. I actually haven't checked the other menus. I wonder if they work. Yeah, they work. They work. Though I disabled all the defaults, which I'm assuming means I also disabled all the... Hey, that shouldn't have happened, I feel like. I think I disabled all the options, essentially. But if we try new game, we can go knee deep in the dead, which is the only episode I believe we have available, and hurt me plenty. We get in, but then it crashes. Eager to get this error fixed. It crashes with this address. It tried to access this address, which is a ridiculous address. Something like this would be a more valid address. So something is going wrong here, and this address goes to malloc. Something within malloc going wrong. Also, in order to get to this crash, I actually had to disable here. We probably got this warning that I added in. And also I disabled the free function, free memory. No? Did I? There's another function I disabled. I don't remember which one. Maybe it's up here. Oh, Z free. Otherwise we would get an error. Because most likely there is something wrong with the malloc function. So long as we're in the menus, we're just allocating, and so it doesn't really complain. But once we start freeing memory and allocating new memory in the freed blocks and all that stuff, that leads to crashes. So we are going to have to look into that. Is this a recreation or a port? It's a port. It's the original Doom code. And actually, the first crash that I was having, well, it wasn't a crash, it was a missing texture. I found the solution in this blog that talked about how a structure that was being used to read the WAD file, the configuration file, well, the data file for Doom was actually the wrong size because of pointers. So it had a pointer inside of it. That pointer was supposed to be 4 bytes, which is a 32-bit pointer. But this is a 64-bit system, so it's compiled for 64 bits. And so the whole structure was bigger than it should have been. And that led to issues. And kind of like this person, actually, that ran into that issue, has then run into some other issues exactly the same as mine. So if you look here, demo is from a different game version. I was reading how here, they get the exact same error, which is also probably why we see the main menu, but we don't see the demo. We don't see the game being like displayed in the background like you do when you play actual Doom. I opened Doom yesterday. I still have Steam open, so maybe I'll be able to real quick show what Doom looks like when it actually is running. There's no logo for it. Haven't really bothered with UI or branding or any of that stuff just yet. Anyway, so yeah, he's getting like the exact same error that I'm getting. And then actually when they start a new game, they get a crash related to accessing memory that they don't own. So it could be similar to the error that I'm getting. They've also gotten some other errors that I didn't. One of them was related to like texture size. Again, 32, 64-bit issues like before. Hold on, so let me show what it should look like after I agree to the user agreement. We're gonna play Doom, and okay, we don't have sound in my game, so I don't know. But this is what it should look like. We should be seeing a little demo of the game being played, and we press anything and we get the menu. Also, this is the commercial version of it, so there's single player, multiplayer, there's a lot more options. I don't have that. Not a problem. Or maybe that's just because it's a more modern version of it. The one I have is from 1997, I believe. But that's probably very similar to the 1993 code. Though I do still have like the multiplayer server code. I just haven't adapted it or done anything with it. And I disabled all networking for it. So yeah, that's what it should look like. And I wonder if the demo is if from a different game version is causing it to not show. And then if I start a new game, I get another crash related to accessing memory I don't own. So that's this, I believe they're porting to Mac, so they have fancy little OS features that tell them, hey, you're accessing this memory that you shouldn't access. It's not yours. Whereas instead, I just get a crash in an address because the system's much more bare bones than Mac. For now, I've been working on it since April, to answer your question. Whereas Mac kernel, pretty sure contains code from Unix, even. And then a bunch of other operating systems just Frankensteined together. So it dates all the way back to the 60s. It's a little bit of a head start in terms of like features and whatnot. Also, a little bit of a head start in budget and number of people working on the system and the expertise of the people working on the system. There's a chance that this crash is the same one I'm getting, just I don't get the fancy... I don't get to know exactly what they're talking about, like here, if it's the same thing or not. So to fix the demo is from a different game version. The first one is an easy fix. Searching for the error string, I find a file called ggamec at line 1592. Finally removed the annoying demo is from a different game version abort. It now simply declines to play back the demo and waits for user input on some do nothing screen. So pretty much what I said. The reason my demo is not loading is this. Not because I disabled code for it. And the reason for that is whatever is going on with this pointer. They go on cache lump name def demo name or daemon aim, depending on how you want to read that, which comes from gtime demo, which comes from an argument. Weird, because it shouldn't. Unless it's being set somewhere else as well. Yeah, it's also set here in the deferred play demo. Hey Hussein. So demo 1, demo 2, demo 3, demo 4, yeah. Okay, so this is where it's being set. So we set the game action to play demo. We then go into this loop at some point or another, but trying to access play demo 1, demo 2, demo 3, demo 4. And the reason they say expecting a game with version 109 and the code is reporting version 110. So you just change the value in doom-def.h. Interesting. So the WAD file is expecting... Actually, we can check exactly where the error is if we just... Without the ++. We'll do it after, okay? Actually, we never get past this point, so incrementing that number is probably not doing a whole lot. Alright, so we're gonna confirm what they're saying. Okay, I gotta wait for the error to show, right? No, didn't mean to do that. Alright, so I probably did that wrong. Well, starting with the fact that I'm printing it as a string. Yeah, I started the stream early, honestly. I'm just now starting to work. Still waited until now, but yes. It's the first day I'm not doing 10 different side quests before I have to start a stream, so I had some free time. Yeah, I warned Jester early. Got everything done early, so again, that error is so annoying because it's not true. I feel like the incremental compilation sometimes messes up. I don't know what's going on. It did start at 8:30. Just I started early today. I mean, don't worry about being late. Technically, I was early. Demo's from a different game version 109. And of course, it doesn't match our 110 version. So we could just remove the check for that matter. It might be worth it to remove the check, I don't know. But let's see if it runs now. I'm on the edge of my seat here, come on. Oh, wait. It just causes the same crash. Alright, so it will run once we have... But, okay. See, this blog already fixed one of the issues that I was having. The second issue sounds very similar to mine. If I start a new game, I got another crash relating to accessing memory I don't own. But again, assuming that the target platform is 32 bits, so it seems very obvious that that is probably going to be the problem. The problem appears in different places every time I run the game. It's pretty much always the same for me. Previous issues regarding oh my god. Previous issues regarding pointers, and every single one of these is a different link. I need to send the mouse cursor for the OS on the Discord. Oh yeah. How did you do it? Did you just write code for it or do like a file? Like in BMP format should be very simple. What I don't like about this is that I came out with a solution that isn't elegant at all but worked. Because it may not be the same issue that I'm having then. Hey Kai. I modified memblock T so it can store a string with the name of its owner. zmalloc in zone H and C to receive the name of the owner and store it in the modified memblock and print it to a log file. And finally, I also modified zFree to print also when the memory is freed, by who and where. Then I had to modify every call to zmalloc and manually pass a string to identify the owner with the format variable name, file name, line. Simple bitmap? That makes sense, yeah. After reading with more detail the code in zone.h, I realized there was a more elegant way for doing it with macros, but I've already made it my way, so who cares? Well, I care. So I have the same issue. After all this, I ran the game and checked where the problem was. After analyzing the stack where the game crashes, I realized is all because of the information in the rover used by Z. And that's exactly where I think I found I traced the bug back to yesterday. Or this morning, I don't even remember, this afternoon. To find free space in the heap is messed up. So I go verifying every entry in the output log and I find that the last variable that allocated memory decided to use more than it requested. The variable is line buffer. And would you look at that? It is multiplying by 4 here, which is supposed to be a pointer. So according to them, build line tables for each sector. So this 4 is because of a pointer thing. You have the Doom services and OS services running as .elf. Though the way that I load the .elf file is very, very naive. I just like the whole file into memory. I started working on a more complex loading method, which depending on how it goes today, how much time I spend doing this, fixing Doom, look into it a little bit more on stream. So we can get rid of an ugly ass hack that I had to do. No. Oh shit, it crashes even worse now. Holy shit. Wait, no, it does not. This crash is a different one. So the issue is fixed. This crash is one that I'm very familiar with. Whatever is happening at this line of code, whoever is accessing this line of code, which we can know by doing make clean, make J12, make dump. So actually, because of, I don't understand what's happening actually with this. If I add this option, it adds a bunch of debug information. And so the executable becomes bigger, and for whatever reason, then it just doesn't load anymore. Like if I try to run this is what's gonna happen. So I have to add the debug information so that I can read what's going on. Like where it's crashing. Let me see if it works. Maybe now it works. It opened the file. It's a lot bigger, so it took a lot longer. That looks like fewer issues than before. But yeah, when it's loading the file, it just crashes. So is it from scratch or a Linux-based one? It's I was gonna say it's Linux-based. No, it's not. It's from scratch. Alright, so I made the dump. Okay, a raise. I need one of those. someone is keeping a pointer to this function, most likely. Well, look at that. It's the function itself. It is keeping a pointer to itself, and this is one of the things that the code has an issue with. All right, so explaining it for anyone who wasn't here in the previous streams. So this array contains a pointer to a function, which is a big no-no for the way that I load ELF files. And the reason that it crashes is that this function is located at, well, didn't I just have the dump open? Bro, I hate Visual Studio. It's so stupid sometimes. It's loaded at this address. But in my code, it's actually loaded at a much higher address. Similar to this. 4184, actually. So, wrong address, essentially, is what's happening here. And surprisingly, I have been streaming, even though the stream officially started 15 minutes ago, I have been streaming for 30 minutes because I started early, so there's an ad coming up on Twitch. Now, the solution to this is I'm just manually adding the address at which the code is loaded. How much of a hack is it? Well, the address is defined in the code. It's gonna take forever, bro. Select every single one of these. Okay, it's just so I can finish the sentence. It's defined in the code as hack base address. You have to add that to the pointer of the function, and that way you fix the issue. And I need to do it for every single one of these. Here, here, here. Oh my god. How many of these entries are there? How much time are we going to be spending doing this? Why did you choose Rust and not... why did you choose C and not Rust or Zig? So I have a feeling that I will not like Rust. Anytime I've tried to even consider looking at it, like learning it, I've just been like, yeah, this is not for me. Honestly, languages that hold your hand too much bother me. And that's the feeling that I get from Rust. Although I have to say I've never written anything in it. And it is not out of the realm of possibility. I've never worked with either. I am open to that, but I haven't done it. C is just all reliable, you know? C's always been there for me. I don't turn my back on my day ones like that. Isn't this beautiful? I'm gonna have to remove it from all of these once I fix this, by the way. A scream, a fall, a pain. This is a pain. Holy shit, this fucking thing is gigantic. Oh, no, 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 no. I absolutely cannot do this. No. I gotta find an alternate solution to this shit. C supports more things for operating system development, yes. C is better for that than higher level languages. You know, I think Rust is also pretty good for it. All right. So, that entire thing I just did. Yeah, how many entries? How many? Oh my god, look at this file. I would have had to modify this entire damn thing. 4,000 lines of code. This is just a data file. It's just inside of a... of code instead of being in a WAD file. Like, you're not fooling me. This is... Wait. Hold on, because now I'm seeing all of these are null. So I would have to do only 800 of these, right? So easy. Or, again, I can just remove the hack base. I can actually just go here. What is it? Info.c. Revert these changes. And then find where I use the action, which is in a state t object. So that's here and here, pretty much. Well, what the fuck is an action F? Has 3 different actions in it. ACP1, ACV, and ACP2. ACP1. Oh, now I found a lot more of them. Shit. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a lot of places. I'm gonna have to modify this. And that's ACP1. What about ACP2? That one's only used in one place. And then ACV, was it? ACV. That's only used in a few places. Okay. So essentially, I'm going to have to replace this with action. Cast this to a void. Wait, do I cast it like this? No, I just cast it to this, actually. That hurts to do. Maybe you should just do the better elf floater. Most of these are being set to null, so we're good. I'm pretty sure they're only set in one place. And only used in one place. So you can just... Yeah, I saw what you said about the matrix invite. I'll look at it later. This is an action FP2 action cast. There you have it. Honestly, probably just gonna have to go through this and see. Things like these most likely will need to be cast as well with the base address. Because I'm already doing that somewhere else, so I don't need to do it here. Only in the place where I activate it. So I just gotta check that there isn't anywhere else that I access it, that I execute the function from. And if there isn't, then we should be good. Send the code. All right, you people are sending a lot of stuff today, so I'm gonna have to look at that. Mob thinker. I feel like relocatable code should work out of the box. It shouldn't be this fucking complicated. Feels like, I don't know. Doing relocatable code that's not easy to relocate kind of defeats the purpose of the compiler doing that. If the operating system is the one that has to handle the relocation. Why is it being extra slow right now? Wait, did I do the damn thing again? Yeah. Should remove that. Okay, we get this far. So we were already getting this far. We just gotta wait for the demo to start. Nope. Different address, so exact same problem, different place where it's happening. How do you like the rug on my bed, by the way? I know you just had dinner, but Jesus. Okay, the address, again. We actually don't need to compile with the other thing. That's the heads-up display, I guess. So there is still something similar happening. But let's see how far we are now. Oh, we're in the last section of the spawn player. The last function of the spawn player is crashing. Okay, we're getting real close. I do believe we are going to be killing some demons. Well, okay. We're going to have the ability to kill some demons. If you have seen me play Doom when I was playing on Plan 9, you know that technically it's a possibility, but it's not a given. But I think today we're going to have the possibility of killing some demons. I wonder if it's any of these. So the crash is in hus start right after add char to text line. Kind of interesting, because that means that all of these addresses worked well. This one is also working, I feel like, because it's happening after the function call. And after the function call, there should be maybe some comparison for the while loop. Honestly, don't remember how to write a while loop here. I say FE04. Oh, I have it selected, okay. This one's the one that's crashing. Compare and jump to 180. See, something like that. So yeah, jump back. So this is code for the while loop still. Retrieving a value from the SP. I just find it interesting that... Oh, it's probably this. Hot title. Most likely it's gonna be this, okay. Are you compiling the code for position-independent execution? No, because apparently I need to do some extra stuff to support that, which I don't do right now. It's a little weird. Like I said, I feel like that's the kind of thing that should work out of the box. That I shouldn't have to do a whole bunch of relocations manually when I'm loading it, but hold on, I saw null pointer, so that's easy to understand what happened there. The address of the instruction is what's really weird. 41840000. That is to say, where the program is loaded. Also known as long before the program actually starts. This is the elf file. This is an incredible null pointer. So I remember I added this, most likely. Weird null pointer, not gonna lie to you. The problem is just same thing that I did before. I forgot to do it in one more place. The type is wrong? No, it isn't. No, it isn't. Why is that generated a warning though? So immediately once I get it running, I want to look into position independent code because fuck this hack. I was looking into it a little bit. I don't remember if it was yesterday or the day before, but I was looking a little bit into it. I just didn't have time to finish it, and I haven't had time since. Holy shit, now it crashes the entire system again. Hold on, we said that, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, that's what's happening here. This was just a really weird... Now the address gets doubled. So actually we might not even need the... Let me test it like this. Without the hack, but casting it to a pointer and casting it back, from the looks of it gives me the correct address. Because now it's doubled. The base address is doubled. So that means that it is using the correct address already. No, that's the exact same place. Alright, I gotta know where exactly though. But the address, this address is wrong. That's the part that I'm so confused by. There's a little something I'm confused by. And it's the fact that it checks if this action is -1. But what if it's 0? Because from the looks of it, the action is 0. So it becomes address, base address of the program plus 0, which is the base address of the program. I'm just surprised that that check, because I saw that sometimes this gets set to null. And so it really depends on what you set it to. And I saw that some place they set it to null, some place they set it to 0. Or to -1, I mean. But then they only check if it's -1. Though, nope, the exact same crash happens. Maybe it's not here, actually. Your mouse scroll is broken. Sometimes we just get used to things being broken in a specific way. Okay, so the crash might be inside of here then. Because the address is correct. Yeah, the address is calculated correctly. We didn't even need the hack. We just need to convert it to a pointer and then it works. Then the question is, actually, hold on. Let me bring the print back. Put some of these here. Bring this in here. And print the action like this now. Tell me if it's still valid. Not gonna lie, also, I hate having to wait. I can just press enter a bunch of times and the same thing happens. No, that's correct. So it's inside of the function that's crashing. And that would be 233fc. pmobjthinker. Okay, this is the one causing the crash. So this looks like an address, but it's not. This is a mask. Alright, we gotta see where in here it's crashing. One of these, one of you is definitely causing the crash. God, this indentation is awful to look at. Why not make the print crash A, crash B? Why make it that? Why would I overcomplicate it? It's not like I'm keeping those logs. Although some of them I have forgotten to remove. But I'm not gonna keep those logs. It's not difficult to look for it. It's also right before it crashes, so not a whole lot to go through. And considering we don't really have... Oh my god, stop with that error. I don't understand why it shows up randomly and then after 1 or 2 cleans, it's gone. Considering we don't have GDB or anything fancy like that. See, these I forgot to remove, for example. A, D, A, D, A, D. So it's inside of D. The weird thing is the instruction is also being reset back to 0. Also, oh, this indentation is so painful to work with. It is actually hard to read. So this is going to tell us if mobj is... It's not -1. Freed itself. That could be an issue. That feels like the most likely culprit of what's going on here. Alright, we got an ad coming up on Twitch. But we're just going to keep debugging this because not a whole lot happening right now. And it's guaranteed to crash again because all I did was add prints. And then it crashes inside set mobj state, which modifies the state. Might have just realized what it is. Yeah, it's 100% that. When I was adding the base address to the function, then casting the function and all that, but the function is 0, you end up with just the base address. And this check succeeds, so it goes to that base address. Which means that the other place where I'm doing the same thing, U, should be enough to do this. Few more places too. I'm surprised that that hasn't crashed before. You know what? Let's not jinx it. Twitch is back just in time. Think I found the issue. Let's find out. That ran a little bit longer. Until it eventually ran into what's most likely, again, another null pointer. Ooh, that's a lot of them. That's a whole fucking lot of them. I'm surprised I'm getting this many null pointers and shit, because why? And at 60, this address is not, this is not the hack thing. This is something else. This is a proper null pointer that we're done trying to access at an offset of 60, so kind of really weird. SD update widgets at the very beginning of the function. Large ammo, initialize this. Weapon info, player. Are you the one crashing, player? So we're in UI stuff. Which means we are... Alright, that's 2 out of 4 fixed. Well, 1 out of 4 fixed. I wouldn't be surprised if the issue is that player is null. There's no null check for this here. Why would player be null though? I feel like I made some changes to that, and I don't know if I reverted them or not. To the console player and whatnot. I think I did revert them, but if I didn't, then that would explain why there's no player. And if there's no player, then the widget trying to update the player is gonna fail. But we're probably gonna find it... Is this function being called? It's status bar stuff. Getting called inside pspawn player. Which gets called inside spawn map thing. And yet it feels like it's not actually being called. Was it spawn map player or spawn player? Spawn player. I should remove some of these logs. Because there are a few ticks happening. So...
Sheps Almighty raided your channel with 19 viewers.
Hey, welcome raiders. You might be just in time to see Doom running on my custom operating system, which is what I'm working on right now. I've been doing this all weekend and also today. Because there's been some crashes. My operating system is not fully featured, doesn't fully support certain things, such as relocation of code. So I've had to hack all that together. Also, Doom is made for 32 bits. My system is 64 bits. I don't support 32 bits, so that fails. There's a bunch of fixes that you have to do for that. And then, what is it about getting you to switch to Ubuntu? Also, how was your stream? What were you working on? Kind of forgot what I was looking for. Should be spawning a player. Okay, so we do expect there to be a player. I see. Get it. I see. Yeah. Very complicated pun, so. The indentation in this code is awful. That's nice though. Learning C is, I believe, probably the best way to, the best programming language that everyone should learn. It's not for everyone, although I am working with C right now. No, I didn't make a whole OS in a weekend. I've been doing that since April. I have been porting Doom all weekend. Oh, hey, this is a different error. But, okay, the values are correct. I feel like, I don't know what happened there with the error. And no, the indentation of the code, I'm complaining about it because it's a Doom code. So it's code from 1993. It is literally older than me, but it's really hard to read because of the indentation. Like, look at this if-else going on here, for example. Like, this should be indented so you can see the flow of the code. It's not very easy to see, especially when there's like nested ifs or nested for loops or whatnot. Okay, so first off, let me delete some of these logs. Don't need to know that anymore. Valid action, I already know that. Where I put all those A's and B's and C's, all that stuff. This and this. While we're at it, let's get rid of this, this, and this, and this, this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. I can't stand code that is not indented. It pushes my buttons. Same. It depends, but the entire code base is like this. And again, most of the times, like, I ignore it or I just fix it as I go, but it can make it a little bit difficult to read. Especially, again, when there's nested stuff. If cond and statement in the same line, yes. Line 668 is left. Auto format feature. I think you need to install an extension for that. I was looking for it for like 5 seconds and I couldn't find it. I don't think it's a thing in VS Code by default. I think you have to download it. Alright, so I removed those, but now I actually need to add the... Jesus, first I need to remember what the function was that was crashing. It was one of these. But who remembers? I'm not switching to Vim. Oh, it is here. This log is here, okay. I'm also not switching to Emacs. Although, I did see some references to that here. I'm gonna keep my modern text editor. The last thing I want is to overcomplicate that. But, alright, hold on. There's something weird here. It's reporting the crash as being at this address, right? So we're gonna make clean, make... This Doom port has really shown how hacked together my support for third-party processes is. So I have to do a lot of hacks to get it to work. And I said once I get it to work, I'm gonna start unhacking those hacks and doing things properly. But it does mean that I have to do a lot of hacks right now. I was looking at the wrong function, that's why. this is the function that's crashing, and it's specifically crashing at this address, which is part of, could be I plus 3 is outside of the bounds of the function, or it could be that cards is not the bounds of the function, the bounds of the array, or it could be that cards is wrong. So we're gonna, just to avoid the crash happening, we're gonna put each print on a different line. Now print cards, and then we're gonna print cards I plus 3. I expected to print the first two, but not the last one. Oh, and one more, you're also gonna print the value of I. Although it's gonna be 0, 1, or 2. It's supposed to make run. There we go. I hate when I have to randomly clean my code, because otherwise it just has some weird issue. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen sometimes, and it's really annoying. Working with a debugger is gonna be really, really difficult, because the process is being loaded by an operating system that doesn't support a debugger. None of the prints printed. Anyway, that's the reason I do mostly printf here. Also, GDB is a little bit weird. Sometimes it causes extra problems. So like, I'm dealing with an issue inside the operating system itself, so I can use GDB. I attach GDB to it, and then it has a different crash. Not porting GDB, but at the very least, we are loading debug information with the ELF file. So having that would be useful. Should be spawning a play. Okay, is the error different now? The error to me looks the same. Update widgets at the very beginning of the function now. I feel like it moved. I feel like actually it used to be here, the problem. Then it moved. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on with that, but so what could be crashing is player, weapon info. Well, the easy way for me to know is weapon info. Go to that, go to the declaration of the structure, and quite a high number. So how many bytes is that actually? But either way, this does not have 96 bytes by any means. These are just 4, 8, 16, 20 bytes. And this is, I don't know, anywhere from 1 to 8. That doesn't reach 96. Number of weapons is 9. So, okay, instead of speculating, let me just run this print. Now, 100% next is the ELF file stuff. Instead of just blindly copying it. Enum should be an int, so 4 bytes. Alright. I wasn't sure actually what it defaults to. I never thought about that. Is 0. And then ready weapon is all the way in here. For the player object. Is it the hack offset? No, I think it's a null pointer. See, there's no null pointer here. So player is 0 and ready weapon is at offset 60. Otherwise this number would be higher. 60 just means a null pointer plus 60. So you try to access this plus 60 and this is 0, so you access 60. That's 60 hexadecimal, so 96, but still. And as we saw, player is 0. What again I'm not sure about is why player is 0. This function is not being called. It is the only place where player is set. The only one. So whoever calls this function, start is not being called. Who calls that? It's either you. That's it, actually. This is the only place where it gets called. Called when a player is spawned on a level. So based on the other log that we have, the player is being spawned on a level. but somehow maybe the number doesn't match. Not matching this and this. So mthing type -1 and console player do not match. What's up, Jester? So that would make it so that this function is never called. Now I do expect that log to print at least 3 times because it is trying to spawn 4 players. High, low bits. No, it's straight up that this function is not being called. And as I'm tracing back the function, this is the function that is creating that object reference to the player. So that's not being done, which means we're accessing a null pointer, which the game is not prepared for. Obviously, I could just put a null pointer thingy there, but it's gotta be getting called by this. So if we don't get this far, it's because we're returning here. No player in game. Oh, wait, I feel like I modified some stuff. Again, I said I modified some stuff related to this. And I genuinely do not remember where I did it. But I'm assuming then, because this function is being called, but it doesn't finish. Player not in game and thing, because it tries to spawn 4 players, right? For multiplayer and whatnot. It tries to spawn 4 players, and then if the player is not in game, then that player just doesn't get spawned. So most likely we will be getting told that all 4 players are not in game. You made a custom font? You're working fast. Here I saw something. Player not in game 0, player not in game 1, player not in game 2, player not in game 3. Different error right there. Where is that being set? We use a regular expression, like... Fucking hate regular expressions. Pretty sure everybody does, but... Everything that's not a closing parentheses, close this, closing parentheses equals. There we have it. Insane. Okay. This is do new game, resets the first 3 player, the last 3 players to not being in the game, which is probably getting called. We got some file reading, although this is load game, so it's not going to be this one. It should also not be this one. But that means that nowhere are we telling the game that player 1 is going to be in the game. So, alright. Let me check that theory. According to this, if we let the demo run, we should be getting the player in the game. So we might be getting a different crash. I don't know. But it should be better. Okay, so instead of going through the menu, we just wait here for the demo to start. Okay, it crashes. Again, this address. Okay, so this is another one of those hack things that I need to fix. The demo works. I'm just so confused. Load game and demo. They decide if there's a player there or not based on what it saw. Okay, there's an ad starting on Twitch, by the way. In the meantime, though, I do need to keep reasoning about this. So if you play the demo, or if you load a game, load from some file or from somewhere, whether or not there is a player, a specific player, whether they're in game or not. And if there's a second player in game, then we must be in a net game. But nowhere in do new game do we set a player to be in game. That's what I'm so confused by. I need to get something to eat and then write some code myself. Have a good rest of the stream. Enum depends. If there's no packed attribute for the enum, it tries to use int. Int is 32-bit though, by default. The variable has attribute packed or not? New chat overlay. Well, it's been there for a few days, but it hasn't worked. I'm really confused as to where exactly it decides that player 0 should be in the game. But why do I have to do it like that? Probably again some netcode that falls back to default 1 player. So I'm assuming that's why. And we've moved past that issue. Should be spawning a player 00, process has crashed. Jester's looking cute today. How many times do I have to ask for a raise? Bye MX, thanks for joining. And bye Sheps, also. Thanks for joining too, and thanks for the raid. The only place where this function is called. Everywhere it is actually only set to ACP1. Does he know any tricks? No. Feels like I missed a call to ACP1, but this is the only one there is. I'm gonna print it just in case. At the very least, we'll know if this is where the error is. Otherwise, it's being set, but that's not a problem. These are all checks. There's only one place where ACP1 is getting called. Wait, should it be this one? So there's 2 calls to ACP1. Not a regular expression anymore. This was ACP1 as well. Set mob, state, and run thinkers make sense that those would be the ones to call it. Every single place we see it, it is being set to ACP1. Let's check ACP2 just in case as well. I mean, is that a different error? With the exact same function call? I mean, again, 25cc8. 25cc8. Oh, wait, it's different. Why did I think it was the same? Who's jumping to 25cc8 though? Wait, no, it's not the same anymore. Because 25cc8 is because I expanded one of the functions. I think now the address is going to be cd8. No, I think the address changed. Now let's see. cd8. 25cd8. 25cd8. The function is a raise. That's the only one. But the only place this function is being called from is here. And everywhere that it is being called, it is ACP1. So if we're trying to jump to that function, which we are because we're trying to go to that address, we're trying to execute from that address. That's what the problem is. Oh, wait, hold on, I hadn't seen this. Okay, it's an ACP2. Hack worked before, why didn't it now? It works for this. Why doesn't it work for this? Now ACP2 works, but not ACP1. In the second one, but not in the first one. I guess because of the way that they're set. What's going on here? Mo mom X, mo mom Y, mo mom Z. Love reading random points in the code. Alright, this one's gonna have to do this. God, this just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. I hate this hack so much. That's the problem with hacks like these. Is that you think, okay, doing it properly would take too long. And then you end up with bullshit like this. This address. DECC8. So we moved a little forward. Once you have the hack, you have to do it all over again. It is string equals. That doesn't tell me a whole lot. Oh shit. That function should not be getting called. I'm not so sure about that address. Hold on. Wait, I think I just went to the wrong address before. Yeah, I did. Okay. Oh, thank God. It's actually this one that's crashing. That would be setup frame. Alright. I always like to see how far along we are. Render player view. We're rendering the player. Hey. Okay. It's this. Fine cosine view angle, angle to shift. What is fine cosine? Not fine sine, by the way? Had a few places where this happened as well. What about fine sine? Because this one's working, surprisingly. Oh no, what is this address now? 1061 DEC 70 343 BC. That's the exact same one that was crashing. Yeah, they're lookup tables, but they use addresses. Which is why adding this here should fix it. Why did it become that? Double pointer again. I think rather than using the hack thingy, I can just do that. And then it will actually still make the code position independent, just forcing it to be position independent instead of the code actually being position independent. Except it doesn't fucking feel like. Forgot to add the hack. That conversion sometimes makes it so that I don't need it. Sometimes I do need it. Bad render wall range. Bad render wall range 0 to -1. Okay, we're getting to like hack offset macro. One of you is not working well. I can see this is quite the unhinged function. Forward declaration, okay. First and last. All right, let's see which one it is. It's ARM, not x86. It's probably one of these. The -1 is wrong. So again, another null pointer somewhere. Probably not gonna be you. I know there's an error line shower in VS Code. I think we're a little bit too low level for that to be any use. Even GDB is not useful in this case, so. That's the problem with doing stuff at low level. All those nice little tools are gone. You just get whatever debugging tools you have built yourself. And if you haven't built the one that you need, sucks to be you, I guess. Or in this case, sucks to be me. Because I'm the one doing this. Good thing, because I didn't fix the label in these. C is the one that's failing. This one. Just as I figured, the next +1 first is a null pointer. Which begs the question of what the fuck is even going on in this function. I get it's clipping. But next +1 first, -1. Next is start. Got that so far. There's a while loop. Horribly indented. See, for example, this if statement is indented, but the while loop was not. So we go in here while last is bigger than next. Okay, and how many times is this running? Just one, it seems. So immediately, last is bigger than -1. I hate working with someone else's code. Things would have worked so much faster if I just made Doom from scratch. Binary span tree? PSP, set of planes defining a volume. Yeah, that makes sense. So, what is next? It's a clip range T. Hold up. Binary space partitioning. That's more familiar, yeah. I think that's the name. Okay. First off, what the fuck is this +1? Even Jester disagrees with it. There is a fragment between two posts. I mean, okay, the first thing I need to check is Next +1, is that valid? And then first is 0, so maybe it's not being set. Again, working off the assumption that this code that has been ported to hell and back, quite literally because it's Doom, does not have some bug that I'm the first person that's finding it. And instead, it's just the way that I'm reading data. For that matter, we do have a old reliable here, old friend, with their 64-bit conspiracy, but to be fair, they couldn't get into the game until this point, so I highly doubt that's what it is. The ride never ends. I can say that for both 64-bit. Oh, they changed the address. So this is no longer valid. Both for the 64-bit stuff and for the hack stuff, the ride never ends. Source code. This is color maps. Alright, there's an ad starting on Twitch. This has nothing to do with it. Alright. I know, Jester. I was hoping for some help too. So the value of first is 0. Who is setting this value? Oh my god, this indentation. Alright. See, the second one is indented, the first one is not. What the hell? Next is set to start. Then check the next one after that for its first value. Here's what I'm confused about the +1 here. What the fuck is that +1? Start is solid segments, okay. And then it does ++. Does that advance as if it was an array? Because you would think it would do it byte by byte, but maybe if you do it with the size of the object, then it does this object by object. So it increases the pointer until it gets to the next object. So +1 would be correct here. Isn't a value? But again, I'm basing it off the fact that most likely the code is correct. The way that I'm executing it is wrong, even though the code has a label. How I stumbled upon this is by literally Googling the line of code that was getting an error from. Googling, not DuckDuckGoing. No, okay. Nobody else is having this problem. Good to know. What is its last value? Let me see that. Are there maybe no walls? I mean, it is pointing to something, but maybe that something is empty. Last though? Need to check what that points to. 7FFFFFFFF. Could it be that view width is 0? No, this is scaled view width. So the set would be here. I'm actually gonna keep that. Come on, const char. See, this is me trying to do like relocation stuff, which I never finished. Const char 0, 0, 0. Because scaled view width is being set to set blocks. Is being set to set detail. Damn it, I didn't mean to do that. Alright, so it's the view width that's 0. So the wall is being created with that value at 0. It's not the pointer, it's the value itself. Just like I said, even though the code could be a little bit more robust, it is lacking the problem where the issue is happening. Do not really change anything here because it might be in the middle of a refresh. Set, but actually I cannot read that. Only one place where this is being set. Set view size being called from or main menu. What is it? Init tables. This is being set to 0. I have not read that book. No. Where is this being set? This one is being set down. Vroom vroom. Alright, screen blocks. For which I have nowhere setting this value. This is Doom generic. None of these are being set at all. Let me guess. I did get rid of loading defaults, but some defaults are already loaded. That's just for changing them. No, that didn't change anything. Yeah, so this function needs to be implemented. Yeah, so maybe we bring this back. That was a quite useful thingy. This is the file part, which I should have commented out, but I shouldn't have commented out this part. This part was missing. But of course, all of their values are now, well, can we just change it here? Is this a fucking joke? I swear to God. If I add this, it gets added twice. If I remove it, it gets removed. It's like you cannot win with this damn thing. Alright, so turning it into a pointer and then back into an int pointer, which by the way means that the format for the defaults would also not work if they're saved to a file like that. No, that part is probably not saved. Addresses like that are probably not saved. It doesn't work. This hack is so annoying. That's the correct value. Except maybe it's not. Double parentheses. Okay, now it has a value. Although the other one still showed this. For set blocks and set details. Kinda weird. Because now that one has a value 9. Excuse you? I'm gonna clean you. I'm gonna run you again and you're not gonna show me that error again. That's what's gonna happen here. See, I told you. I told you weren't gonna show me that error again. Yo. Okay, what time is it? It is 10:30. Here's what I'm gonna do. Speed run. Virtual addresses for the damn thing. I'd rather hack that together than continue hacking this shit together. And then I can just set hack blah 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 whatever to 0 and then it's just not gonna affect it in any way. Do we know the entry point of the process? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna map the damn process to only the process's code and data and all the stuff that I'm loading. In order to do that, I need to know its loading point, which if I'm not mistaken, the elf file tells me here in v address. So where I'm using p@ddr, I'm not using it. That would be the pvd, no, oh, this one, the first program header, pv address. That one should be the address that I've chosen to load the program at. Hoping that it doesn't override anything interesting or important. Bro, what do you mean 0? In the linker. It's 1000. Hey RN, RNV. Let me look at the, I have one of these. That's for elf file stuff, this one. Copy the segment data from p offset to the virtual memory address specified by the pv address member. But I'm specifying 1000. Why is it being mapped to 0? I don't want to map the entire code to 0. I only want to map to 1000. And this is why I shouldn't have speed ran this part. The code is supposed to start at 1000. Which is where it starts. And then the main function starts at 10A34. That is correct. But then why are you giving me this address at... you know what? Maybe I do need to do it like that. Okay, so I'm gonna pass that to this. This here is the address at which it's gonna be loaded in virtual memory. And then I'm just going to... no, the name of the function is something like memory... No, what is it called? Hold on. It's in here. Register process memory with the virtual address. I'm giving up on the hack. I kind of have to. 0 all the way up to content size I plus... No, plus equal... Is it granule 4KB? Okay, virtual address is VA base plus I. Physical address is dest plus I. Attributes is... No, level is this. Attributes is... Or remove that, that's why I'm not finding it to copy it, okay. It's mem exec and mem read only with mem norm. And before I make any mistakes, I am just going to log the mappings that I'm doing. And then I'm gonna put a semicolon here. That would be nice to have. All we hope is that that doesn't overwrite any memory. Because again, very, very hacked together. So he loads the file, loads all that stuff, looks correct. Now it's actually mapped to both. We're in Doom at 1 frame per second, everybody. Or maybe half. Who knows? Okay, hacked. That should be like, no, there's gotta be one. No, not that. Noun verbed. There. We're in Doom. Holy shit, that was fucking stupid. I'm embarrassed by how quickly the hack was able to get unhacked. There is some like device memory, but it's way higher, so it's not a problem. No, not DTBs. What is this called? TTRBs? No. TTBRs? TTBRs. Holy... Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I've been doing this for 2 hours and a half. We're now in Doom. There's some missing textures. It runs at like half a frame per second. I can remove all that stupid hack code. Again, technically it works for both. The idea is that it doesn't, so I can do that. And then properly remove it eventually. Bring this back to how it was. And still, it runs at like half a frame per second. So, not amazing, but... Technically, we can remove also the hack where we always load at the same address. So that was a nice one to have. We're gonna remove it. So, I'll be back when I'm back in 5 minutes, I think. Okay, I removed the printfs. There's still some missing textures. I feel like at least one of them I removed because it wasn't being loaded. Maybe I should revisit that. Nope, I didn't remove them. Or I didn't recompile, did I? Wait, that doesn't look right either. Wait, there's all those logs happening at the same time. Jesus, no wonder it just runs at like 1 frame per second. Alright, hold on. TP, all those logs are out. So is this code. All of it. Get the fuck out of here. What other logs are showing up here? The find cosine one. The C... Has anyone tried iOS 26? I have. It was very weird during the beta, to be completely honest. But it's mostly okay now. Yeah, the main change that I made is not gonna show because it's in a header file, so it needs to be cleaned. Oh, hold on. Wait. Shit, I cleaned from the wrong project. Those are still there. I thought I already removed those logs. Now it feels even slower. Honestly, this beta was pretty stable. I installed it on my iPad before I installed it on my phone. The issue with it, it's a little bit faster. It's like marginally faster, but Jesus Christ, this frame rate is ridiculous. I'm even trying to move and it's not working. The main issue with the beta, or it's not really an issue, it's just like, it's been a little weird, is that they kept changing the new design that they're adding, so a little weird on their end. Alright, so this fix. Again, I'm hacking the player into the game in the first place. Don't need this anymore, don't need this anymore. Might as well undo as many of these as possible as I get rid of them. This is back. This 100% has to stay. Yeah, I'm keeping this. Makes it a little easier to see what's happening. Gonna get rid of this. And this. Those were debug. Keeping this for clarity. Yeah, I'll look at the demo in a second. Just genuinely wondering what the fuck you're trying to tell me here. This fix for the malloc. Removing all these logs. I want to keep that. Removing this log. I want to keep that. Where's the change here? Undoing that one. Undoing that one. Undoing that one. There's no reason for it. Show white space differences. Ah, that's what it is. Okay. No. Actually, keep these. Keep these 100%. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what's going on here. And get rid of this. I wrote this earlier today. I tried to keep this updated since there are a few people that are working with not sure about the formatting on this one, but it should be fine. That's how it is in Discord. I don't know if that's how it is here. Without the printf ideally. Which we're also gonna remove from here. We're gonna make the system and we're gonna run Doom and see what happens in the demo now. God, to think that literally 3 lines of code are all I needed to just undo all those fucking hacks. I thought it was gonna be more difficult. I thought it was definitely gonna override something important if I did that. A little silly of me. I mean, the demo loads. It moves. It's slow as fuck. Did it just turn red? Oh, I think that was just part of the demo. Okay. Gonna remove this hack as well. Not sure what's going on here. This stays how it is. Probably don't want to commit that, but the point is I want to fix this. I want to upload this. Try it on my other laptop and see if it runs a little bit faster. Wait, no, that part I need to remove. Remove this. Bring it back to how it was. This editor can be so confusing sometimes. Okay, yes. Added string compare, that's... I'm gonna wait until the next commit. And I added ARGB color, that's also gonna wait for the next commit. Oh, another thing I wanted to check is in the process loader here. The lowest address used by the boards, I need to keep track of that. I'm sorry, but hack. This is the lowest address for the vert board. If we override this, then we're not gonna do the virtual memory thing. Whereas for the Raspberry Pi, the lowest address that we access should be the mailbox. No, it's also MMIO base. Alright, so I just want to make sure that we don't override this address no matter what. So we're going to keep track of the lowest address that we're trying to access. If we're higher than the lowest address, then we're going to print, and I'm going to call it an implementation warning. Usually when I say implementation warning, that means it's a limitation of the system, not something that the user is doing wrong. In that case, entry is going to be brought back to the physical address. And if not, then we are going to put this memory here. So we can commit that. Then I added strncmp. And finally, I added, we are going to push that. I'm going to push everything in Doom as well. You know, rest from programming and committing and stuff. Again, I feel like the emulation is the slowest part of this. It's the only reason that I've ever considered making the system work with x86. But that's why I always bring it up. If whenever people ask about it, I just say like, well, if you're interested and you want to do a pull request, you're more than welcome to. Because like, if you do it, I'll accept it. I just don't want to deal with x86 at all. You can do git pull auto stash. Oh, well, shit, that would have been useful because I had local changes in both of the repositories that I just downloaded in order to try that. Okay, but you know what? I'm gonna turn this on. I think officially we can say Doom has been ported. We just need to, you know, get the keyboard working and whatnot. So I'm gonna show it for a bit and make it go away again. And then look at the code for the... By the way, we don't have mouse support yet. Hold on though, hold on. I didn't think about this. In the main menu, I'm using the arrow keys. So really, I should be using the arrow keys. And again, some missing textures, I would say. And kinda the best way for me to find... There's a merge autostash and rebase autostash. Interesting. The fact that this is a 300 by 200 and it's still this fucking slow is so... I hate that. And again, there are a couple optimizations I can do, but I'm not sure how far I can go with it. With optimizing, like... Considering, again, when probably... okay, this is gonna be my last live stream for Doom. But on Discord, I am gonna keep updating. Because there's, of course, a lot of cleanup that I need to do and whatnot. Although, you can download it from the repo. You can download the system from the repo, and it runs on it. So, a lot of the cleanup that I had to do is already done, thanks to the basic virtual addressing support. But, kind of forgot what I was going to say besides that. Yeah, I'm not gonna stream Doom anymore. I'm gonna go back to the normal operating system stuff. I'm gonna make a video on it, to be fair. Shit, I forgot to snooze the ad when I'm talking. But maybe one optimization I can do. Again, I'm not sure how far I can take it, but at the very least you can download the code and you can run it. For that matter, does the Raspberry Pi run? Oh, Raspberry Pi disk on QEMU is so slow because it's reading like byte at a time. Like 4 bytes at a time, I think. It's so fucking slow because of that. Also, I haven't worked on mouse support on the Pi, so that may not work at all. When did these GPUs get so slow? They used to be so fast. Now they're genuinely the slowest thing on earth. I need to look into that because these GPUs are actually faster. So that could give us a little bit of an edge. Wait, this also could be the reason. Running on x86, which is where most people are gonna run it. That's the thing. It's still so slow. Also, I feel like mouse is not working on it. It doesn't have mouse support in the way that the other GPU does, which is kind of weird that it does, but it does. Selected GPU. All right, bring that back how it was. I'll look into those GPUs later. Maybe from now on we just use the RAM FB GPU. It is supposed to be faster. It's just a frame buffer. Kind of wish it would work so we could see if the drawing windows is not working at all. The only downside is you may get conflicts, but shouldn't be that big of a deal. So let me see if now RAM FB at the very least can draw for us. Still incredibly slow. Might result in non-trivial conflicts. Yeah, but who cares? Like, hopefully you know what you're doing with your own code. Alright. Worth looking into some other time. Oh, it's that process that crashed. But now it works. Oh, it has mouse movement support. Okay. So I wanted to see. It's always got a million updates every time you open it. No, he's not here anymore, but someone sent me a new cursor. So I want to see what it is. Please don't be anything dirty. Please don't be an anime. It's not. If you squint your eyes, you can see what it is. It's just a normal cursor, so I like it. But I copied it wrong. If you squint your eyes once Visual Studio does that. Hey, look at that cursor. It's so cute. I like it. Alright. Only thing is, I don't want to commit it myself. Usually if anyone contributes code, even if it is just copy-paste code, I would rather they do a pull request. Because then it shows that you contributed to the project. Which maybe not everyone wants, but at the very least it keeps track of who's doing who and whatnot. It like gives credit. So don't think I'm gonna get a response today. Okay. That new cursor looked really good. Now we're back to the ugly one. Now we're also back to Doom. Before I can officially say Doom ported, I want to at the very least see movement happening. The game runs. The game works. Input is not working inside of the level. And also, on this computer especially, it is like 1 frame per second. On my ARM computer, which is a little bit faster, it's... I can't really tell because there's the screen is messed up, so I need to look into that. Oh my god, I know why the screen is messed up. So you can see it there. It's running. There's some missing textures down here. I feel like maybe that's a background texture or something that I think I commented out. Back then, it could have been a problem with the code. Now it could be something else, but also I'm not sure if the wall textures are loaded correctly or not. But yeah, movement not working. Although he's still just raising the pistol just now, so maybe no movement going on here. It's still not great. It is really small too. There was some upscaling code I need to bring back. Should be pretty easy, so I might want to do that. If you show me all my commits, I should be able to see something about a texture. I had to make fuck explicitly an int, by the way. Wait, what is this being used for actually? I just remember this variable was here, but I don't remember if we ever looked at what it's being used for. Maybe that's the one responsible for something. Fuck you, pussy. Get the fuck out. Hey Ron, can we say fuck in the game? Apparently you can. Very clearly you can say fuck you. Yeah, so I want to look at the changes that I made in this code. So I removed this. No problem there. There was this because of some networking code that I removed. I removed all of this for checking variables and whatnot inside the file system. I'm hard coding it to a game type. The response file, I don't even remember what that was, but I removed it. Wait, there's a no monsters option? I had no idea. Removed CD-ROM, parsing an integer. Yeah, so I removed this net command stuff. That's probably why the game isn't spawning you in. I removed all the networking stuff altogether, actually. I guess I found out what happens when you try to use a bigger window for Doom. I think that's what it is. So let me guess. It looks all messed up. Because that's exactly what was happening on Mac. So you see, I completely forgot to do this, by the way. This is hard-coded to use this size. And the game is hard-coded to use a specific size. So, okay, you cannot really download it and play it off the shelf like that. Well, off the shelf. It's a strong word right there, but... No, yeah, I saw it. That's how it was on my other computer until I did the same hack. So, kind of forgot to... Okay, let's deal with that. Because like I said, you should be able to download the game. Whether it's slow, whether it's not fully working yet, you should be able to download the game and open it. And at the very least, you should be able to see it happening. Wait, what's going on here? Didn't I commit a fix to this? Oh, inside dnet. Yeah, whatever. Dnet, yeah. Oh, so these were never running. It runs incredibly fast on your PC. Are you an x86 or... Again, I know I disabled the texture. I just need to find the code where I did that. Okay, so joy buttons and mouse buttons. We're returning you. Gonna start undoing the hack. x86. Well, good to know that maybe it's just my computer that's slow. Load L1, load L2. Did I not push? Oh no, I didn't delete these logs. I changed some keys. I changed the indentation of that. Option A, option B. That's a bunch of other hacks that I did. I remember it had something to do with this. Console player, face backgrounds. Yeah, I disabled it. STFB, okay. STFB. Bring those 3 lines back. And let's see if now we get the missing textures. To be fair, my processor is a little bit old. My GPU is not. RAM is, but there should be enough. STFB0 not found. Okay, so this texture is still missing. It still won't find it. Okay, we still got this to deal with. How can I know why this texture is not being found? Wait, come to think of it, before we get to that. Where's my friend with the loop? No, not loop. With the fixes. Okay, so this actually helped us. This helped. And then... Let me see if I did this fix or not. STFB0, which I already checked, it is there. It's right there. Can it find 1, I wonder? Can it find a 2 or 3? Sometimes it just runs really slow too. STFB2 also not found. So it cannot find these. I don't understand why. Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on an issue, because there are still some issues happening. Well, ideally, I want to have, at the very least, Doom be playable. Then on Friday, I'm gonna say like, okay, those small little issues that were happening are fixed. Like those missing textures, this missing texture. Right now, I think the important thing is to get any kind of input going in here. For example, we know that it checks for the key left. The wall textures are really fucked up for you. If you look at mine, yeah, same. Here's an interesting thing. The game uses these, which are put behind the macro. So I wonder if that has anything to do with it. All right, ad coming up on Twitch. So let's see if we can get it before that. Why do you develop on Ubuntu? Because it's simple to use. Hey, I'm moving! I'm moving! Holy shit, I'm moving at half a frame per second. I'm moving at half a frame per second. This is about the same speed at those bacteria that they got the game running on. Movement fixed, and officially we can say Doom ported. Let's continue fixing the issues that we're having, but you know. Doom officially ported. Alright, I'm gonna commit this while there's an add-on to which. Now, I would love to have a... I don't know how much longer I'm gonna keep the stream going. Like, I'm not tired right now, but I'm gonna get tired at some point. Because there's a lot of stuff I want to do. I want to do... Obviously, fix the missing textures. I want to do one optimization that would hopefully make the system run faster. And... Well, not the system, but like the GPU, the Windows specifically, run faster. So maybe that's going to help. That's going to make things a little bit better. And... about it being playable, I mean, with the speed that it's going at right now, I don't think that's going to be a thing. Again, I remember the RAM-FB GPU used to actually be faster. Then something happened, and it just... But okay, here's the thing. I do want to do this optimization. So the Vertio GPU has a flush command, a transfer to host command, where you can just tell it to a specific resource. If I put a window inside of its own resource, then I expect it to run, or not, I don't know how it does it. I'm gonna start making some improvements to the windows at the very least. I feel like something's being loaded wrong when that happens, but okay. Use separate resources for windows, that's what I'm trying to do. So I can do an attach backing with a new resource ID. I'm not entirely sure how these work. Maybe set scanout is the next command. Yeah. So set scanout is another command that I need to do for the specific resource that I'm trying to allocate. That way, I'll be able to make each window be its own resource in the GPU. In order to do that, I need to pass a GPU and a 16-bit resource ID. Point.x and rect point.y. Simplify the function because everything's already. Update the function's signature in the header. If I did everything correctly, nothing should have changed. Except I generalized the function. I generalized the function so that you can now set scanout. And not gonna lie, we do need the draw context to change. Now it needs to keep track of the window ID. So you can't modify it and put yourself in a new window, but that's about right, I think. So now when you create a window, you're creating an entirely new resource on the GPU. And now this changes entirely. For this GPU only. For the other ones, we still need to keep this, but I'll just do it like this for now. No, I still want to do this, but what I want to do is when I receive a new context, I'm going to copy it. Copy the entire context. Now we want to tell the driver to redraw with just the window ID should be enough. So we're going to have to create this function. Releasing doesn't work? Really? At the frame rate that it's going at, it's kind of hard to tell. Alright, so let me finish this. This GPU is going to override this function. This is not going to work for the other GPUs. Then again, the other GPUs don't really work right now. It should be enough for me to do transfer to host with the window ID that I've just been given. Actually, I can pass a draw context in this. Interesting. The window doesn't actually know where it's located. I hate that every time I do this, I have to update 3 function signatures. Location.x, location. And now when I call it with test. Oh, offset, actually, enough. Don't know if this is gonna work, to be honest. Because I'm missing a semicolon. I'm pretty sure maybe the flush function isn't. It isn't. It is hard-coded. And actually, that one comes from here. I'm gonna create a new signature for the function that also does that. It is unique to this GPU. And it should be able to do. Damn it, it also needs a rectangle. Shit, that kind of leaves me in a awkward situation. No, it doesn't. I can just restore this to how it was. And go back to Doom for a bit. And figure that out later. Releasing does not work. You're 100% right on that. I just realized why. The Doom code relies on events. No, so does mine. It should know when I release a key, right? Released key, released key, released key. So very much it knows. Need to set data1 to the key that was released. That's not how that code was doing it before. Key press, key release. Oh no, yeah, you're right. Well, I'm not keeping track of that key, so I need to do that. What type of data1? Int. Not gonna lie, kinda weird that in that case the main menu works. But I guess that it just uses different logic. It just checks if you press the key once, it doesn't check if you released it. There is another thing in the system that shouldn't be there. Don't know if I removed this, I highly doubt I did. I did not. No. No, I can't really look at the matrix invite right now. I want to see if this works. And then keep working on the other optimization I was doing. And release, but that doesn't change anything. Doom has a repo. You can find it on my user. Even though it does detect the key release. But again, this fix does need to be done. Like, this stuff should not be here. This was to prevent, like, multiple key presses for registering. Like, if you hold a key down, but actually you do want that, so. Doom wants events. I should be able to press a key, release a key. That should be my UI framework whenever I make labels and stuff. It'll be able to handle that, but not Like, we should just send raw input to the system. Okay, event key up, event key down. Will you add anti-cheat? Why would I add anti-cheat to Doom? I just realized I haven't moved the Doom ported thing, so it's been taking up like most of the screen. I can just do this. If key is different from last key, otherwise we don't register the event because we've already done the key down. We gotta wait for the key up. In that case, this is gonna reset. Custom package manager, yes. There's like a stub for a server for that from when I did networking, but it doesn't really work. It's just there for demo purposes. No, I don't know yet about any of that, to be honest. Press new key, released key, but I'm still moving. Okay, so maybe it's not that. From the looks of it, this should be registering it. And yeah, the key down was missing, so that... Keep in mind it also handles one key at a time. So there's that also. And also there's no multi-key support, so that would be a nice thing to have, but we currently don't have it. You just have to press one key at a time. Okay, so let's see here. Key 173 pressed and then unpressed, and why are we still moving? Okay, I'm kind of starting to see it, but... Key 0, I'm pretty sure it's not going to be anything. So why are we setting that? It's receiving data about a key 0 being pressed, otherwise you wouldn't be saying this. I'm only posting the event once. Wait, no, I'm always posting an event. Chester, what are you doing there? Get out. Get out, get out. What are you doing? Get out. No, don't be like that. Don't be like that. Excuse me? New error unlocked? Okay. Chester, seriously? You know, since we only have one window, I might just do window resizing soon. Invalid sprite frame. Okay, just entirely new errors, huh? This is how it was being done here. Which is if the key down, then you would set a key down event, data 1, then post the event. Okay. When the key gets released, you send a key up event with the data. You post the event. It's about the same I'm doing. Button release, button press, motion notify. We don't do those because we don't have mouse right now. Now that's not a good sign. Oh wait, no, hold on. It is moving. Okay, stop it from moving. No one has realized that I have unpressed a key. Not this, not the other systems. Alright, so tell me what it is, this key that I'm pressing when I don't think I'm pressing any keys. As if I could afford to make the system any slower. Kinda starting to see here that I'm sending too much data. So last time I was able to do something like this. Key 173 unpressed. So it detects that I have unpressed a key. According to this code. Yes, please send your code, because I have no idea what's going on. I mean, now my code is correct. Though it still has a little bit of lag in the way that it handles. Because a frame is so much slower than the input system is. Please let me know when you do send it. I want to see if I can get this fixed. Also, yeah, it's only walls that don't work. Everything else seems to work fine. I just saw some monsters. But you said yours is not fully working either, right? Look, according to this, it has detected that the key is no longer being pressed, so what the fuck? Okay, just in case, I'm gonna keep this code here as reference. And copy this. Did it fucking copy? Did it not? Backwards gives you very fast velocity. So from the logs of mine, it should work. We should no longer be giving the player input unless there's severe lag happening on my system, which makes it so that I don't notice it. My fucking god, with this error. Alright, still got no fingers on it. You notice that it keeps pressing key 173 pressed. So I think it hasn't even gotten to process the part where the key is no longer pressed. Alright, so at the very least, I'm also gonna do the for to consume as many events as possible. It says unpressed. Yeah, I feel like this is more of a frame rate thing. It's stopping, okay. And then if I try to go backwards, okay, that works well. Pretty sure it's gonna complain about, yeah, sections already being mapped, but that's okay. We're just mapping them twice. Again, virtual memory mapping is very primitive right now in the system. Primitive meaning I hacked it together like 2 hours ago. Actually, literally 2 hours ago. Backwards does that. And you know what that makes me think of? It's an int, so that shouldn't be a problem, okay. Alright, we'll have to look into that a little bit more. But so you're looking at all the key presses. Not gonna lie to you, this can get a lot more complex than that. But what you're doing is better than what I'm doing, so I'm keeping that. And I'm using this to process as much as possible. I wonder if we can bring back the finish updates. Sorry, I hadn't read your comment. Do you have a cool name for your OS? Right now it's called Redacted OS. I mean, that's what it is called. So while we're at it, if I pull and I test this, yeah, my player does stop. And then if you try to go backwards, it goes forwards really, really fast. That's same. And also, yeah, the wall textures are messed up. And again, there's one texture that's missing that the game just cannot find for whatever reason. So yeah, there's still a few bugs to fix here and there. Kind of want to get the upscaling code. Because if we get that, then we get faster vroom. And the code itself was mostly fine. There was just one tiny reference that I needed to change. And that would be in the... I also want to make one more change actually before I do that. When setting up the graphics. Well, okay, so shutdown graphics, actually, it's not that it's not implemented, it's that we don't need to do anything here. In the... Wait, was there something in start tick? Oh, mouse pointer stuff, yeah. Okay, that's not implemented because we don't have that. Okay, here's the thing. If CTX or CTX... I don't need it to be a multiple, that's what I want to do. If it's less than 320 or CTX height is less than 200, then we're gonna do an EI error for now. Game must run at least 320 by 200. Eventually, I will create a syscall for resizing windows. We'll have that. But also, here in the finish update, I want to have an X smaller than screen width, a Y smaller than, and this comparison will become Y times, I believe I store this variable maybe, stride plus X equal to times screen width plus X. That way, we should be able to have windows that aren't necessarily 320 by 320, but at the very least 320 by 320. And the system should be able to handle that. So, to test it, and most importantly, you won't need to hack anything together in order to get the game to run. All right, let me look at that. Any size window. I may have made it too small. No, I didn't. Maybe I did. Maybe I did. Hold on. Or maybe I just messed this up. All right, let me look at what you said first. And then, and now that I see that, there's a chance that the check that was supposed to check that didn't work. Let me see if I'm doing the math right, see if there's any examples of me. Yeah, width times the BPP. It's just a chance that I did think I drew the window too small, so I'm not sure. Let's make sure I draw it big enough that it takes forever to draw. After init status bar. Strafing is moving horizontally. So hold on, since I want to test the fix that you just did, so I need to test it on a system that actually runs well. Moving forward works well. Moving backwards works well. Okay, that's fixed. There's a chance that because of how it's addressing, I don't need to use the stride here, just the screen width. But you know what? I've done this code already once. Oh, we're not doing mem copy, though. I don't understand what I'm doing wrong with this. From 0 to width, from 0 to height. You go height times width plus X. Oh, yeah. It's because I can't use the stride, I have to use this. The stride tells me where a line ends and the next one begins. So I use that to select the current line, and then I use this to select the current, as I'm doing in many places. I'm using the exact same code. Actually, I optimized away that code, so that's because I'm always expecting a stride off. It wasn't times 4, it was divided by 4. Why does it keep doing that? Sometimes I have to clean the code twice for that error to go away. And again, it thinks that I'm sending command line arguments that I literally cannot support. But you can run it inside any size window that you want. And eventually we will resize it so that it's at the very least a multiple. I think I might be better off looking at this code later with a little bit of clarity and once I can support a better frame rate. And instead of bothering with this now, I could just do something very simple for upscaling directly in here instead of copying that code blindly, which would result in me copying and then translating the code twice. So I'd rather not do that. And then copying and then probably copying one more time. So we're trying to avoid that. Okay. So I'm going to commit what I have. Support any size window. Okay, I'm going to push that. Then I'm going to go into the operating system. Okay, so that's it for Doom. And that's it for Doom on live streams anyway. Then I just close you. Okay. Because it looks ugly when it has the desktop underneath it. Well, the launcher underneath it. It's just called a desktop. Now I'm going to rename that to launcher. I've already done it internally, but not externally. Is we want to fb clear our CTX. When you start a process, the screen turns black. All right, it does eventually, but yeah, eventually it turns black, and then Doom actually appears. Okay, so I'm gonna commit that as well, and then that's the end of the stream. Now this whole window thing I just did, it's not gonna stay, none of it. Only this. Black screen, clear window when loading process. Okay, gonna push that. And that is the end of the stream and of porting Doom. So officially, it's time to bring this on. Doom is officially ported to Redacted OS. Redacted OS can officially run Doom. Between now and Friday, I'm gonna be working on fixing the last few bugs that I found, or maybe between here and I don't know. I do want to make a video on YouTube about this. So usually I release videos on Wednesday. Between here and next Wednesday, not 20 hours from now. No, hell, 19 hours from now. I'm not gonna make a video in 19 hours. So between now and next week, I'm gonna be improving the code a little bit, hopefully on a computer that can actually run it at a decent frame rate. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little confused that you're able to run it at a decent frame rate on x86, but I'm not. I doubt that you've made any optimizations to the system, GStudios, so kind of weird. Maybe your computer is just more powerful than mine. Like I said, my GPU is not the most powerful. It usually doesn't struggle even with like AAA games, so it would be a little weird if it struggled with this. Alright, so you know what? Even though it's gonna be very, very slow, while I'm saying stuff, while I'm yapping here for a bit, please don't crash. After some time that it's been running or something. That would be tragic. Yeah, so on Friday, I may focus a little bit more on new things for the system, some fixes, optimizations, and whatnot. Not related to Doom. I may start doing some game engine stuff. It depends on how well I can get it to run. And like I said, off stream, I'm going to be focusing on Doom to finish getting it working, and a little bit on the Raspberry Pi to get it working as well, and the other GPUs as well, because I need them to work well.